Chapter 8:13. Beheading the python. Upon seeing the white wolf puppets had been restrained, Han Li immediately formed an incantation gesture and ordered his puppets to self-detonate without any hesitation. While the scales of the three huge pythons may be incredibly hardy, the insides of their mouths were a different story. Given that the white wolf puppets were crafted from countless precious materials, the power of their detonations were nothing to underestimate. As expected, the two serpent heads screamed in unbearable pain, but the middle serpent head was completely unaffected by the explosions, apart from being further enraged. In a blur of black, the green snake puppet flying towards it was flung 40 meters back by a wave of the python's tail. At that same moment, it moved forward and chomped down on one of the red ox puppets, shattering it to pieces and denying Han Li the opportunity to detonate it. As for Marquis Nanlong and Lu Wing, they had finally awoken from their shock after seeing that Han Li's puppets continued to fight. Lu Wing was the first to act, sending his tens of brilliant white fireballs into the sky. As for Marquis Nanlong, he waved his hand and struck the dark green ring he had summoned with a spell seal. Soon the ring began to blur and split into 2, then 4, then 8. In a single breath, the ring had created over 100 phantoms of itself. With the true ring mixed among them, they shot forward in a wave of green light. Han Li calmly waved his hand and summoned a pitch-black item that swelled in the air above him. In a flash of black light, it had transformed into a mountain that was over 40 meters tall, and only continued to grow under Han Li's command. It was the 1,000-fold mountain. Given the massive size and extraordinary defenses of the ancient python, this treasure should be more appropriate in dealing with it. With its incredible speed, Han Li first had to restrain it before he would be able to land a strike. Just as Han Li pondered over how to do this, the python's left and right heads seemed to have recovered from the previous explosions and released 2 beams of gray light from their mouths. Lu Weiying's white fireballs ruptured upon being struck, but the beams of gray light found themselves at a deadlock with the resulting wave of flames from the ruptured fireballs. As for the dark green rings, they swept past the battle between the wave of white flames and gray beams, while Han Li's 1,000-fold mountain slowly followed after them. The huge python felt threatened by the barrage of green light and its center head howled. Its body glowed with a layer of green light before widely opening its mouth and pouncing forward, sweeping away the dark green ring phantasms. But one of the rings hiding in the rear dodged out of the way, and in a blur, it appeared above the python's head. Light shined brightly from the ring as it transformed into a streak of green chi, striking down with thunderous momentum. Suddenly, the dark green ring massively expanded and constricted the huge python with all its might, sinking deep into the python's flesh. The python suddenly felt that 7 inches of its flesh were constrained and felt an immense wave of pain radiating from the area. The main python head began to wildly thrash about as if desperate to break free from the green ring's restriction. The 2 other heads were also affected by the pain and were unable to sustain the beams of gray light that were restraining the white wave of flames. When Lu Weiying saw this, his expression brightened and he took advantage of the opportunity to command the white flames forward. The wave of white flames surged to over 40 meters tall and engulfed the huge python. However, the green light covering the huge python's body was formidable, and held firm against the white flames. While the dark green ring may be restricting its head, its body had yet to suffer any damage. Suddenly, black light began to shine above the python as a black mountain about 100 meters tall appeared above it. The mountain began to revolve in the air, releasing black clouds below it and trapping the huge python. The huge python turned sluggish within the black clouds as if weighed down by an immense pressure. Using the opportunity given, the black mountain began to fall. Sensing that matters were far from good, the python raised each of its heads with strained effort and released several balls of light towards the sky to block the black mountain's descent. But before they could reach the mountain, they were dissolved by the black clouds surrounding them. Unwilling to let matters stand and wait for death, the huge python used the entirety of its strength to slap its tail downward and launch itself out from within the black clouds. But at that moment, the white flames surrounding its body suddenly turned into several thick chains and wrapped around its body. The huge python was only able to fly about 30 meters before it came crashing to the ground. Eventually, the mountain smashed down on it and the entire area around it brilliantly glowed with black light, preventing anyone from seeing what was happening within. The python's heads screamed wretchedly before the mountain smashed to the ground with a deafening tremble. Marquis Nanlong revealed a smile in Lu Weiying's side. However, Han Li was frowning as he watched the scene before him. Black light slightly faded away to reveal the Black Mountain. The huge python still wasn't entirely dead as there was still one head that wasn't crushed. It was screaming as it waved its head back and forth with all its might. The immense vitality it displayed as it flailed about in its craze was a sight to behold. Lu Weiying snorted and waved his hand. A streak of white light fiercely shot through the air and arrived above the python. It revolved once in a flourish and then easily sliced through the python's vulnerable neck. As a result, the python's headless body sprayed a fountain of blood 10 meters into the air before finally collapsing to the ground. The old man's expression relaxed after finishing off the python and he muttered, "It's finally done." However, it is somewhat surprising. This three-headed ebony snake wasn't as fearsome as the legends described. Marquis Nanlong shook his head and hesitantly said, "It's possible that this wasn't a true specimen. Don't forget, a true three-headed ebony serpent is winged and is said that each of the three heads also have different elemental abilities. This serpent can't have been genuine or we wouldn't have been able to deal with it so easily. Perhaps this serpent is a variant of another breed. Either way, we shouldn't delve too deeply into its origins. Let us head into the passage." Han Li calmly said. He then pointed to his huge mountain and it quickly shrunk, returning to his sleeve in a streak of black light, revealing the smashed corpse of the huge python underneath it. Marquis Nanlong waved his hand and a streak of gold and green light flew back to him, revealing his golden sword and the dark green ring. The flying sword returned into his body and the ring was worn back on his hand. Lu Weiying glanced at the ruined corpse several times before arriving at its side. He casually reached out to one of the python's head and summoned a thumb-sized green core into his hand. With a trace of joy on his face, he looked at the other two heads and withdrew a core from each of them. At that moment, Han Li, who had finished collecting his puppet beast fragments, and Marquis Nanlong had arrived. Lu Weiying handed each of them one of the cores without saying another word. Han Li accepted the item and took a glance at it before indifferently putting it away. Marquis Nanlong did the same. Soon after, Lu Weiying turned the huge python's body to ashes with a single fireball and said, "It would have been troublesome to slay this beast if we were alone, but with our powers combined, slaying ancient beasts of this level shouldn't be much of a challenge. If the ancient flame toad is this easy to deal with, then this journey will be quite laid back." Marquis Nanlong sighed and wryly smiled. "I hope it will be that way, but it is likely that the ancient flame toad will be somewhat more troublesome. After all, it caused even Master Song Kun to flee. Although he was greatly weakened at the time, the beast is certain to be formidable." After some thought, Lu Weiying replied with a silent nod. By then Han Li had already flown around and collected the concealment formation flags. When he returned he said, "Let's go. We'll find out how formidable the ancient flame toad is soon enough." With that said, he took the lead moving forward. Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiying glanced at each other and closely followed after him. After all, they had to rely on Han Li's yin-yang ring to pass through the Greatnorth essence lights. With the huge python slayed, the path was now open. There was a 300-meter wide stone road surrounded by a barrier of red light that was incapable of being seen through. The three cultivators flew 15 meters above the ground with a careful speed. When they traveled over 10 kilometers on the road, the scenery changed and they came across a faint yellow wall. There was a pitch-black cave in the stone wall over 20 meters wide. "It's here. After we pass through it, we should find ourselves in the valley's depths. The cave passage is over 5 kilometers long and is covered in Greatnorth essence lights." Marquis Nanlong sighed and turned to Han Li saying, "Fellow Daoist Han, we'll be needing to use your yin-yang ring." Lu Weiying rubbed his chin and curiously said, "Since we know there are Greatnorth essence lights in the cave, can't we find another way to pass through? Or is this the only way through?" Marquis Nanlong shook his head and said, "There is no other way in besides this one. Brother Lu, strike the rock with your magic treasure and you will soon realize why." "All right, I'll strike it." Unresigned, Lu Weiying flung his sleeve and released a white light from his hand, fiercely striking at the stone wall. At that moment, Han Li clearly saw a rather strange short saber traveling within the streak of white light. It appeared to be a rarely seen flying saber magic treasure. Chapter 8:14. Tailsilver powder under Han Li's attentive gaze. The flying saber chopped at the stone wall in a display of blinding white radiance. Then with a slight change in expression, Lu Weiying waved his hand and recalled the flying saber. Han Li clearly saw that the flying saber strike had left a shallow inch-long mark with faint grains of silver light floating around the area. That is. Lu Weiying revealed a trace of surprise and hastily stepped forward to look at the saber mark. After carefully examining it, he muttered, "Tailstar silver. This cave is made out of tailstar silver or?" When they heard the words tailstar silver, Han Li's expression vastly changed and he also stepped forward. He extended his finger and softly stroked the slash mark, examining the dust on his finger. Han Li had naturally heard of tailstar silver as it was a material that could enhance the durability of a magic treasure. Its effects were only inferior to materials as precious as refined crystal. It was no wonder that Lu Weiying's strike barely damaged it. Regardless of whether it be in the scattered star seas or the heavenly south continent, it was something that was nearly extinguished. Han Li stared at the saber mark and silently raised his hand. Over 10 small azure swords shot out of his sleeve and directly struck the stone wall. The other two were alarmed, but they immediately realized what Han Li was doing. With a series of clangs, over 10 several-inch deep holes appeared in the wall, each hole producing silver light specks. Han Li momentarily revealed surprise and he said, "It truly is tailstar silver and it is mixed into the rock. Moreover, it isn't evenly distributed, so it isn't man-made. There should be a vein of tailstar silver within." Seeing that Han Li's swords had struck deeper than Lu Weiying's saber, the other both had a change of expression, but Lu Weiying's eyes betrayed a trace of greed as he stared at the rock wall in silence. A fiery passion also appeared on Marquis Nanlong's face, but after some thought he regained his calm. Marquis Nanlong calmly said, "Let's go. We'll search for the treasures in the valley depths first." Lu Weiying hesitated and wore an expression of reluctance. "Go. Tailstar silver is an incredibly valuable treasure. Wouldn't it be better to dig this out first?" Marquis Nanlong frowned and faced Lu Weiying, speaking with a deep tone. "Brother Lu, how can you be so foolish at a time like this? Did you not personally witness how hard tailstar silver is? It may be possible that there is an entire vein of it, but a fist-sized chunk of or can only be refined into a minuscule amount of it. How much time and magic power would you have to waste before it is worth it? And while this item may be precious, don't forget that what we lack isn't wealth, but materials to increase our cultivation and lifespan. When we reach our end, these possessions will mean nothing." Lu Weiying paused for a moment before repeatedly nodding in realization. He saluted Marquis Nanlong with gratefulness and said, "Brother Nanlong, you are completely right. I was overcome with greed and lost sight of our main objective. Many thanks for reminding me." Afterwards, he paid the wall no more attention and walked into the cave as if afraid of being lured by the tailstar silver. Marquis Nanlong's expression relaxed and he called out to Han Li before following after Lu Weiying. Han Li was also reluctant to part with the tailstar silver ore and he unconsciously walked with slowed steps. Even though he had the auric essence-infused flying swords and enough spirit milk to restore his magic power, cutting out enough tailstar silver ore still wouldn't be an easy task. And if he followed through, he would also provoke envy from the other party members. Concluding that pursuing the tailstar silver would be unwise, Han Li could only sigh and follow his two party members into the cave. At that moment, Han Li suddenly heard a voice from the back of his mind. Hee. There is so much tailstar silver. I've spent so many years looking for it, but I wasn't able to find any. Devilfall Valley deserves its reputation. The silver is able to be used in puppet refinement. With a bit of tailstar silver mixed into the puppet's body, common magic treasures wouldn't be able to harm them. You must take all of it. The monarch of Soul Divergence spoke with an excited tone. Han Li bluntly rebuked him. Take all of it? Old eccentric, are you dreaming? This is tailstar silver or not a vein. How can I take it away? Chip at it and take it away piece by piece? The old man snorted and said, Since I've mentioned it, there is a method, of course. Youngster Han, don't you have those gold-devouring beetles? I can teach you a method to control the gold-devouring beetles and have them drill through the rock and consume the tailstar silver. They will then spit it out as crystallized silver. This method was something that I had acquired from an insect cultivator I killed. This applies to all spirit insects, but it is particularly suitable for your gold-devouring beetles. Alright then, how about you teach it to me? I'll immediately have the gold-devouring beetles search for the Tailsilver. Han Li immediately replied with delight, perhaps not only for Tailsilver, but also the mighty incantation. First let me tell you that regardless of how much Tailsilver you acquire, you will have to set aside enough for the final puppet I will refine. Also, you cannot waste it for other uses, particularly for mixing it with your magic treasure. If there is still Tailsilver after I refine the puppet body, you can use the rest as you wish. Han Li couldn't help but smile and said, Senior might not know this, but my magic treasures have already been tempered with refined crystal. It is quite a bit more effective than Tailsilver. The monarch of soul divergence paused before yelling in alarm, refined crystal? You had such a heaven-defying material? Do you still have any left over? It will be greatly useful to me even if you only have a little bit left. There seemed to be a trace of delight in his voice. Han Li bluntly replied, You should know that I use a set of flying swords. While I had acquired a large chunk of refined crystal, it was barely enough to temper my flying swords. There is nothing left over. There is nothing left? What a waste. The old man's tone was filled with sorrow and disappointment. When Han Li heard this, he couldn't help but inwardly roll his eyes. Using the refined crystal on his own magic treasure couldn't be considered a waste, but since he was asking for a favor, he pretended not to hear this. At that moment, Han Li had followed the two into the cave, but had managed to keep a distance away from them, intentionally or otherwise, to prevent them from discovering anything strange. The cave was dark, but this was easily solved for cultivators by pouring spiritual power into their eyes. Due to this, they were able to see clearly without any problems. The cave's width and height were exactly the same as the entrance, and the colors of the stone were a consistent yellow. Along the way, Han Li casually used one of his swords to cut the stone wall. As a result, it revealed specks of silver light, much to Han Li's astonishment. As Han Li walked forward, he learned the insect control technique from the monarch of soul divergence. Although the incantation for the technique was cryptic due to being formed from ancient characters, Han Li was able to learn it with a bit of explanation from the old eccentric. With a sudden understanding, Han Li was able to smoothly employ the technique. With the technique imparted, the old man grew silent once more. Han Li contemplated the incantation a moment more and verified that it was correct before casually brushing his sleeve across his waist and removing a spirit beast pouch. A short moment later, gold-devouring beetles began to silently fly from his sleeve and across the passageway. With his other party members over 30 meters ahead of him, they were unable to sense Han Li's actions. In the time it took to finish a cup of tea, the gold-devouring beetles had completely left him. Han Li then withdrew the sleeve and formed an incantation gesture. Following that, he uttered an incantation in his mind and spread it with his spiritual sense to the cave entrance where a large swarm of gold-devouring beetles was gathered. The gold-devouring beetles suddenly shined with golden light, and the flying insects soon grew vague as they tunneled into the stone walls without the slightest resistance. They were no longer in sight and the rock's surface wasn't damaged in the slightest. Sensing this with his spiritual sense, Han Li recalled it with relief and began to quicken his steps. After walking for a time more, they arrived at the start of a winding road. The other two had stopped walking, much to Han Li's shock. He hastily looked forward and saw that the passageway had doubled in width. The spacious path was covered with stalagmites and stalactites that faintly released lines of silver light, illuminating the cave. The silver lines were exceptionally strange. Although they were incorporeal, they each appeared to nearly contain their own form. Marquis Nanlong stared at the lines of silver ahead of him and deeply sighed. These must be the Greatnorth essence lights. Although you two fellow Daoists might know something of it, I must warn you to not rashly use any spiritual power or treasures apart from the Yin Yang ring when inside. If the Greatnorth essence lights sense any spiritual power leak, we will certainly die. Han Li grew silent and he didn't reply. He simply waved his sleeve and summoned a jet-black ring that circled once in the air before dropping into his hand, revealing a flicker of light. Chapter 8:15 Greatnorth Essence Lights. When Marquis Nanlong and Lu Wang saw Han Li taking out the Yin Yang ring, they immediately blurred and appeared close behind him wearing solemn expressions. It appeared they wanted Han Li to take the lead. Han Li held the ring in his hand and blew a mist of azure essence qi onto it. In a flicker of black light, the azure qi was cleanly absorbed by the ring. Afterwards, it flew above Han Li's head and remained still as it floated above him. Han Li raised his hand and struck the ring with a spell seal. The yin-yang ring trembled and it began to fluctuate in size before growing to about 20 meters wide. Go! Han Li pointed at the ring and uttered the command. Releasing a strange hum, the huge ring began to spring forward. Marquis Nanlong and Lu Wang gazed at the following scene with a solemn expression. As the huge ring came across the countless lines of light floating in the air, an inconceivable scene occurred. The lines of light rippled like disturbed water. In the instant that the huge ring tread across the lights, it flickered with black light and caused the lines of light to distort around it, creating a passageway through them. When the party saw this, they all smiled with relief. However, Han Li was still curious about the might of the Greatnorth essence lights. After some thought, he slapped his storage pouch and took out a blue fist-sized pearl, a top-grade defensive magic tool that he had acquired in the past. Holding it in his hand, Han Li poured a bit of spiritual power into it, causing a blue light barrier to surge around it. With a flip of his hand, the pearl shot forward. As soon as the pearl of blue light entered the Greatnorth essence lights, the silver lines flocked towards it as if they had seen prey. These fine lines penetrated through the blue light pearl from every angle as if nothing were there. A short moment later, the silver lines sparked and the pearl combusted, leaving behind a beautiful sparkle that eventually faded away to reveal the silver lines that remained. Han Li narrowed his eyes and his fellow party members turned sullen at the sight. Han Li's expression remained normal and he waved his hand. The huge ring flew back above them and silently dropped down, covering them on all sides. Afterwards, a barrier of black light emerged from the ring and enveloped the three cultivators. Let's go. With that said, Han Li walked forward and began to move the yin-yang ring. Marquis Nanlong and Lu Wang didn't dare to delay the slightest bit while inside the barrier and closely followed after Han Li. Although the ring did offer protection against the Greatnorth essence lights, they didn't dare to raise any additional defenses and risk provoking them. As for Han Li, he maintained a calm appearance, but he still felt somewhat worried. Once the huge ring entered the Greatnorth essence lights, the lights parted away as expected and they made way for the black light barrier. Han Li felt relief at the sight of this and turned around to see that his party members had also relaxed. Han Li smiled and slowly moved forward with the yin-yang ring. In an area of Devilfall Valley covered in snow and ice, there was a group of black-clothed ghost spirit sect cultivators that were using their various magic treasures to fight against a giant lizard. Floating close by was the old man with a pale complexion surnamed Zhou. He was floating in the air as he watched the core formation cultivators fighting in a frenzy. Seeing that the 7 sect disciples weren't able to dispatch the ancient beast after some time, he frowned and personally took action. Elder Zhong formed an incantation gesture with his hands and countless strands of pitch-black qi emerged from his body. They then condensed together to form a jet-black flood dragon that charged at the lizard with overbearing force. Soon after, a huge net of dark green light glowed from behind it and enveloped both of the flood dragon and the lizard. Countless green fist-sized fireballs then condensed from the net and rained down upon the lizard beast with a thunderous explosion. Black light intertwined with green flames illuminated the area and then faded away a moment later to reveal a charred lizard corpse. Elder Zhong swept his sleeve and blew the ancient beast over 30 meters away in a gale, revealing a crack in the ice beneath it. The crack led downward, revealing a passage underneath it that shined with a faint white light. Go! Elder Zhong gloomily commanded. Then he shot into the passage in a black blur and the other ghost spirit sect cultivators followed after him without hesitation. Wang Chan and Yen Rian were amongst the group of disciples, but Wang Tiangu and the ghost spirit sect master were nowhere to be seen. Soon the ghost spirit sect cultivators all entered the crack in the ice and the scene above ground became calm once more. However, snow continued to fall down and a sheet of ice froze over the ancient beast's body, turning it into an unremarkable snow mound. In the forest the ghost spirit sect had first visited, Violet Spirit looked at what appeared to be a small familiar mound after spending the time it took to finish a cup of tea. Lost in thought, she raised her head to look for any huge trees around her. Then she lowered her head to look at the earth mound below her before shooting a streak of white light at the mound with a flick of her finger. With a muffled ping, a 3-meter-wide hole appeared in the earth in front of her. Gray ash scattered from the hole, revealing a damp hole with scorched tree roots. With a smile on her face, Violet Spirit muttered, "This should be it. The Ghost Spirit sect was able to find it much quicker than I did." However, they didn't expect that someone would be looking for their tracks. They left in such a hurry that they left a trail behind. With a wave of her sleeve, the earth pit was reburied and she took out an azure talisman. After that, she walked once around the large trees nearby and stuck it onto one of them. Then, in a flicker of azure light, the talisman sank into the tree and disappeared without a trace. Finished with the talisman, she flew off after confirming her direction. In a huge canyon, an old Daoist was looking down at the various colored restriction in front of him and muttered to himself. There were 2 puppets with fiendish appearances standing motionlessly behind him. At the other edge of the canyon, there was a mass of crimson light that continuously wavered. It was one of the passageways into the valley depths. The path was short, but it was filled with several formidable ancient restrictions. Although the old Daoist was skilled with spell formations, it was likely he wouldn't be able to dissolve the restrictions in a short amount of time. Perhaps lacking the time to find another entrance or due to an immediate need to enter the valley depths, he began to test the restrictions but remained hesitant. What? Does Daoist Heaven Crystal feel that he can't take on the restrictions alone? How about I help? Suddenly, the old Daoist heard a gloomy voice speak from behind him. The old man was Daoist Heaven Crystal, who had exchanged the soul stones with Han Li at Soaring Heaven City. As for the 2 fiendish puppets standing behind him, they were 2 of the ancient puppets that he had repaired, each possessing the power of an early nascent soul cultivator. When he had tested their power, it took great effort for him to subdue one of them. With these servants under him, he had gathered the courage to enter Devilfall Valley in search of treasure. At that moment, Daoist Heaven Crystal quickly turned around, startled from hearing a voice speak from behind. About 200 meters behind him, there were several green-robed cultivators silently floating in the air. The one who spoke was the leading green-robed man that had a gloomy expression and long facial hair. When Daoist Heaven Crystal examined them, he felt his heart drop. These men were all nascent soul cultivators. Difficulty suppressing the amazement in his heart, he wryly smiled and said, "So it was the controlling spirit sect's fellow Daoist Dongmen. I do not recognize these other fellow Daoists. Are they also elders from your sect?" The controlling spirit sect Master Dongmen too glanced at the 2 fiendish puppets and said, "You should consider them as such for the time being. Moreover, those 2 puppets behind you seem exceptional. Their power can't be underestimated." Daoist Heaven Crystal cautiously said, "Fellow Daoist Dongmen must be joking. How can these meager puppets draw your attention? Nevertheless, how do you plan on comparing with me?" Dongmen too stared at the old Daoist and said, "Although I've resided in the controlling spirit sect for long, I didn't make much outside contact. Despite this, I've heard of your reputation as a spell formation master. As lacking as I may be, I've also studied something of spell formations. Alone, it would take us too long to break through the restrictions, but together the odds will be far greater." When Daoist Heaven Crystal heard him, he frowned in thought and still appeared hesitant. Dongmen Tu's expression turned gloomy, but he remained patient as he said, "What? Does fellow Daoist Heaven Crystal believe that I will be a liability? How about this? Let's have our cooperation be limited to dissolving the restrictions. After that we'll go our separate ways and I won't make things difficult for you without reason. And don't forget that even if you can break the restrictions alone, it will take up too much of your time. The valley depths are where one is most likely to find treasures, but I fear they will be swept away by the others by the time you get inside. According to my knowledge, this path to enter the valley depths has been well studied by other spell formation masters." When Daoist Heaven Crystal heard this, his heart stirred and he raised his head to look at the other 5 green-robed cultivators standing behind him. He eventually nodded and said, "Since you made the offer, I will accept. We will work together to break the restrictions, but after we enter the valley depths, we will go about our own business." Dongmen too immediately smiled and quickly said, "Hee hee. That will do. Fellow Daoist Heaven Crystal, please rest assured. Given the power of your 2 puppets, how could I force you to do anything? After we enter the depths, we'll rely on luck in our search for treasures." Chapter 8:16. The Valley Depths. After glancing at everything in front of him, Hanli couldn't help but wear a peculiar expression and mutter, "This is the Valley Depths?" At the bottom of a steep 3-kilometer-tall cliff, there was a small cave that he just emerged from not long ago. Marquis Nanlong and Lu Wing stood side by side as they glanced at the scene before them, both of them wearing odd expressions. There a huge mountain range before them with countless mountains of varying sizes. It reached out as far as the eye could see. Additionally, the world that surrounded them had areas glowing with rainbow light, be it sky or earth. The areas of rainbow light varied in size, with some reaching several kilometers in size, covering the sky, while the small ones were only about a meter large and shined with weaker radiance, but all of them were extremely beautiful. What caused Han Li and the others to be astonished was not the clouds of light, but the chaotic nature of the spiritual sense around them. Regardless of the attribute of spiritual qi, they all mingled together and gave people of a feeling of immense unease, as if the very world would lash out at them with a single wrong move. Marquis Nanlong sighed after recollecting his thoughts and said, "This place is certainly where the ancient cultivators fought. The worldly spiritual qi is thoroughly destroyed here. As a result, it will have an influence on any of our techniques." Han Li wryly smiled and pointed to the sky. "That is only a secondary concern. That is what is going to be most troublesome." About a kilometer above them in the sky, there was a group of over 10-foot-long arcs of white light floating there. It greatly startled Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiing when they clearly saw what it was. Lu Weiing shouted in astonishment, "How can there be so many spatial tiers? And how can they wander?" Marquis Nanlong's expression also grew unsightly. After noticing Marquis Nanlong's change in expression, Han Li chuckled and said, "This should be expected. Since this was the battlegrounds of ancient cultivators, there should be more spatial tears here than the outside. Why else would so many nascent soul cultivators enter only to never return? We can only rely on Master Tsong Kuan's map on the path forward, or else. Brother Han does make sense. We definitely can't take any risks and tread off the path. Else there may be some invisible spatial tears there." However, there was still much to fear from the wandering spatial tears, but so long as they paid attention to them, they shouldn't pose much danger. After saying this, the Marquis regained his calm. Lu Weiing tensely frowned as he stared at another arc filled with spatial tears. He pensively mentioned, "However, the number of these spatial tears is over 10 times greater than that on the outside. Those words only apply if the invisible spatial tears don't wander as well. If the invisible spatial tears roam and scatter like the visible ones, then Master Tsong Kuan's map might not also be very safe." When Han Li heard this, he was stunned and he turned his head. Blue light brightly shined from his eyes as he glanced at an area over 300 meters away, discovering a vague arc of light motionlessly floating there. He calmed down after looking at it for a while. But then, just as he pondered about whether or not he should leak this information to the other two, Marquis Nanlong hesitantly spoke, as if misunderstanding Han Li's pondering for worry. "There is no need for you fellow Daoists to be worried. The invisible spatial tiers don't move. Master Tsong Kuan has mentioned this in his records." Lu Weiying's spirit stirred and he suspiciously asked, "Is Brother Nanlong certain? How did Master Tsong Kuan learn about it?" Marquis Nanlong looked at the two and calmly said, "Brother Lu should realize that in the past Master Tsong Kuan had suffered from grave injuries. It should come as a question as to how he was able to safely leave Devilfall Valley. By relying on a technique that he had cultivated, he was able to sense the locations of spatial tears before leaving the valley. How else could he have left the valley with such grave injuries?" Having heard this, the old man felt a wave of relief. There are such techniques in this world. In that case, it wasn't due to luck that Master Tsong Kuan was able to escape from Devilfall Valley. Han Li's expression stirred as well and he sighed with relief. Marquis Nanlong's worries faded away upon seeing this. He feared that his two party members would be intent on retreating. He was particularly worried about Han Li, who he found immensely difficult to read. Since Han Li would be the main force in the fight against the ancient flame toad, he needed to convince him to move forward. With a stern expression, the Marquis then said, "Let's go. According to what the record said, we cannot fly too quickly and it will take about a day of travel until we arrive at the ancient flame toad's nest. Be careful on the way there." Han Li faintly smiled and said, "Fellow Daoist Nanlong should be worried about taking care of himself. Fellow Daoist Lu and I will look after ourselves with care. Old man Lu nodded in agreement. Satisfied, Marquis Nanlong said, then let us set off. We've wasted enough time as it is. He then recognized his bearings and wrapped himself in a ball of light before slowly flying off. Han Li and the old man glanced at each other and also took to the air. They closely followed after Marquis Nanlong without taking even a step off track. If they flew even a few meters off course, it was possible they could wander into a spatial tear of an ancient restriction. As such, the party was undoubtedly careful. The path taken along the way was incredibly strange. There were times it would go straight and others where it would move in an entire circle. But regardless, they would stop every 2 hours and make sure of their location before continuing forward. Additionally, Marquis Nanlong didn't look at any jade slips on the way. It was clear he had already memorized the path. Han Li maintained a neutral appearance, but on the way he was memorizing every step of the path back. As such, if there were any unexpected development, he would have a path to flee for his life. He reckoned that Lu Weiing was most likely doing the same. After all, cultivators who mastered the basic elemental cultivation arts gained perfect memory. Remembering some directions was an effortless task. Their flight continued for almost an entire day and they hadn't encountered any danger. Han Li felt at ease, believing that the Marquis had acquired the genuine route that Master Song Kuan had used when traveling through Yellow Maple Valley. As Han Li continued memorizing the path while following Marquis Nanlong, he diligently scanned his surroundings with his spiritual sense. He reckoned that he encountered at least 4 areas that were guarded with formidable restrictions along the path. There were also a few areas that seemed amiss. He wasn't able to determine whether they were spell formations of abnormalities produced from spiritual chi fluctuations. Han Li was quite curious about these areas as he knew that they were likely to contain treasures left behind from ancient cultivators. Although Han Li felt eager excitement to explore these areas, he restrained himself. Although Han Li possessed some understanding of certain ancient cultivator restrictions, he also knew full well ancient were incredibly formidable. Only spatial tears posed a greater danger than they did. Even with his bright sight spirit eyes being able to see through, there was still a significant chance of him provoking a profound spell formation. Currently, common ancient treasures no longer tempted him. Having entered the valley, so long as he acquired the core of the ancient flame toad, the remnant treasures of the ancient cultivator, the spirit kindle fruit and the Tailsilver, it can be considered that he had reaped massive gains. With the benefits and drawbacks considered, Han Li abandoned any intention of doing anything dangerous. Then his gaze was drawn over to Lu Weiing. The old man wore a sullen expression and he occasionally glanced into the distance. Han Li inwardly sighed. It seemed that if the old man couldn't acquire the items he wanted from the ancient cultivator remains, he would most likely have to search the valley depths. It wasn't a matter of greed, but rather desperation. Han Li knew that if his lifespan also reached his end, he would also take the risk. After all, if he succeeded, his life would be prolonged and his cultivation art would advance. As Han Li considered this, he couldn't help but a trace of sorrow. At that moment, Marquis Nanlong ceased flying and looked to the area in front of him, his expression wavering. Han Li frowned at the sight of this and faintly felt a sense of dread. He glanced around him and he immediately stared at Marquis Nanlong's back in silence. Below them was a small mountain that was over 300 meters tall. It was entirely unremarkable. Ahead of them was an extremely tall mountain range. It was clearly said that it would take a day's travel to reach the nest of the ancient flame toad, but they hadn't flown long enough, so it was clear this wasn't their objective. Lu Weiing was puzzled by this sudden stop. Appearing surprised, he puzzlingly asked, "Brother Nanlong, what happened? Why aren't we moving forward?" When Marquis Nanlong heard this, he slowly turned around to look at his other 2 party members. He bitterly smiled and said, "It seems we've encountered a problem. We might need to brave a bit of danger." The old man's expression blanked and he bewilderedly said, "Brother Nanlong, what do you mean?" Han Li stroked his nose, but he remained silent. However, he also wore a curious expression. "Fellow Daoists, do you see the 2 mountains in the distance?" Marquis Nanlong pointed to 2 mountains that highly remembered one another. "Of course, does this problem have something to do with them?" Lu Weiing astonishedly asked. "Precisely." Marquis Nanlong spoke with complete certainty. Chapter 817. 10 Supreme Poisons. Lu Weiing noticed nothing out of the ordinary about the two mountains and bafflingly asked, "Is there something wrong with these two mountains? From now on we're setting off to one of those two mountains. The point where they join together will be the ancient flame toad's nest. However, there is a group of soaring purple-lined scorpions that dwell on the left side of the mountain range. Although they only number in the tens, each one of them is ferocious. I fear that we will most likely alarm them. It will be quite troublesome." Lu Weiing shouted in alarm, "Soaring purple-lined scorpions? Those fearsome insects that eliminated all the cultivators of the Ocean Mist sect in the state of Wangshui?" When Han Li heard the name soaring purple-lined scorpions, he felt a wave of shock. Marquis Nanlong sighed and said, "That's right. It's those vicious insects. Additionally, this lot is much more fearsome than the swarm that emerged in the state of Wangshui. They've lived for tens of thousands of years and their bodies are entirely black-purple." Lu Weiing lost his composure and glared at Marquis Nanlong. He bluntly said, "Fellow Daoist Nanlong, don't tell me you're joking? How could we afford to provoke purple-lined scorpions? If there were only 2 of 3 of them we could deal with them if we were careful, but there are over 10 of them. Wouldn't we be sending ourselves to our deaths if we approached them?" The Marquis wore a helpless expression and explained, "There is one other path, but it is even more dangerous. The other path is filled with a large number of invisible spatial tiers. It isn't something that we can tread through. Since we can't identify the location of the invisible tiers, the purple-lined scorpions is definitely the safer option." Lu Weiing remained dumbfounded for a long while. Needless to say, purple-lined scorpions were preferable to spatial tiers, particularly invisible ones. When Han Li heard of the invisible spatial tiers, he looked into the distance and his gaze began to wander. Han Li finally broke his silence and spoke with a wry tone. It seemed the Master Tsang Kuan had taken the path with the spatial tiers. He should have been able to avoid them with his abilities. When Marquis Nanlong heard this, he bitterly smiled and said, "Brother Han is right. Without Master Tsang Kuan's abilities, we have no way to safely avoid the spatial tears. In comparison, a battle with the purple-lined scorpions is far less dangerous." Lu Weiing strongly shook his head and said, "That won't do. We definitely cannot fight the purple-lined scorpions. You only heard of what had happened in the state of Wangshui, but I personally took part in the purple-lined scorpions' extermination as a representative of the Heaven Peak sect. They are fearsome beyond your imagination. Provoking all of them at once is a death sentence." The old man's fear towards the scorpions was beyond what Marquis Nanlong had anticipated. He originally believed that they would have prevailed over the scorpions despite a bit of challenge. Now he wore an expression of hesitation. At that moment, Han Li frowned and began to recall the information of the purple-lined scorpions from the exotic insect rankings. Soaring purple-lined scorpions were ranked 14 on the rankings of exotic insects, close to the ranking of gold-devouring beetles. If it weren't for the small number of eggs that the scorpions laid and their limited numbers, their ranking would likely be above the gold-devouring beetles. Although they didn't have the same ability to devour everything like the gold-devouring beetles, their defenses were about the same and couldn't be harmed by ordinary magic treasures. Additionally, their speed was amazingly fast and they were incredibly venomous, earning them their high position on the exotic insect rankings. Not to mention that these purple-lined scorpions had resided in Devilfall Valley for countless years. They had already reached the peak form of maturation where their bodies turned black-purple. However, it appeared Marquis Nanlong only knew a smidgen on how fearsome these insects were. Contrarily, the old man had witnessed their power before and paled at the mention of them. As Marquis Nanlong's expression turned gloomy, Han Li coldly chuckled. Marquis Nanlong had only mentioned the purple-lined scorpions after they've arrived this far. It seemed it wasn't done out of any good intentions but to keep them from fleeing. Since they had arrived so far, they would both feel reluctant at returning without having made any gains and feel obliged to face the danger. Han Li continued weighing his options as he considered the danger of dealing with the purple-lined scorpions and what there was to gain. After all, he would have to reveal his abilities to see through spatial tears in order to take the other path. As it was his most crucial ability for guiding him through the valley, he wouldn't tell it to others unless it was absolutely necessary. While Han Li pondered with a lowered head, Lu Weiing stood in place with a gloomy expression, fear betrayed from his eyes. Marquis Nanlong also glanced at the mountains with the purple-lined scorpions with a wavering expression. For a time the three stood in place without knowing whether to advance or retreat. After a long spell of silence, Han Li's expression stirred and he lifted his head to reveal a slight smile. Although Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiing appeared absent-minded, they were closely paying attention to the actions of their companions and noticed Han Li's movements. Marquis Nanlong immediately turned his head to look at Han Li and he asked, "What? Could it be that Brother Han has a good idea?" A trace of hope could be heard from his tone. Lu Weiing also turned to look at Han Li with excitement. However, Han Li didn't immediately reply. Instead he grasped high storage pouch, taking out a small green bottle. He asked, "Have you two fellow Daoists heard of the 10 supreme poisons?" Lu Weiing said with a start, "The 10 supreme poisons? I've heard of it before. I heard that they possessed an inconceivably venomous. Even if cultivators like us were to make contact with the poison, we could come to an immediate end. I have heard that Wei Wuxia mainly cultivated venomous techniques, allowing him to utilize one of the 10 supreme poisons, corpse venom. When other cultivators fight him, they dare not to grow too close to him or they would risk perishing without warning." Marquis Nanlong looked at the small bottle in Han Lil's hand and quickly said, "However, I heard that a few of the 10 supreme poisons had other miraculous uses apart from their deadly applications. Could it be that fellow Daoist Han has one of these poisons?" Han Li raised the small bottle and explained, "It seems there is no need for me to say anything. You've already guessed it. This bottle contains one of the 10 supreme poisons, Jade Dove. It is said that this poison is refined from the saliva of a demon bird with a jade beak. Brother Han means to say." A trace of happiness appeared on Lu Weiying's face. Han Li promptly answered, "The purple-lined scorpions may be durable, but so long as we use the poison to draw them away from the mountains, it will give us the opportunity to cross it." "How can we draw them away with the poison?" I forgot that fellow Daoist was skilled in puppet techniques. Smearing a few puppets with the poison will be enough to attract the scorpions." At that moment Marquis Nanlong wore a smile. Once that was said, Han Li's expression remained unchanged as he mused. "Marquis Nanlong speaks of the matter quite easily and has pushed the matter completely onto me with only a few words. Rather, his eternal flight orioles would do just as well. Last time several of my puppets were destroyed in the fight against the huge python." Although Han Li felt somewhat dissatisfied, he calmly nodded. Because this was but a small matter, he wasn't going to have a falling out over it. After all, they were still only halfway to their objective, and the poison was originally one of the treasures left behind by Master Tsong Kuan after all. With Han Li's medicinal experience, Han Li was to recognize the poison with a single smell and he immediately put it away. Now that he thought about it, it was quite possible that Master Tsong Kuan had left behind the poison in preparation to deal with purple-lined scorpions. However, it seemed excessively affectionate and out of character for Master Tsong Kuan to think of scheme every step for his descendants to acquire treasure. Having recalled Master Tsong Kuan's ruins, he recalled the portrait of the three-headed six-armed demon beast, feeling that there was something mysterious about it. Since Marquis Nanlong has previously said that he was a descendant of Master Tsong Kuan, he should know something of it. But regardless of whatever there is that is amiss, Han Li was only cared with acquiring the core of the ancient flame toad. He wouldn't involve himself in matters that didn't concern him and risk attracting problems to himself. As Han Li came to this conclusion, his hands continued to move. With a casual slap of his storage pouch, he summoned 5 streaks of light from his storage pouch, revealing themselves to be huge 8 puppets. Han Li promptly took out several small jade bottles and poured in a drop of the jade dove poison into each of them before properly sealing the bottles. He then gave them to the 8 puppets for them to tightly grasp. Then under the guidance of Marquis Nanlong, Han Li ordered his huge 8 puppets to silently make their way to the left mountain top. After they made it part of the way, Han Li turned to his party and said, "Let us set out too. We can't be too far away from the puppets. When the puppets attract the scorpions, we'll have to move as quickly as possible across the mountain or we may miss our chance." The Marquis and the old man raised no objections and they closely followed after the 8 puppets alongside him. Soon the 8 puppets arrived at the mountain peak. Han Li and the others were a couple kilometers away in concealment. At that moment the 8 puppets used the entirety of their strength to crush the small bottles in their hands. Suddenly, a putrid smell immediately spread through the mountain and the 8 puppets flew off to one side of the mountain. Chapter 8:18. Lava. Although Han Li's plan seemed reasonable, it wasn't guaranteed that the poison would have any effect. As a matter of fact, Han Li wasn't completely certain of the poison itself. After all, everything he knew of the 10 supreme poisons was from records. He hadn't personally experienced them. A moment later, any doubts the 3 cultivators possessed were completely banished. When the huge 8 puppets had flown 100 meters, the previously still mountain was filled with bewildered screams. As soon as Han Li heard them, he suddenly felt the qi and blood in his body roil while his mind did cloud over. He nearly fell from the sky. In his alarm, he hastily circulated the entirety of the spiritual qi in his body and stopped himself from falling. He then turned his head to look at his party members with his bright-side eyes. They weren't in any better shape and their bodies also shook several times before they managed to recover. Han Li frowned, overwhelmed with shock. That strange scream attack hadn't targeted his spiritual sense but the qi that the body possessed. Despite how powerful his spiritual sense was, it had no method of blocking this scream attack. It came as a surprise to him that the purple-line scorpions possessed this innate ability. It was clear to see that the records didn't describe everything. As Han Li was mulling over what had happened, he saw 10 or so purple-black streaks shoot out from the mountain and chase after the huge 8 puppets in a blur. In that moment, Han Li hastily ordered the puppets to fly at their greatest speed and tear through the sky in streaks of white light. Although it was only for an instant, Han Li was able to roughly see the purple-black streaks. In addition to their astonishing 3-meter-long bodies, they had a pair of transparent wings and a purple-black carapace that shined with light. Aside from their size and wings, they appeared completely the same as an ordinary scorpion. The scorpion at the very front of the swarm was twice as large as the others, appearing to be their leader. With the dreadful appearance of yellow mist trailing from its mouth, Han Li couldn't help but stare at it. The huge apes were clearly slower than the purple insects, but they had a head start. They drew the purple-line scorpions away for the time being and soon became black dots in the distance. Soon Han Li loudly shouted, "Go! Some of the puppets have already been caught in restrictions. They will be overtaken soon." As soon as that was said, Han Li ceased concealing himself and shot forward, streaking through the air. His other 2 party members immediately set out after him, making their way to the mountaintop. All 3 knew that if they didn't rush past the mountain in this instant, it would be extremely troublesome given the speed of the purple-line scorpions. Fortunately, they all moved quickly. Even without using the thunderstorm wings, Han Li was able to fly towards the mountain in the blink of an eye with his deeper cultivation. At that moment he felt the connections to his 8 puppets disappear one by one. Dread filling his heart, Han Li sped past the scorpion's nest. When the cultivators made it to the other side of the mountain, they felt a wave of relief. Marquis Nanlong smiled and said, "Fortunately, thanks to Brother Han's jade of poison and his puppets, we were able to make it past that trial. It would have been quite a hassle otherwise." Han Li looked at Marquis Nanlong and calmly said, "It was nothing. It was only a matter of chance." Han Li skirted over the matter, knowing that the jade dove poison was originally something that Master Song Kun had left behind. Lu Weiying also complimented Han Li for easily resolving the matter. Han Li smiled and muttered a few words in response before heading on their way. After continuing on for half a day without anything else happening, the temperature in the air began to rise. The mountain ridge also became verdant as they continued forward, a stark contrast to the barren land that had surrounded them before. Eventually they arrived at a point where even the mountain rocks had become a fire-red color. A few of the nearby mountains even had cracks glowing with lava scattered across them that released burning air and gray ash like a prison of scorching earth. Han Li and Lu Weiying revealed surprise upon seeing this, but Marquis Nanlong remained calm as he knew that they hadn't deviated from the path. Not long after, the 3 arrived at a huge red mountain that was over 10 kilometers tall. Most of the mountain was covered in glowing red clouds and was surrounded by much smaller mountains, making it appear far more prominent. When Marquis Nanlong saw the mountain, he stopped flying and the light surrounding him vanished. Han Li and the old man glanced at each other with excitement, knowing that they had arrived. Marquis Nanlong let out a long sigh and he turned around, saying, "Fellow Daoists, there is a cave below the mountain which is the nest of the ancient flame toad and where the ancient cultivator remains reside. It is said that the creature is powerful. Let's talk about how we should deal with it." "Below the mountain?" Han Li raised his brow when he heard this, and he soon spread out his spiritual sense. As expected, there was a huge fire-red cave inside the mountain that occasionally released waves of burning winds. Fearing that any further prying would alert the flame toad within, Han Li withdrew his spiritual sense. Lu Weiying quickly said, "What is there to discuss? Fellow Daoist Han will take charge with his ice attribute techniques, and we will provide support in slaying the flame toad." "Brother Lu, this matter isn't so simple. According to Tsang Kuan's records, the ancient flame toad's nest is half submerged in lava. The beast will be able to flee into the lava when it is injured and quickly recover. Additionally, we will not have the advantage in that environment. Our best plan of action would be to place down a spell formation and draw the toad out of its nest. I have prepared an ice attribute spell formation precisely for this reason." Lu Weiying raised no objections after hearing the Marquis, and Han Li didn't find anything amiss about it either. With their plan of attack decided, they began to make preparations. In addition to Marquis Nanlong's formation, Han Li also placed down his own spell formations to deal with any unexpected occurrences. With that done, the cultivators concealed themselves as they waited for Han Li to lure the flame toad out of its cave. Han Li slapped his storage pouch and took out his remaining white wolf puppet. He then sat down near the edge of the spell formation and sent the puppet into the mountain cave. Chapter 8:19. Lure. Controlling the puppet with a trace of his spiritual sense, Han Li was able to clearly see the entirety of the cave's interior. There was a natural-made tunnel that was about 30 meters long ahead of the wolf puppet. The stone walls were black and red, and there were occasional threads of flame that leaked through cracks, causing the nearby air to be warped by heat. Han Li was convinced that if weaker cultivators were to enter the passage, they wouldn't be able to defend against the heat and would shortly lose consciousness. Since the white wolf was a mechanical puppet, the problem didn't apply to it. Not long after, it arrived in an underground world of red. The area was a kilometer wide, but a majority of it was submerged in boiling lava. The sound of it splattering inspired a fear of being boiled alive. Surrounding the lake was glowing scarlet ground that was covered in sparse greenery. The plants came as a surprise, but it was clear to see that it was a rare type of spirit grass. However, the white wolf puppet showed no interest in the spirit grass and focused on a protrusion in the lava. The monster was currently lying on its back and was loudly breathing in its sleep. Its body was 10 meters wide, nearly 20 meters long. With the addition of its glowing fire-red body, it possessed an unordinary aura. Occasionally when the beast breathed, it would release a cloud of red mist around itself. This must be the ancient flame toad. Han Li was able to clearly see the beast and carefully examined it for a long while. Afterwards, he turned his attention towards the stone platform jutting from the lava lake. The stone platform appeared ancient. Although the platform's surroundings were caved with many decorative designs and talisman characters, its four corners were already worn down. At the center of the platform were the remains of a green-robed cultivator, haphazardly lying down. The robes were simple but had a strange style. At a glance, one could tell they weren't clothes from a modern cultivator. Additionally, despite the years that had passed, the gown still appeared new as it glowed with a faint green light. The remains inside the robes had long rotted away, only revealing translucent bones as clear as crystal. Having closely examined the remains, Han Li glanced at the ancient flame toad before withdrawing his strand of spiritual sense from the puppet and having the spiritual sense sneak towards the remains. He decided to first take a look at whether or not the body possessed any treasures. At first glance, he wasn't able to discover the existence or any treasures or a storage pouch on the body, much to his worry. However, it was possible the treasures were hidden near the stone platform or were perhaps hidden inside the green robes. The strand of spiritual sense arrived above the remains, but when it sank down to them, a change occurred. The green robes brightly shone and created a barrier of green light around it, repelling the strand of spiritual sense and causing a wave of odd spiritual chi fluctuations nearby. The sleeping ancient flame toad seemed to detect this and quickly opened its eyes, glancing around to find the white wolf puppet at the cave's entrance. "Not good," Han Li shouted in his mind. The strand of spiritual sense immediately returned to the wolf puppet, and the puppet hastily turned around and fled in a streak of white light. At that same time, the round flame toad flipped over and leaped into the air before landing on a huge rock in a crouched position. It glanced at the white wolf's afterimage and furiously croaked. Soon after, it pounced off the rock and chased after the puppet while enveloped in a red mist. The ancient flame toad is on its way. Be on guard. Hidden near the spell formation, Han Li's lips moved as he sent a voice transmission to his two party members. Their faces froze as they glanced at the mountain from a distance. A white streak shot out from within and directly flew towards the party of cultivators. A moment later, a ball wrapped in red mist flew out from the cave, closely chasing after it. Speed was just as fast as an early nascent soul cultivator. Han Li's expression stirred at the sight of this. Fortunately, the white wolf puppet was specialized in speed, otherwise it might not have been able to lure it out. With that thought, Han Li willed the wolf puppet to rush at full power without regard to the puppet's integrity. Afterwards, he flipped his hand to summon a ball of blue flame into his palm. When the other two cultivators saw this, they prepared their magic treasures with serious expressions as they quietly waited next to the spell formations. While the distance between the cultivators and the huge mountain appeared great, the white streak and the ball of fire-red mist crossed the distance in the blink of an eye. A stern expression then appeared on Han Li's face as the blue flame in his palm roiled, growing larger. But when the white streak arrived near the spell formation and was just about to rush inside, the flame toad seemed to grow impatient. It loudly croaked and spat out a scarlet fireball while it was still over 100 meters away. When the fireball left its mouth, it wasn't even the size of a head, but when it reached 10 meters out, it suddenly expanded to a gigantic size and overtook the white wolf puppet in a storm of raging flames. Soon the puppet released a muffled explosion from within the flames. The flames traveled incredibly quickly and not even a single trace of the puppet remained behind. Han Li was shaken by the sight of this. The toad's demonic flames were at least an entire level beyond a cultivator's nascent flame. He grew doubtful about whether or not his celestial ice flames would be able to restrain it, but he wasn't too worried. After all, he still had two even more ferocious methods to slay the beast: the purple apex flames and the aureate sword formation. Not to mention that he would be able to slay the beast if he released all the core formation grade puppets he possessed, but in doing so he would take a massive loss. The puppets would likely prove far more useful in other situations. At that moment, the flame toad croaked with satisfaction at having killed the enemy that intruded upon its lair. Then in a blur of red mist, it turned around in a preparation to return. In that moment the three cultivators glanced at each other with dismay. Han Li felt particularly anxious. Since the flame toad's core was a matter of life and death for Nangongwan, Han Li couldn't allow it to escape. A harsh expression on his face, his figure blurred and he shot towards it in a streak of azure light, his lone figure appearing at the edge of the spell formation. Marquis Nanlong and Lu Wang were stunned when they saw this, but they soon realized what Han Li planned. Han Li's appearance had alarmed the flame toad just as he had intended. It quickly turned its head around and rigidly stared at the new enemy that had suddenly appeared close by. It remained motionless as it bewilderedly examined Han Li with one of its eyes. Han Li remained silent and simply raised the ball of flame in his hand while he slapped his storage pouch with his free hand. 6 balls of blue light dropped behind him, revealing themselves to be 10-meter-tall blue tortoise puppets. Under Han Li's mental command, the shells of the 6 huge tortoise puppets began to faintly glow with icy chi, quickly condensing foot-long icicles from their shells. Soon their original meek appearance had turned extremely intimidating. The flame toad seemed to sense Han Li's hostility and a cold glint appeared in its eyes. With a single breath, it released another ball of flame from its mouth. When Han Li saw the fireball expand and shoot towards him with overbearing force, he remained silent and promptly raised the hand holding the ice flames, intending on testing the might of the flame toad's demonic flames. Suddenly an ember of blue ice drifted forward and met the oncoming giant ball of flame. At that point the flame toad's fireball had already expanded to 20 meters in diameter, but the ember of the celestial ice flames was only several inches long. At a glance they didn't appear comparable in the slightest, but upon contact, the flames and blue light ruptured in an astonishing display. A layer of dense blue ice covered the fireball, turning it into a ball of ice with a scarlet flame flickering at its center. Han Li was somewhat shaken by the sight of this. But when the ancient flame toad saw that its fireball was restrained, It was enraged and threw open its mouth, releasing hundreds upon hundreds of fist-sized fireballs in a furious barrage. Han Li pursed his lips and waved his hands. The 6 tortoise puppets lying behind him simultaneously shook their shells, launching the countless icicles that had condensed on their backs towards the barrage of fireballs. Explosions filled the air. Ruptured icicles turned into an icy mist and fireballs imploded into large waves of flame, filling the air with roiling white qi. Han Li stared in front of him and narrowed his eyes. Soon it became clear that the fireballs were far stronger than the tortoise puppet's icicles. A moment later, the wave of fire began to overcome the icy mist. When Han Li saw this, he muttered to himself for a moment before suddenly retreating in a blur. The 6 huge tortoise puppets closely followed after him. At that moment, the wave of flames had completely overwhelmed the icy mist formed from the destroyed icicles and rushed forward without hesitation. But then the 6 tortoise puppets shot out another barrage of icicles, blocking the wave of flames with a glacial mist. Han Li closely stared at the ancient flame toad that now appeared motionless and had its mouth closed. According to the information he had researched about Devilfall Valley, the ancient flame toad should be able to recover its strength by drawing power from lava. In addition, with its immense skill in fire movement techniques, it's able to draw support from flames to travel over 3 kilometers in an instant. Since the interior of the mountain was submerged in a sea of lava, it would easily escape once it entered into the ground. However, Marquis Nanlong and Lu Wang didn't seem to mind this. After all, they were here to acquire the treasure left behind by the deceased ancient cultivator. Even if they couldn't slay the beast, it was all the same if they could acquire the treasures from the cultivator remains. But this was not the case for Han Li, since he needed to acquire the demon beast's core for Nangong Wan. So long as the beast was lured into the spell formation and prevented from escaping, he would be able to wholeheartedly attack it. Making sure it couldn't escape was absolutely crucial. When the ancient flame toad saw that Han Li immediately retreated after fighting, it couldn't help but be puzzled. Since the beast wasn't very intelligent, it blurred forward without much thought and vigorously chased after Han Li. Han Li was overjoyed upon seeing this. After traveling a short distance, the flame toad became surrounded in a barrier of faint blue light. Several white lights flashed from the light barrier, releasing several ice dragons that coiled around the barrier, turning it icy and cold. The flame toad was alarmed and unconsciously came to a stop as it wildly looked around it before releasing a menacing croak. At the same time, light shined from either side of the light barrier and Marquis Nanlong and Lu Wang simultaneously appeared. When the two saw that the flame toad was trapped by the spell formation, they began to unleash attacks without restraint. Marquis Nanlong tossed the jade ring from his hand and Lu Wang unleashed twin blue halberds that spiraled towards the flame toad. As expected, the spell formation's barrier didn't obstruct their treasures in the slightest, and their attacks penetrated the ice barrier to strike the flame toad within. The ice dragons surrounding the light barrier all flew up from it at once and attacked with brandished fangs. When Han Li saw this from a distance, he seized the opportunity to activate a formation flag in his hand, releasing a supplementary restriction in the formation to join together with his party's attacks. When the flame toad saw this, it knew that things were far from good. It released a world-shaking howl and its body suddenly shrank before violently expanding, unleashing its life-saving ability. As soon as the beast howled, foot-long shields of scarlet light appeared all over the flame toad's body. Afterwards they stuck to its body, creating 3 impenetrable barriers of fiery light. At that moment the green jade ring, the ice dragons and the blue twin halberds struck the fiery barrier simultaneously. Then a rumble shook the ice barrier and various colored lights collided, releasing a blinding burst of light. But when the flame toad beast wildly roared again, a meter-wide beam of light suddenly shot out from its mouth, striking a side of the ice barrier. The barrier groaned as it withstood the attack, but after only a moment, a large hole was easily melted through it. Chapter 820. Beast-slaying red light brightly shined from the center of the ice barrier and the huge pillar of flame swept all around the ancient flame toad. Regardless of whether it be the ice dragons or magic treasures, they were all forcefully knocked away. The ancient flame toad's silhouette could be faintly seen within the pillar of light. The column of flame quickly dispersed, and knowing that it was trapped, the ancient flame toad took advantage of this opportunity to attempt an escape. It transformed into a ball of raging flames and shot itself towards the hole it just made in the barrier. When Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiing saw this, they hastily commanded their magic treasures to block the beast from escaping the spell formation, but they were too late. In the blink of an eye, it arrived next to the ice barrier, but then a sharp whistle erupted from the distance as soon as the toad's front legs left the barrier. The toad saw a streak of black light appear and sweep towards it. Immediately after, it felt a burning and icy sensation from its leg, suddenly discovering that a large portion of it was missing. The flame toad trembled for a moment before roaring with unbearable pain. Despite the beast's powerful abilities, it became overwhelmed by pain and promptly fell from the sky. Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiing rejoiced at the sight of this and immediately commanded their treasures to surround the flame toad and unleash a flurry of attacks. The dark green ring blurred several times and transformed into several hundred phantoms, revolving around the flame toad in an attempt to restrain it. As for the twin blue halberds, they turned into 20-meter-long ice pythons in a flash of blue light before pouncing at the toad. Showing itself to be a great beast deserving the fear from Master Tsong Kuan in the past, it showed no sign of being affected from having a missing limb and condensed a dense layer of small light shields around its body in preparation to receive the attacks. The green ring phantoms were incapable of growing any closer to the flame toad's body and restraining it. They were only able to strike at the light shields to little effect. As for the two ice pythons, they were able to restrain the fire element light shields with their own ice attribute attacks. With each pounce they smashed another light shield, but the number of shields seemed endless and the attacks had little effect. But 6 beams of blue light soon joined the barrage of attacks, shattering the light shields with flashes of light. With a loud rumble, the ancient flame toad was overwhelmed despite its attempts to resist. When Marquis Nanlong saw this, he looked to the side in surprise, spotting Han Li, who had appeared nearby at an unknown time. Han Li had his arm raised, black chi scattering from it. Behind him, there were 6 tortoise puppets that were each emitting bowl-thick beams of light that were striking the flame toad. Han Li turned his eyes to glance at the flame toad's severed limb that fell outside the ice barrier. Although it was separated from its body, it still glowed with red light and floated near the ice barrier as if it still possessed spiritual power. When Han Li saw this, his eyes betrayed a trace of astonishment. A moment ago, when Han Li saw that the flame toad was about to escape from the ice barrier, he unleashed the Een Devil Execution in a moment of desperation. However, he didn't expect that the flame toad would still be so tenacious and fierce after it fell. It was still able to endure even under the attacks of 2 nascent soul cultivators and 6 of his puppets. It was no wonder why Master Tsong Kuan didn't dare to fight it while he was weakened. Lu Weiing shouted, "Fellow Daoist Han, those fire attribute shields surrounding his body are endless. I fear we will need you to restrain it with your ice attribute ability, or it will take too much time." The light shields shattered into mist as soon as they were destroyed, and after only a brief delay, the mist was sucked back into the toad's body and the light shields reappeared. It was no wonder why Lu Weiing's voice sounded apprehensive. Even without Lu Weiing pointing this out, Han Li knew what had to be done. With a wave of his sleeve, over 10 sparkling golden swords flew out from his sleeve. The swords revolved around him once before condensing into a 3-meter-long sword that glistened with golden light and released a chilling aura. Lu Weiing and Marquis Nanlong were puzzled upon seeing this. They had expected him to use that fearsome blue flame to deal with the flame toad, not unleash some flying swords. With the huge sword materialized, Han Li expressionlessly waved his hand. In a flash of golden light, the huge sword flew in front of Han Li. Then with breath, he blew a sliver of blue flame onto the huge sword, covering it in a layer of raging blue flame. He hesitated and then clapped his hands together before casting a spell seal, drawing out the divine Devilbane lightning from the sword. Thunder roared, raising countless thin arcs of flickering golden lightning from underneath the blue flames on the sword. A cold glint appeared from Han Li's eyes. As he pointed down at the flame toad, Han Li commanded, "Go." The air rumbled before the sword cleaved towards the flame toad in a streak of gold. After a series of violent but ineffective attacks, Marquis Nanlong's and Lu Weiing's pressure had begun to weaken, granting the flame toad an opportunity to catch its breath. Fire-red spiritual light pulsing from its body, It began to wildly expand as if attempting to break through the barrier with another attack. In the blink of an eye, the huge golden sword arrived at the flame toad's head, striking down as it left of thunder in its wake. The flame toad stared at the golden sword dropping towards it with green eyes and sensed that the sword posed a massive threat to it. Unable to continue expanding its stomach, it strangely croaked and spat out a sparkling scarlet fireball to meet the golden sword's attack. The fireball was only the size of a fist, but it was smooth and flickered with red light as if it were a huge pearl made of flame. As soon as it appeared, the air within the ice barrier became scorching hot. Demon core? It can't be. It isn't material. Han Li was initially frightened when he saw this, but was relieved to discover it wasn't a genuine demon core. After all, the flame toad should be too afraid of the consequences of actually using it. Han Li continued the command, urging the golden sword to chop down at the fireball without any hesitation. With their enhanced sharpness and the might of their condensed numbers, Han Li believed the bamboo cloudsworm swords should be able to slice through it despite how odd the fireball appeared. With a bang, an astonishing scene occurred. As golden and fiery red light intertwined, the huge sword was only able to penetrate halfway through the fireball before the sword was forcefully blocked. What appeared to be contempt appeared in the flame toad's eyes and it howled, rupturing the half-cut fireball. A large expanse of the scarlet light spread out before instantly condensing into a 6-meter-long red python. It leaped up and suddenly coiled around the huge sword, holding it in a rigid grip and restraining it. Han Li was initially stunned, but he soon smirked. With his hands in an incantation seal, he pointed to the huge sword and it wildly flashed with golden light. Soon, arcs of lightning began to appear on the surface of the sword and they all struck the light python that was wrapped around the sword, forcefully repelling it. The huge sword took advantage of this opportunity to disappear with a tremble. A moment later, it made a reappearance above the ancient flame toad and struck down as blue flames surged from the sword's surface. Under the sword's strike, the shields of light surrounding the flame toad were thoroughly frozen by the blue icy flames that surged from the huge sword and shattered. In a single breath, over 10 of the small shields were shattered and the huge sword continued downward, fiercely chopping down at the ancient toad's head. The flame toad didn't expect the situation to take such a dire turn. In its last attack, it had unleashed a fireball that condensed its body's essence flame, and without the chance to catch its breath, the huge sword had shattered its defenses and was cutting towards its head. Fear filled its eyes. Helpless, the flame toad could only open his mouth and launch its jet-black tongue from its mouth with a swoosh. At that same moment, it crouched on its hind legs ready to leap. If it were an ordinary treasure blade, the beast's action would have had an effect. After all, its tongue was incredibly durable and would be able to block common magic treasures without much effort. However, the bamboo cloudsworm swords had been refined with auric essence and were far sharper than ordinary flying swords. As soon as the tongue touched the sword, it was cleaved through in a flash of golden light while the sword continued its descent. Flash. Just as the ancient flame toad leaped up 3 meters, its huge head spun as it flew off its body. Additionally, the light shields surrounding the toad soon scattered into ashes. When Lu Weiying saw this, he shouted with delight, "It's done." Marquis Nanlong sighed and wore a smile. He then held his hands in an incantation gesture and walked towards the ice barrier. "Wait a moment." Han Li coldly shouted, stopping Marquis Nanlong from deactivating the ice barrier. "What is it, Brother Han?" Marquis Nanlong wore a bewildered expression and unconsciously placed his hand on his storage pouch. Lu Weiying also glanced at Han Li, his face revealing a trace of vigilance. Han Li turned a blind eye to their actions and calmly said, "It's only that I've yet to confirm that the flame toad is truly dead. Please don't be too hasty, Brother Nanlong." "What? The flame toad is still alive?" Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiying were shocked to hear this and hastily glanced down toward the ice barrier. They discovered that there was something strange about the flame toad. Its severed head and body were still glowing with light and floating in the air. Chapter 821. Ancient Cultivator remains. 2 clouds of light extended from the separated pieces of the flame toad as they gradually merged together. Its body is immortal. The flame toad actually possesses such an ability? Marquis Nanlong cried out in alarm. Lu Weiying appeared just as shocked. Immortal? There is nothing in this world that is truly immortal. Its vitality is simply more powerful than common demon beasts. Having read many records, Han Li knew what an immortal body was. After he severed the ancient flame toad's arm, Han Li had noticed how strange it appeared and felt that something was amiss. As a result, he had shouted for Marquis Nanlong to not dissolve the barrier, denying the flame toad an opportunity to restore itself and escape. At that moment, Han Li wore a cold smile and pointed at the flame toad's head once more. The huge sword spun around once in the air before splitting into two and chopping down at each of the toad's body parts. In a flicker of blue light, two bangs sounded out. The flame toad's head and body were instantly covered in layers of frost. The scarlet lights was sealed within and were scattered by the flying sword's strike. With the body destroyed, all that remained was a scarlet sphere, the ancient flame toad's demon core. When Marquis Nanlong and Lu Wang saw the demon core, they both felt slight temptation. After all, it was the demon core of an ancient beast with an immortal body. It was likely that it possessed some strange attributes. But when the two recalled the abilities Han Li had earlier displayed as well as his grand reputation, their temptation towards the core was completely stifled. After all, they both clearly realized that with the abilities Han Li had displayed, their odds of victory against him would only be a coin toss. Additionally, it wasn't worth becoming hostile over the core of an unknown ancient beast. There would be far more opportunities for treasure in Devilfall Valley. Although Han Li didn't possess any mind-reading techniques, he could guess what the other two were thinking. In the recent battle with the Flame Toad, neither of them had displayed their full might, as if they were mostly relying on Han Li to slay the beast. As a result, Han Li had maintained a calm appearance, when in truth he grew even warier of the other two cultivators in case they were overcome with foolishness. Now that he saw that they had regained their calm after a momentary change in expression, Han Li felt relieved. Although he wasn't afraid of a fight, it would be better to avoid any risks altogether. Han Li waved his hand toward the ice barrier and summoned the demon core into his palm. Then with a clear ring, the two huge flying swords broke down into over 10 small swords before disappearing into his sleeve. Han Li lowered his head as he glanced at the fire-red demon core in his hand and released a long sigh. He had finally fulfilled one of his objectives in Devilfall Valley. Marquis Nanlong smiled and said, "It is quite fortunate that we had fellow Daoist Han here to slay the ancient flame toad. Let's move into the nest and take a look. Surely Brother Han is also interested in taking a look at the treasures on the remains." Of course. Han Li put away the demon core and nodded. Lu Wang was happy to hear this, and the three soon entered the mountain cave after putting away their spell formations. To tell the truth, Han Li did think about secretly releasing Silvermoon so that she could seize the treasures in the cave first. But given that the other two cultivators were extremely cunning, had paid particularly close attention to Han Li and possessed cultivation superior to his own, it was very likely they would have noticed he had released Silvermoon. It was also worth mentioning that there was something odd about the cultivator remains. Since Han Li felt that there was something amiss, he decided to leave the matter be. The three turned into 3 streaks of light, entering the cave in an instant. The Marquis and Lu Wang were surprised when they saw the lava, but soon ignored it as they glanced around, spotting the stone platform where the ancient cultivator remains laid with expressions of delight. Marquis Nanlong's expression faded and he coolly said, "It seems this should be the remains that Master Tsong Kun mentioned. Let's go there together." Han Li and Lu Wang raised no objections and they immediately moved towards the remains. Floating over 10 meters away from the stone platform, Han Li watched the remains with a trace of eager impatience. The other two were also eager and showed little restraint as they immediately released their spiritual sense to search the remains for treasures. When Han Li saw this, he wore a mysterious smile and said nothing further. He had already discovered something odd about the ancient remains and decided it would be better for the two to experience it for themselves. As a result, the two submerged the skeleton with their spiritual sense and green light burst from its robes. As a result, their spiritual sense was repelled before they were able to see anything, much to their alarm. With a surprised expression, Wei Liang muttered, "There is something strange about those robes." Marquis Nanlong regained his calm and explained, "It is merely a gown made from the silk of an green silkworm. Ancient cultivators made robes from this material to prevent other cultivators from probing them with their spiritual sense. Although they're rare in current times, It was a common item in ancient times. He then swept his hand at the air and summoned the green robe into his hand. As a result, the skeleton was revealed with a small black pouch wrapped around its waist. A storage pouch as expected. Lu Weiying shouted with joy. Marquis Nanlong also felt excitement and flung the green robes to the side as he stared at the black storage pouch with complete focus. When Han Li heard the sound made by the azure robes dropping to the ground, his expression faintly changed for just a moment. As the atmosphere grew tenser, Marquis Nanlong smiled to his two party members and suggested, "If you two are not opposed, will it be fine if I look through the storage pouch first?" "Of course you can. Brother Nanlong, please go ahead." Han Li glanced at the storage pouch and replied with a smile. As for Lu Weiying, he hesitated for a moment before nodding. Marquis Nanlong then stepped forward and carefully took the storage pouch into his hand. He swept through the general contents of it with his spiritual sense and his face became stiff. When Lu Weiying saw this, he couldn't help but say, "Brother Nanlong, what is inside? You may as well let us take a look." Marquis Nanlong nodded and flipped the storage pouch, immediately pouring out its contents in a flash of white light, producing a pile of items on the floor. "What in the world is this?" Lu Weiying shouted in alarm. A majority of the items that appeared were scarlet lumps of metal that were scorching hot. There were also a few items that were particularly eye-catching. A white jade box, a small purple mirror, a small yellow sword, a set of green flying needles and 2 black medicine bottles. Han Li narrowed his eyes when he saw those items and his expression stirred. Excluding the jade box and the medicine bottles, the rest of these items were rare ancient treasures without a doubt. As for the jade box and medicine bottles, they particularly piqued Han Li's interest. Both the box and the bottles were refined from a material that blocked him from seeing into them with his spiritual sense. Han Li frowned and said, "I've never seen those materials before, but they seem to only be half-finished." After some thought, Marquis Nanlong mused, "Half-finished? That does seem to be the case. If I've guessed correctly, these iron chunks should be the legendary spirit ores, extraordinary materials that ancient cultivators used to refine ancient treasures. It is said that the method to refine them is quite peculiar, needing a large number of rare materials and worldly energy for their creation. This ancient cultivator must have wanted to refine a particularly fearsome fire tribute treasure to have so many of them." Spirit ores. When Han Li heard the name, he immediately recalled that they were mentioned in an ancient record he had read. After a moment of thought, he remembered it to be a material used to refine rare ancient treasures, just as Marquis Nanlong had said. When Lu Weiying heard this, he revealed a trace of excitement before turning to look at the rest of the treasures and eventually staring at the jade box and medicine bottle. At that moment, Marquis Nanlong raised his hand and tossed the storage pouch over to Han Li. Han Li unconsciously caught it and was surprised for a moment before realizing what Marquis Nanlong intended. He bluntly weighed it in his hand and searched through it before tossing it over to Lu Weiying. Lu Weiying examined it and nodded when he confirmed there was no problem. "Let's each divide these treasures. How about we have each person select 2 items?" Mentioning the most crucial question of the matter before them, Marquis Nanlong wore a solemn expression. Chapter 822. The Sevenflame Fan. Han Li's gaze flickered. Having seen Lu Weiying's expression, he asked, "Could it be that Brother Lu is suggesting another method to split the treasures? If the jade box and medicine bottles were also ancient treasures, it wouldn't be a problem if we each got 2 items. But we still don't know what is inside the jade box or medicine bottles. Naturally, we should first take a look inside and split them in accordance to value." Marquis Nanlong interrupted him and said something that appeared fair. Lu Weiying frowned after he heard this, but he soon nodded and said, "I also find those terms agreeable. How about you, fellow Daoist Han?" "I have no objections. Let's do that then." Han Li replied without any further thought. "Fellow Daoist Han speaks quite frankly. I'll be taking a look at what is inside." Appearing quite satisfied at Han Li's response, Marquis Nanlong swept his hand and summoned the white box into his grasp. With a slap from his other hand, he attempted to open the box. White light shined the moment the box opened and a layer of white light appeared from it, repelling Marquis Nanlong's hand. The box is under a restriction." After muttering to himself for a moment, Golden light flashed from his hand and he grabbed the box once more. The white light blocked him once more and intertwined with the light from Marquis Nanlong's hand, but after a short moment, the golden light sparked and he managed to forcefully open the box before the white light completely disappeared. Han Li was blinded for a moment before clearly seeing a faintly yellow jade slip within the box. Lu Weiying wore an odd expression and Marquis Nanlong hesitated for a moment before placing the jade slip on his forehead. After sweeping through the contents of the jade slip in an instant, he wore an odd expression. Fellow Daoists, have a look at it. Preventing the others from growing suspicious of him, Marquis Nanlong quickly tossed it over to Han Li. Han Li caught the jade slip and placed it against his forehead. A frown unconsciously appeared on his face a moment later and he gave the jade slip to Lu Weiying, who also quickly read through it. Before Lu Weiying even finished reading through it, he muttered, "The Sevenflame Fan? I've never heard of this ancient treasure. Is it powerful?" Marquis Nanlong mused and said, "I'm not sure, but given the difficult refinement method listed in the jade slip and the fact that it requires spirit ore, it should be quite formidable." Lu Weiying shook his head and returned the jade slip to Marquis Nanlong. "Even if it is powerful, it is no use. Although it details the refinement method, it requires over 81 fire attribute spirit materials with just as many supplementary materials. Among these are items that were long extinct from this world. The jade slip is now of little value and can only be used for research." Marquis Nanlong smiled and carelessly slipped the jade slip back into the box. Just as Han Li deemed the jade slip to be useless, he suddenly heard Silvermoon's delighted voice in his head. "The Sevenflame Fan? Master, does that jade slip truly contain the method to refine it?" Han Li's expression stirred and he replied, "That's right. Do you know of it?" Silvermoon's voice trembled and she excitedly said, "Master, if I remember correctly, the Sevenflame Fan is a divine spirit treasure, but its ranking was rather low amongst divine spirit treasures, ranked in the teens." Divine spirit treasure. When Han Li heard this, he couldn't help but speak with surprise. Before Han Li could continue, the Monarch of Soul Divergence also spoke with excitement. "What? A divine spirit treasure? You must acquire the jade slip by all means. I wish to research divine spirit treasures in the past, but their refinement methods are quite difficult to come by." Silvermoon's tone turned harsh and she coldly said, "Old eccentric, what are you doing running your mouth?" The Monarch of Soul Divergence chuckled and casually said, "Demon Fox, you're still holding the grudge from before? I only thought to do a bit of research on you because I've never heard of a tool spirit that was intelligent. Didn't your master accept as well?" "You." Han Li coldly said, "Enough, Silvermoon. The matter has already passed, don't cling on to it. However, it does come as a surprise that Senior knows of divine spirit treasures. However, now isn't the time to speak in detail. Let's put it off for later." Han Li then turned his gaze to the jade box and watched Marquis Nanlong open both of the black medicine bottles. Silvermoon tactfully dropped the matter. Although she still felt unhappy towards the Monarch of Soul Divergence, she was still under the control of Han Li. With only a few simple words, he could order her to remain silent. When Marquis Nanlong opened a black medicine bottle, Han Li felt his mind shake when he smelled the comforting fragrance that emerged. Marquis Nanlong took out a glistening jade-green medicine pill from the bottle and held it in his palm. He hesitantly said, "This isn't a common type of ancient medicine pill. While I'm not sure what it is, it shouldn't be something harmful. I'll have to identify it with records." With an entranced gaze, Lu Weiying slowly said, "How many pills are in the bottle?" Marquis Nanlong faced Han Li and Lu Weiying and showed them the empty medicine bottle. "There is only the one pill, but it seems to be incredibly valuable. Let's look at the other medicine bottle," Lu Weiying impatiently said. Marquis Nanlong nodded and sealed the medicine pill in his hand up in the bottle before opening the other bottle to reveal an identical green medicine pill. As a result, the Marquis and the old man exchanged a glance of apprehension. Han Li smiled and calmly asked, "It seems this harvest has been quite good. There are 3 ancient treasures, 2 unknown medicine pills, and the refinement method for an ancient treasure. How do you think we should divide it?" Marquis Nanlong looked at the 2 medicine bottles in his hand and calmly said, "Although we don't know what these spirit pills are, fellow Daoist Han should know that we entered the valley in order to look for spiritual medicines. Fellow Daoist Lu and I plan on splitting them between us as a share of the treasure." Since this is the case, fellow Daoist Han can have first pick of the other ancient treasures. We hope you don't have any problem with this. When Han Li heard this, he frowned and glanced at the several treasures on the ground. Han Li stroked his chin and shook his head. You two fellow Daoists should know the value of those ancient pills without me saying. To tell the truth, I might rather have one of those pills and increase my cultivation than take an ancient treasure. When the other two heard Han Li, their expressions grew tense. Marquis Nanlong's expression stirred for a moment before forcing a smile. Fellow Daoist Han's age is still young. There should be no need to fight against two people at the end of their lifespans for the two medicine pills. In only a short time, you have entered the early nascent soul stage. It should be quite easy for you to reach the tallest heights of cultivation. Han Li softly said, my age and wanting the medicine pill are two different matters. With such an opportunity before me, it is only natural for me to want to seize it with all my might. However, I am willing to renounce all the other treasures for those two medicine pills. To tell the truth, I have no lack of ordinary ancient treasures. Lu Wang grew nervous at Han Li's determined display and he gritted his teeth saying, fellow Daoist Han must be joking. How could we possibly give up the two medicine pills? How about this, so long as Brother Han relinquishes his claim on the two medicine pills, we'll give him priority on picking the entire his share of treasures. Brother Nanlong, what do you think? When Marquis Nanlong heard this, he grimaced but soon wore a bitter smile and said, so long as he renounces his claim on the spirit pills, let's have fellow Daoist Han have first pick on two treasures. A trace of reluctance appeared on Marquis Nanlong's face. After all, most of his ancient treasures had been destroyed when the ghost spirit sect besieged him in the Milan Plains. With so many ancient treasures before him, he felt unwilling to let them go. However, he knew those ancient spirit pills were far more valuable to him. At that moment, Han Li revealed a trace of hesitation on his face as if tempted by their proposal. When Lu Weiying saw this, he hastily took the opportunity to add on, fellow Daoist Han's lifespan is still very long. There will be time to look for other pills later. In comparison, you should find those ancient treasures to be useful to you now. Having another ancient treasure in your possession will be sure to save your life in any future battles. Han Li couldn't help but smile and said, it seems that unless I give up on the spirit pills, it will be hard to distribute the treasures. Fine, since you two were so sincere, I will agree to give the spirit pills to you. I also don't need two ancient treasures, only the mirror. Also, give the treasure refinement method and spirit ore over to me. I am quite interested in tool refinement. Han Li reached out with his hand and summoned the purple mirror into his hand. The two glanced at each other for a moment and promptly responded, then let's do as you say, Brother Han. Although they felt puzzled that Han Li would want that instead of an ancient treasure, they were disinclined to further investigate the matter since they already had the ancient pills in hand. When Han Li heard their responses, he nodded with a calm expression and put the mirror away in a flash of light. Soon, he flung his sleeve and swept up the jade box and the crafting materials in a cloud of green light, causing them to disappear from sight. Chapter 823. Blood Curse Gate. Marquis Nanlong and Lu Wang each took a medicine bottle and carefully placed them into their storage pouches. Afterwards, the three glanced at the two remaining ancient treasures. It appeared that splitting them would be quite awkward. As the Marquis and the old man hesitated over the matter, Han Li blinked and smiled. How about this? I am not lacking in ancient treasures, so if you two have enough spirit stones, I will let you two have them at the appropriate cost. We will respectfully accept Han Li's modest proposal. I've brought quite a number of spirit stones. Lu Weiying promptly agreed with joy. After all, ancient treasures were something that couldn't be bought. Marquis Nanlong particularly lacked ancient treasures and he happily agreed to Han Li's proposal. They promptly gathered together nearly all the spirit stones in their possession and handed them over to Han Li, resulting in a satisfactory conclusion for all parties involved. When Han Li saw that they had taken the two remaining ancient treasures, he casually waved his hand and summoned the azure silkworm robe into his hand before putting it away. The other two watched this with a blank expression, but since Han Li had given the two ancient treasures over to them, they left the matter alone. Although the robe was rare, there weren't many uses for it. With the treasures now divided amongst them, they harvested the grass that was growing at the side of the lava, resulting in several stalks per person. The spirit grass wasn't a common item since it was able to grow under such harsh conditions. It was revealed to be the flame attribute golden yang grass, a top-grade material used for refining flame attribute spirit pills. Without anything else there to capture their interest, the three gathered back together on the stone platform and discussed their plans moving forward. Han Li spoke first with a calm tone. Since the treasure has been acquired, I am planning on leaving the valley depths and returning the way I came. Will you be returning with me? Marquis Nanlong chuckled and said, fellow Daoist Han must be joking. Brother Lu and I have only just managed to enter the valley with great difficulty. We can't return so soon. Why are you so impatient to leave? With a casual tone, Han Li answered, it's nothing surprising. I've already made a profit and I don't want to take any further risks. The path of cultivation ahead of me is a long one. I have no interest in staying in an area as dangerous as this one and risk cutting that path short. Lu Weiing wore a beaming smile and said, hee hee. I didn't think that fellow Daoist Han was so aware of his future path. It is a pity we won't be returning together. Fellow Daoist Han can go ahead and leave the valley first. Wearing an odd expression, Han Li asked, leave alone? If I leave with the Yin Yang ring, how will you two get past the Greatnorth essence lights? Marquis Nanlong quickly replied, Brother Han doesn't need to worry. We've already considered it. Master Tsong Kuan found a transportation formation in the valley depths during his time here. However, it is quite a distance away from here, so it would be faster for you to return the way you came. I would have told you about it previously if it were closer. Han Li's expression blanked for a moment, but he soon nodded and said, so it was like that. Then I must bid you farewell. I hope you two have a rich harvest. When Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiing heard Han Li bid them farewell, they hastily replied, many thanks for your kind words, fellow Daoist Han. Please go ahead. Han Li smiled and took a glance at the crystalline bones before flying out in a streak of azure light, disappearing in the blink of an eye. When Lu Weiing saw that Han Li had disappeared from sight, his smile vanished. As for Marquis Nanlong, he expressionlessly slapped his storage pouch and released several small golden birds, the eternal flight orioles that he had nurtured. They flew out of the cave and disappeared in streaks of light. Marquis Nanlong closed his eyes as if sensing something. When Lu Weiing saw this, he raised his brow, but remained silent as he waited. After an unknown amount of time had passed, Marquis Nanlong's eyes stirred and he opened them while saying, Han Li has truly left. At the very least, he isn't anywhere near us. The eternal flight orioles have observed an area of 5 kilometers around us and they have found no trace of him. Lu Weiing frowned and asked, didn't you say that his spiritual sense is particularly powerful? Couldn't he be hiding from you? Marquis Nanlong stroked his chin and wore an odd expression as he said, relax. If he has truly concealed himself, then he definitely wouldn't be able to hide from me. However, I can't tell you the reason why I know this. Lu Weiing felt somewhat skeptical of Marquis Nanlong's confidence, but after a time more of thought he clutched his hands in a spell incantation and cast spell seals all around him, forming a small barrier of light around them. Marquis Nanlong smiled, but a trace of disapproval was betrayed from his face. With the barrier laid down, Lu Weiing finally said, it isn't ever wrong to be too careful. We've never been able to see through fellow Daoist Han, Brother Nanlong. He truly gives us a sense of mystery. And don't you think there was something strange about the way he glanced at the skeleton? Marquis Nanlong shook his head and said, Brother Lu, you are too suspicious. Although that youngster Han possesses vast abilities, he couldn't possibly know the secret behind the bones. It should only be an incidental action. After all, the skeleton looked quite unordinary. It should be natural to want to take a look at it. After some more thought, Lu Weiing thoughtfully said, regardless of whether he has seen through it, it is true that he didn't wish to stay here with us. Perhaps he feels that with his abilities he would be able to search for treasures alone in the valley. Then so long as he doesn't get in our way, all we can do is be more careful, considering that he might not have left the valley. Since too much time has passed, we should act quickly. Marquis Nanlong sighed and said, according to the records left behind by Master Tsong Kuan, the ancient cultivator skeleton is the key to dissolving the blood curse gate. Since the gate is sealed with such formidable restrictions, it is obviously no small matter. During times of antiquity, the blood curse gate was a storage of fantastical treasures. The diseased cultivator's transparent bones were a sign that they had opened the gate once before. Master Tsongkuan's inability to acquire them is a great convenience to us. Lu Weiing continued. However, the treasures we've acquired shouldn't be nearly as valuable as those stored behind the Blood Curse Gate. Alright, let's set off. Although the Blood Curse Gate isn't far away, the quicker we acquire the treasures, the better. Your words are reasonable. Let us set off. I am looking forward to seeing the items behind the Blood Curse Gate. Were it not for Master Tsongkuan spotting the cultivator remains near the Blood Curse Gate, we would have had no chance of opening it. Those who placed the gate under the restrictions in the past can't have been too far away from it. However, it is odd as to how they died. There should be another story of what happened to those ancient cultivators. I don't have any interest in what happened to them in the past. Let us go, Brother Nanlong. Soon the two shot out of the passageway and were flying towards some unknown passage in the giant mountain. At that moment Hanli was 50 kilometers away and on the route back to the outer valley. Silver Moon's puzzled voice asked from the back of his mind, Master, you're truly leaving? Those two are clearly concealing something from you. There is something strange about that skeleton. Hanli replied, Of course I know this. It most likely has something to do with other treasures. Although I am tempted, I have something more important to attend to, the Spirit Kindle fruit. And there are still other treasures in the valley I have use for. Since we've lagged too far behind the Ghost Spirit sect, I cannot afford to be drawn into Marquis Nanlong's and Lu Weiing's scheme. So it turned out that there truly are no other treasures in Devilfall Valley that hold as much value to Master as the Spirit Kindle fruit. However, why did Master seize the azure silkworm gown at the very end? I don't believe that Master truly sought the item. Hanli grinned upon hearing this. Hee. Well, I'm sure that those two old men also had no idea why I took it. Silvermoon puzzledly asked, Master, what do you mean? Hanli didn't immediately reply. Instead he extended his hand and slapped his storage pouch. In a flash of green light, a silk robe appeared in his hand. With a crackle, Hanli easily tore open the corner of the robe. Silvermoon exclaimed at the sight of this. Hanli's tear had revealed a small fabric of sorts that was written on with a primitive crudeness. Hanli then put away the azure robe and began to closely examine the fabric. As Hanli looked at the item, Silvermoon was able to catch sight of it as well. After a glance she cried out, This is a map, likely of Devilfall Valley. Remaining silent, Hanli stared at a few large symbols on the map and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Chapter 824. Deep Pool. While studying the crude map, Hanli saw that it appeared roughly similar to Devilfall Valley. However, there were a few particular areas on the map that were thoroughly marked, detailing those sections of the valley as well as the nearby topography of the marked locations. Hanli was able to locate his own position with regards to the areas that were marked, but he was far too distant from them and was unsure of the dangers that lay ahead. Hanli muttered to himself for a moment before putting away the map and shaking his head. He knew that the map was certain to contain some important secrets, but he couldn't afford any distractions before he acquired the Spirit Kindle fruit. It was of tantamount importance. Silvermoon seemed to guess what Hanli was thinking and said little further. Hanli flipped his hand and took out the jade box he just acquired before placing it inside the bamboo tube he wore on his back. Hanli then said with an indifferent tone, Many materials required to craft the Sevenflame Fan should have gone extinct or disappeared long ago. Perhaps Senior can find some substitutions that can be acquired in the current cultivation world with his material equivalence knowledge. If I end up truly able to refine this treasure, I will hold you in the highest esteem. After a time of silence, the monarch of soul divergence coldly laughed and answered, Youngster, do you think I'm an idiot? Although I am quite interested in the divine spirit treasure, I'm not about to research the refinement method without a reason. Don't tell me you think I'm going to do that for some simple praise. Hanli didn't appear surprised. Instead he coldly replied, Divine spirit treasures aren't easily refined. Although I do know that you are knowledgeable of material equivalence, I am not confident whether or not you can truly do this. But if you do succeed, I will spare no effort to fulfill any of your requests. Will that satisfy you? When he heard this, the monarch of soul divergence paused before coldly snorting. With an arrogant tone he said, In the past I had found a few materials for divine spirit treasures in some ancient cultivator ruins and learned of these world-defying treasures. As these treasures were something held in reverence by ancient cultivators, I grew quite curious and took particular note of them. Unfortunately, there was too little information on divine spirit treasures and I wasn't able to make any progress on them. Now that I've become neither human nor ghost, I don't wish to spend my remaining years of life on this task only for it to be in vain. Moreover, I will only be looking for a few substitute materials. I won't be doing something as difficult as creating a new method to refine them. And when I am done, don't forget that I will have a demand for you. Fine. I agree. Han Li agreed with a beaming smile. Since he had the genius who founded the great development arts at his disposal, Han Li didn't wish to waste this opportunity. Although he already possessed another divine spirit treasure, the Heaven Void Cauldron, he didn't know when he would be able to use it. Besides, divine spirit treasures were heaven-defying existences, so the more the better. The monarch of soul divergence was silent afterwards, perhaps already examining the refinement method inside the jade box. With that matter concluded, the light surrounding Han Li's body shined brightly and he flew forward at an even greater speed. In the mountain where the purple-lined scorpion's nest was located, Marquis Nanlong and Lu Wang were heading underground inside an unfamiliar tunnel. It was dark to the point that they were only able to see 10 meters ahead of them despite their vast cultivation. As Lu Wang followed 3 meters behind Marquis Nanlong, he slowly said, "Brother Nanlong, I didn't think that there would actually be a place so cold and damp inside the lava territory. I've now grown even more convinced that the Blood Curse Gate is here." Marquis Nanlong smiled and said, "So it turned out that Brother Lu was doubtful about it? You should know that the Blood Curse Gate wasn't even mentioned in the records left behind by Master Tsong Kuan, or else the Ghost Spirit sect would definitely be here. The Blood Curse Gate was a secret that was only passed down through his descendants." With narrowed eyes, Lu Wang smiled and said, "But if it weren't for the fact you needed the power of 2 nascent soul cultivators to open the Blood Curse Gate, you might not have needed to take me along." With a chuckle, Marquis Nanlong casually said, "Brother Lu must be joking. We've been friends for many years. With such profit to be gained, it is only natural for me to ask you to come along. Why else would I have concealed this matter from that youngster Han?" Having heard this, Lu Wang tactfully dropped the matter and said, "Then I must thank you for your kindness, Brother Nanlong. With only 2 people searching for treasures, it was prudent to be somewhat wary of the other party member. By letting Marquis Nanlong know that he had a precaution up his sleeve, there shouldn't be any falling out along the way. He especially didn't wish to fight in such unfamiliar territory." Marquis Nanlong knew what Lu Wang was doing and he sneered in his mind while maintaining a calm expression. The two remained silent as they continued down the passageway and eventually saw a weak light ahead of them. The two rejoiced and immediately quickened their steps, arriving inside a large cave. The cave was over 300 meters wide and had meter-long stalactites sparkling with white light hanging from the ceiling. But the most eye-catching thing was the 30-meter-wide dark green pool at the center of the cave. Apart from its emerald color, there didn't seem to be anything exceptional about it. Discovering that there were no restrictions that existed nearby, Lu Wang couldn't help but ask, "The Blood Curse Gate is really here?" Seeing that Lu Wang had already changed his stance despite his previous confidence in the existence of the gate, Marquis Nanlong shot a glance at him before revealing a mysterious smile and saying, "It's here without a doubt." But since the Blood Curse Gate was such an important area, Master Tsong Kuan hid the area by concealing the restrictions before he left. He then turned his gaze to the pool at the center of the cave. Lu Wang blankly turned toward it and suddenly began to examine the pool with a sudden realization. At that moment, Marquis Nanlong waved his sleeve and took out a small blue flag. Plop! The flag flew out of his hand and disappeared into the pool without a trace. Afterwards, he formed a hand incantation and began to mutter. The calm surface of the pool suddenly began to ripple and slowly revolve. The rotations grew in size and intensity until a large whirlpool appeared at its center, hums emitting from it. A water split flag. "I didn't think that Brother Nanlong would have such a rare treasure," Lu Wang said with astonishment. Marquis Nanlong shook his head and said, "It's nothing. Apart from splitting the water, it has no other abilities." He then softly yelled as he raised his hands, striking at the whirlpool with 2 spell seals. The pool grew 10 meters wide before creating a passage before them. Without uttering another word, Marquis Nanlong flew directly into the water. Lu Weiying paused for a second before quickly following suit. A moment later, Lu Weiying's expression paled. The pool wasn't simply deep. It was profoundly deep. He had already flown a kilometer downward and there was still no end in sight. As he glanced above to look at the top of the pool, he saw a speck of light and faintly felt apprehension and pressure weighing down on him. Fortunately, after traveling over 300 kilometers more, he saw that Marquis Nanlong suddenly slowed down. They had finally reached the bottom of the pool. Lu Weiying felt some relief and floated down, withdrawing the light that surrounded him. The pool's bottom was a round area that was over 30 meters wide, appearing even larger than the pool's surface. The water split flag was inserted in the middle of the stone floor and glowing with blue light. Surrounding it was a tall, dark green wall of water that stretched all the way up to the pool's surface. Lu Weiying glanced at his surroundings and frowned, saying, "The Blood Curse Gate is exceptionally well hidden. No one would think to go a kilometer deep into the pool. However, it is baffling how Master Tsong Kun managed to find this. As a person who possessed an outstanding spiritual sense, it is likely Master Tsong Kun managed to directly sink his spiritual sense deep into the pool." Marquis Nanlong spoke with a tone of doubt. As he hadn't considered the matter before, he felt somewhat at a loss. "That is certainly possible." Lu Weiying stroked his chin, but his gaze flickered. Marquis Nanlong muttered to himself for a moment before shaking his head and tossing the matter to the back of his mind. He then slapped his storage pouch and summoned a white jade pendant into his hand. He released the pendant into the air and it began to revolve around the two of them. Marquis Nanlong raised his hands and formed an incantation seal, launching streaks of various colored spell seals onto the pendant. The pendant cleanly absorbed them and soon shined with a blinding white light. It stopped in front of the barrier of water before screaming with phoenix cries. Marquis Nanlong raised his hand and pointed to the jade pendant. As it trembled, a white mist of light sprayed out in front of it. A strange scene occurred as the mist of white light passed through the water barrier and distorted the image as if ripping through a painting. As the light shattered, a 10-meter-tall arched stone gate appeared in its place with crimson light sparkling on the surface. A huge horned ghost head was carved onto the top of the stone gate, taking up most of the gate's surface. It appeared true to life and malevolent. "This is the Blood Curse Gate?" Lu Weiying stroked his chin as he looked at it. For some reason, he suddenly felt a wave of apprehension upon seeing the gate. Chapter 825. Spirit Ether Garden. Marquis Nanlong glanced at the stone gate with a pensive expression before letting out a long sigh. "That's right. This is the Blood Curse Gate." Lu Weiying looked at it for a moment and worriedly asked, "The blood chi on the gate seems to possess a strong devilish nature. Will there be any problems with it?" Marquis Nanlong turned to look at Lu Weiying and said, "The gate was sealed by ancient cultivators by using essence blood. Naturally, it will differ from common restrictions. What? Does Brother Lu want to turn back?" Lu Weiying shook his head and solemnly said, "Turn back? Since we've already arrived, how could I do something so foolish? But we still be careful just in case." After a moment of thought, Marquis Nanlong's expression relaxed and he said, "That is reasonable. The gate does give one a sense of discomfort. How about this? First we'll lay down several restrictions outside the gate. If anything strange occurs, we'll be able to escape without a problem." "Good, then let's do that." Lu Weiying promptly nodded. As a result, Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiying took out several spell formation setup tools and began to place them at the bottom of the pool. As Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiying made their preparations for the Blood Curse Gate, there were a group of people slowly traveling up a huge black stone mountain in another area of the valley. They were headed by a middle-aged cultivator with a stern face while an azure-robed old man stood by his side. They were Wang Tianxing, and Wei Wuya. As for Wang Tiangu, he was following 3 meters behind them. In addition to the 3 of them, there were 4 Ghost Spirit Sect core formation cultivators closely following behind them. Wang Tiangu glanced at the red mist not far above him and muttered, "This wicked land is truly evil. Even remote areas have a restriction placed every 50 kilometers. You can't fly for more than 10 meters at a time. Wang Tianxing calmly replied, the more constrained the area, the more it illustrates we're in the right place. If we were the ancient cultivators, we would have placed restrictions most likely to dissuade other cultivators from treading here. After all, it would take at least a day by foot to travel through here. Wang Tiangu revealed an expression of helplessness and said with a chuckle, having spent so much effort on this, I certainly hope we didn't find the wrong place. We've already lost 3 disciples on the way here. At that moment, Wei Wuya was looking at the mountain top and expressionlessly said, after we entered the valley depths, we walked for 3 days. Don't tell me that we will have to walk for several more days before we arrive. Wang Tianxing didn't dare to neglect Wei Wuya and slowly said, be at ease, fellow Daoist Wei. We'll be there once we pass through this mountain. Once this is done, our ghost spirit sect will be the greatest devil Dao sect in the heavenly south, and fellow Daoist Wei will break through to deity transformation stage. It is only a matter of time. Wei Wuya grew silent for a moment before he derisively snorted. To tell the truth, I don't put much stock in the legends of the spirit ether garden. They were most likely false rumors spread by ancient cultivators. If there was such a space that linked the spirit world to ours, it should have already been found. How could it have been kept secret until now? Wang Tianxing didn't reveal any surprise and instead curiously asked, since Brother Wei didn't believe it, why did he immediately accept our invitation? Without further thought, Wei Wuya bluntly said, fellow Daoist Wang seemed to mobilize half of the elites of his sect for this matter. It seems that you have some confidence in your trip to Devil Fall Valley. Even if you don't find the spirit ether garden, you should still find a secret ancient cultivator area. Since I knew this, I agreed to allow you to draw support from my reputation and suppress the other cultivators in the valley. The share of treasures you give to me should be quite generous. The ghost spirit sect roared with laughter and said, Brother Wei is quite sharp. However, this is something you misunderstood. My sect has spent such efforts in order to truly travel to the spirit ether garden. The spirit ether garden isn't some false rumor. Rather, Devil Fall Valley was created by ancient cultivators for the sole purpose of protecting the spirit ether garden. Once we pass this mountain, it will only take 6 hours before you can personally see it with your own eyes. When we open the way to the pocket dimension it is located in, we will require much of fellow Daoist Wei's power. When Wu Weiya heard this, both excitement and surprise appeared on his face. If you say this with such certainty, you must have acquired evidence that the spirit ether garden exists. That's right. Our sect has a certain confidence that the spirit ether garden exists. As for the evidence, fellow Daoist Wei will know when he gets there. Once the black-robed middle-aged man finished speaking, he wore a mysterious expression. Although he was only an early nascent soul cultivator, his confident disposition gave Wei Wuya a feeling of unease. Wei Wuya nodded and his expression returned to normal, but he coldly smiled in his mind. No matter how extravagant the ghost spirit sect master's words may be, unless he personally saw the spirit ether garden, he would remain completely skeptical. Of course, he wouldn't say these words directly to him. He simply smiled and changed the subject, saying, after your sect's elder Zhong entered the valley, he had his own matters to attend to. Now that such a long time has passed, do you think you could tell me about his whereabouts? He can't be like the other cultivators. Surely your sect didn't send a mid-nascent soul elder to Devil Fall Valley on a trip of leisure? Wang Tianxing didn't appear to mind his question and casually replied, Brother Wei must be joking. I won't conceal this from you. Elder Zhong has been sent to collect treasures from another secret area of the valley. Of course, while the treasure may be precious, it isn't nearly as important as the spirit ether garden. When Wei Wuya heard this, he dryly laughed and declined from asking further about the matter. As a result, the party of cultivators continued on their way in silence. In an expanse of rough and uneven stone, there were 7 ghost spirit sect disciples scattered around and continuously searching for something. The ghost spirit sect elder Zhong was floating at the area's center without making the slightest movement. Although his spiritual sense was able to easily envelop the wilderness for tens of kilometers around him, he needed to find a particular mark, something that could only be found with deliberate and meticulous effort. As a result, he stifled his impatience and sent the disciples under his command to slowly sift through the rocks. In another area of the valley, peals of thunder suddenly echoed from a ravine covered in rainbow light. Afterwards, following a storm of lightning and thunder, a group of cultivators emerged from the rainbow light. The ones leading them were a green-robed old man and an old Daoist. Although the two didn't appear to have suffered any injuries, they each had a miserable appearance and ashen complexions. They were Daoist Heaven Crystal and Dongmen Tu, the Grand Elder of the controlling spirit sect. The other 5 green-robed cultivators walked behind them with similarly ruined robes and pale complexions as if they had suffered through quite a bit of pain. As for the 2 fiendish puppets, they appeared entirely unchanged without even the slightest damage. After flying 100 meters away, Dongmen Tu turned around to glance at the ravine behind him before turning to look at the 2 fiendish puppets. We've finally broken through the barrier and entered the valley depths. I didn't think that fellow Daoist Heaven Crystal's 2 puppets would rival the power of a cultivator at the peak of early nascent soul stage. How truly envious. Hearing this, Daoist Heaven Crystal said, "The puppets are merely puppets. No matter how powerful they may be, how could they compare to your subordinates? With their elemental techniques, I'm sure they would be able to contend against even a late nascent soul stage cultivator." Daoist Heaven Crystal was clearly wary of Dongmen Tuesday. As soon as they left the ravine, he kept his distance from him. His puppets stood behind him as they both began to flicker with various colored light. When Dongmen Tu saw this, his face grew sullen and he soon sighed. With a wry smile he said, "Isn't fellow Daoist Heaven Crystal overly wary of me? We've spent the last 2 days in a united effort to break through the formations. Fellow Daoist shouldn't have anything against me. Wouldn't it be better to reconsider joining hands and looking for treasure together? It'll be far safer than heading out alone. Brother Dongmen, I have nothing against you. It is just that I am fond of being alone. Please don't suggest joining hands again. Since we've already entered the valley depths, we should part ways." Daoist Heaven Crystal chuckled and saluted Dongmen Tuesday. However, he didn't depart and was instead staring at him with caution. When Dongmen Tu saw this, he frowned for a moment before smiling. "Since fellow Daoist Heaven Crystal is unwilling, I won't force you. We will split up here. I hope you have a large harvest." "Hee. Then I wish you luck as well." Daoist Heaven Crystal's expression relaxed and he headed away with his puppets following after him. Dongmen Tu watched him as he departed into the distance and his face grew sullen. Dongmen Tu sighed with annoyance. That old ghost is truly too cautious. It's been 2 days and he hasn't let his guard down. With those 2 puppets, searching the valley depths would be far safer. He then glanced around and slapped his spirit beast pouch. With a gust of wind, a sparkling silver bat appeared in front of him. Dongmen Tu raised his hand and tossed a jet-black medicine pill into the mouth of the silver bat. The bat then flew once in the air before shooting off into the sky. When Dongmen Tu saw this, he hastily called out to the 5 cultivators behind him and led the way. In the blink of an eye, the party disappeared from sight. Chapter 826. Blood Curse Restriction. Marquis Nanlong stuck the final formation flag down at the corner of the pond. He wryly smiled, slapping his hands together and said, "How is it? Are you done with your preparations? With these spell formations placed down, even if a massive problem occurs, we'll be able to deal with it. Anything further would be a waste of time." Lu Weiying chuckled and said, "I would rather waste a bit more time than encounter any surprises. If there are truly only secret treasures hidden behind the gate, then that will be for the best. But if there is something else there, a little more preparation will be better. Although I covet ancient treasures greatly, I view my own life to be more valuable." When Marquis Nanlong heard this, he shook his head and said little further. At that moment, Lu Weiying finished placing down his final formation plate and activated his restriction, creating a layer of indistinct white mist around them. Lu Weiying nodded with satisfaction and turned his head to look at the stone gate glowing with crimson light. Marquis Nanlong had already grown somewhat impatient at this point. When he saw that Lu Weiying had finally finished, he immediately took a storage pouch from his waist and flung it into the air. Suddenly, white light poured out from it to reveal the crystalline remains of the ancient cultivator. The Blood Curse Gate is quite strange. Breaking the gate's restrictions requires either the essence or flesh of the caster. The flesh is obviously gone, but a bit of the cultivator's essence should still be present in his bones. Marquis Nanlong spoke with a heavy voice. Then he spat out a golden flying sword and reached out to the floor as he clenched his hand into a fist. The bones suddenly floated off the ground and rose to 20 meters in the air. Marquis Nanlong flicked his finger and launched a white spell seal, striking his golden sword at its center. As it hummed, the sword trembled and the tip suddenly burst with blinding golden light. Soon after, the sword tip grew brighter until it released a ball of golden light. The ball of light then shot out and struck the bones that were floating in the air. The golden light suddenly ruptured. Countless streaks of sword chi suddenly wrapped all around the skeleton and completely enveloped it. An instant later, bone dust drifted down from the sky. Light flashed from Marquis Nanlong's eyes and he flung his sleeve. A mist of golden light shot out and swept up all the translucent grains of bone. As for the golden sword chi in the air, it had already disappeared. Marquis Nanlong nodded when he saw that the golden light had swept up the entirety of the translucent bone dust and turned to look at Lu Weiying. When Lu Weiying saw this, he knew what Marquis Nanlong wanted him to do. He clapped his hands together and took out a white flag. With a slight shake, winds began to gather around the flag. By then, Marquis Nanlong had already sat cross-legged and formed a hand gesture. With a muffled incantation, various colored spell seals flew from his hand and struck the golden mist that enveloped the bone dust. Under the influence of the spell seals, the bone dust within the golden mist began to slowly revolve. The translucent bone dust gradually twinkled with various colors, causing it to grow extremely bright. At that moment, Lu Weiying launched a probing strike at the stone gate. Rather than commanding an attack with his spell flag, he launched several fireballs towards the stone gate from his other hand. The fireballs roiled through the air as they grew close to the stone gate. Crimson light wildly flashed and came to life, condensing into a large mass of scarlet light and taking the form of a 3-meter-tall ghost face that was identical to the one carved on the stone gate. After it consumed the fireballs that were about to strike the gate, it flickered and immediately disappeared. When Lu Weiying saw the scene, he grew alarmed and with some hesitation he pointed the flag at the stone gate. The wind dragon that had condensed around the flag then screamed through the air as it charged at the stone gate. The ghost face reappeared and its mouth gaped open. A beam of light was shot out of its mouth, engulfing the wind dragon and dragging it into its mouth. Fury and alarm momentarily appeared on Lu Weiying's face. Lu Weiying and Marquis Nanlong couldn't help but glance at each other in dismay. Marquis Nanlong sighed and slowly said, "The blood curse gate is truly quite odd. Let's just dispel the restriction in accordance to the method Master Tsong Kuan described." Lu Weiying rubbed his chin and could only nod. Although he had more powerful attacks, the ghost face was truly bizarre. He wasn't willing to overreach himself and potentially ruin this matter. Given Master Tsong Kuan's magnificent reputation in the past, his method of dissolving the restriction should prove better. "Go!" Marquis Nanlong softly shouted before he pointed to the ball of golden light in the sky. It hummed and glowed magnificently before sweeping towards the stone gate. Crimson light flickered and the ghost face reappeared. But as the golden light approached the ghost face, it merged with the bone dust it was carrying and transformed into specks of white light before sticking onto the ghost face. When the ghost face touched the specks of light, it suddenly began to dissolve into gray smoke, and the gray smoke soon enveloped the entire stone gate. Howling ghostly wails loudly erupted from the center of the smoke and crimson light flickered without end. Thick crimson tentacles began to emerge from the mist and do their utmost to strike at the ground nearby as if the gate were coming to life. But in the blink of an eye, the gray smoke that enveloped it also disappeared. When Marquis Nanlong saw this, he shouted, "It's now." He then pointed at the golden sword in front of him and he grasped his hand in an incantation gesture. The entirety of the spiritual power in his body was poured into the flying sword through a spell seal and the golden sword tore through the air in a blinding streak of light. Lu Weiying's face turned gloomy and he poured a majority of his spiritual power into the flag before tossing it out. In a flicker of white light, the flag transformed into several wind dragons, all whistling towards the stone gate. In the blink of an eye, the golden streak of light and the wind dragons entered the gray mist and a world-shaking tremble appeared as the gales, golden light and crimson light intertwined, resulting in a chaotic explosion. Gales wildly blew away the gray smoke that obscured the sight of the stone gate. When Marquis Nanlong saw what was behind it, He narrowed his eyes and saw that the crimson light had disappeared as if the restriction was completely dissolved. After looking around, Marquis Nanlong spotted his small golden sword embedded halfway into the stone gate. Sending a command with his spiritual sense, the small sword flew out from the stone gate and covered itself in a meter-long streak of golden light before wildly slashing at the gate. With violent rumbles, golden light brightly shined and chunks of the stone gate were crushed while the smell of blood filled the air. But when Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiying clearly saw the fragments from the stone gate, their expressions had changed. The crushed fragments of stone seemed to resemble men and they seemed to be bleeding with black-tainted blood, the source of the bloody smell. The scene was truly awful to behold. Although the stone gate had been shattered, the two cultivators hadn't discovered anything extraordinary. Rather, there was a dark flight of stairs that led deep into the earth. Let's go. I can clearly see that the Blood Curse Gate is a mysterious treasure in of itself. Marquis Nanlong looked at the path below and called out to Lu Weiying. He then began to walk down in large strides. Lu Weiying stood in place for a long while. He glanced at the black-blooded remains of the Blood Curse Gate and the passage that led underground. With a tense brow, he let out a long sigh and followed after Marquis Nanlong. To Lu Weiying's surprise, the passageway was rather short. It went down only about 60 meters before they arrived at an underground hall. The hall was only about 30 meters in length and was completely bare apart from an offerings table at its center. When Lu Weiying entered the hall, Marquis Nanlong was already standing at the center of the hall and was staring at the items on the table, his mind completely blank. Lu Weiying bewilderedly walked to his side and also felt his heart become completely shaken. Heaven Essence Fruit. If I am correct, once one of these is eaten, it can extend one's lifespan for 100 years. That purple mushroom is the legendary Heaven Mend mushroom. It should be over 10,000 years old. It should have the power to progress one's cultivation by several tens of years worth of time. That sparkling golden bamboo should be golden lightning bamboo, one of the 3 divine woods. And this. Lu Weiying woke up from his amazement and began to mutter without sense. He didn't seem to believe all the items that were laid before him and he unconsciously took a few steps forward to look at them closer. In Lu Weiying's excitement, Marquis Nanlong coldly said, "Fellow Daoist Lu, if I were you I wouldn't act so rashly. Do you truly believe that the spirit medicines would just sit here ready for the taking? How about examining our surroundings?" "Brother Nanlong, that does make sense." Lu Weiying woke up from his excitement and glanced around him in alarm. Lu Weiying eventually discovered a few talisman characters written on the walls and felt a wave of shock. This seems to be the legendary Sanctuary Guardian formation, a Buddhist spell formation. Why has it appeared here? Chapter 827. Minor Sanctuary Guardian Formation. Although Marquis Nanlong sounded calm, he stared at the medicine herbs with intense desire, wishing with all his heart to grab them. They were exactly what they both needed. Now that they were so close at hand, Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiying found their excitement and greed to be nearly irrepressible. Just as Marquis Nanlong entered the room, he immediately caught sight of the medicine herbs and immediately reached for the herbs, but he hadn't expected for such a strange spell formation to exist there. As a result, he was repelled by a strong force and was forced to wait for Lu Weiying to catch up to him. When he heard Lu Weiying mention the name Sanctuary Guardian Formation, Marquis Nanlong felt his spirit shake with joy. When he encountered the restriction, he sensed that it was far different from any formation he had researched in the past, much to his worry. It was quite relieving that Lu Weiying knew it was. Marquis Nanlong forcefully stifled his excitement and asked, "Brother Lu, you know of this restriction?" "In the past, I had acquired some cultivation records from a few Buddhist sections. Although I wasn't able to cultivate their techniques, I did research a few of their spell formations. The minor Sanctuary Guardian formation was amongst the most amazing of them. Brother Nanlong, if it is truly that formation, it will be extremely troublesome." Lu Weiying glanced at the table and began to frown. Marquis Nanlong spoke with a tone of disbelief. "What do you mean? Could it be that the spell formation cannot be broken?" Lu Weiying wore a solemn expression and explained, "This minor Sanctuary Guardian formation is an immortal isolating formation. It is one of the few restrictions in this world that can only be broken with brute force. There are no other ways of shattering it. We will need to continuously unleash a variety of attacks against the spell formation without end. Although its defensive abilities aren't above that of others, the spell formation is incredibly durable and will quickly restore itself unless it is completely destroyed. It is well deserving of being a Buddhist spell formation given its tenacious nature. As if verifying what he had just said, Lu Weiying waved his hand and shot a fireball at the table 10 meters in front of him. With a bang, the fireball exploded and disappeared before it even touched it. A layer of spiritual light condensed above the table and golden light brightly shined. Small strings of ancient talisman characters appeared on the barrier, resembling little silver flowers. Marquis Nanlong's expression grew sullen. Having seen this before, he didn't appear particularly alarmed. What's this? Lu Weiying cried out in alarm. Marquis Nanlong unconsciously looked at him, seeing that he was currently staring at a portion of the golden barrier with an expression of amazement. In his astonishment, spiritual light flickered from Marquis Nanlong's eyes as he attempted to see as far into the barrier as he could. Through the golden light he could see a silver alms bowl the size of a head floating in the air. The surface of the alms bowl had various profound talisman characters drifting on top of it. Floating around the bowl were 8 faint white jade talismans pointed towards it, and there were 3 exquisite items that were motionlessly floating above it. Marquis Nanlong attentively focused at the sight and saw that they were a small silver sword, a jet-black Buddhist staff and a blood-red pearl. Although the 3 items were only about an inch long, they emitted strands of light that intertwined together to cover the alms bowl that was floating above the table. Marquis Nanlong was dumbstruck. The alms bowl, jade talismans, and the 3 magic tools had all strangely disappeared from sight above the table. Then the golden barrier surrounded by talisman characters silently disappeared. What is happening? When the light barrier first appeared, those items weren't there, but when Lu Weiying struck it, those items appeared above it. Marquis Nanlong's mouth was shut tight as he saw the light barrier disappear before him, his eyes flickering with bewilderment. Lu Weiying didn't have this doubt. He simply looked at the items that had newly appeared and pondered for a moment. It is clear to see that the spirit medicines only served as a backdrop to the other items in the formation. What treasures could prove even more valuable than these heaven-defying medicine herbs? Although this was only conjecture, Lu Weiying felt his heart pound. His original misgivings and worries about the blood curse gate were now tossed to the back of his mind. Brother Lu, it seems we've come to the right place. If we are able to break the Buddhist spell formation, our journey will not be in vain. Marquis Nanlong came to the same conclusion as Lu Weiying and smiled at him. Lu Weiying wore a faint smile and said, "That's right. I didn't think that there would be so many secret treasures hidden behind the blood curse gate. However, dissolving the restriction isn't an easy matter. It won't be possible unless we spend a large chunk of time and sacrifice our strength." Not to mention sacrificing my strength, but I'd be willing to sacrifice 10 years of my lifespan in order to acquire those treasures. You said that only brute strength can dissolve the formation? It seems we're going to be quite busy. There is no time to lose. Let's start immediately. Marquis Nanlong then looked at Lu Weiying and openly said, "And when we break the formation, shall we split the treasures evenly?" "Of course. Let's do as you say." Lu Weiying also wished to acquire the treasure and replied promptly, much to Marquis Nanlong's satisfaction. At that moment, the two increased the distance between them and developed a sense of vigilance against each other. Afterwards, Lu Weiying took out a white flag and flung it into the air before taking a seat with his hands held in an incantation gesture. Marquis Nanlong waved his sleeve and flung a golden sword into the air. Suddenly, both a gale and sword chi were summoned. As they approached the table, the golden light barrier made another appearance and explosions began to continuously sound out deep underground. Near the top of a mountain, a streak of azure light was flying through the sky. It was Han Li who was hurrying on his way. He had already passed through the mountain with the purple-lined scorpions and was about to enter the cave to head back to the outer valley. Because Han Li had traveled along this path before, the journey went smoothly and quickly. What took a day's travel before would now only take him a third of the time. Just as he was 2 hours from the cave, he suddenly heard a chain of explosions in the distance. His expression stirred and he paused to take a look at the source in the distance. He quickly spread out his spiritual sense and sensed strange spiritual chi fluctuations. Han Li unconsciously narrowed his eyes and saw that there were faint flashes of white light coming from a mountain in the distance. If he wasn't mistaken, it was an area that he suspected to have restrictions. It was possibly an area that contained treasures from ancient cultivators. It appeared other cultivators also entered the valley depths in search for treasure. Just as Han Li pondered this, he shook his head. He was momentarily tempted to take advantage of the chaos for his own gain, but he soon stifled the idea. Since he was afraid of catching the attention of others, he only quickly swept his spiritual sense past them and didn't take a closer look at the treasure hunters. As of current, Han Li felt that it was better to avoid any troubles that could come his way. That in mind, he tore through the skies and soon disappeared. Tens of kilometers away in the direction that Han Li had looked, there were a group of a dozen cultivators that were furiously striking at a white barrier covering a small mountain. Those leading them was the Mulan divine sage Xiong and the woman surnamed Lu. The group of cultivators were all Mulan spell warriors. Just as Han Li flew off, divine sage Xiong's brow stirred and he unconsciously glanced in Han Li's direction. Spell warrior Lu noticed the scholarly man's glance and asked, "What? Has Brother Xiong discovered something amiss?" The scholarly man indifferently replied, "It's nothing. I just felt a heavenly south cultivator sweep their spiritual sense past this direction. However, it seems they don't wish to interfere and they flew away after finding us. Since we're so close to breaking the restriction, let's not delve too deeply into the matter." Spell warrior Lu sighed and helplessly said, "Brother Xiong makes sense. We have reached the crucial moment for breaking the restriction. I hope it isn't like the other restriction we broke where there were no treasures to be found, not to mention the 2 men that we lost to spatial tears." When divine sage Xiong heard this, his face grew sullen. "There is nothing that we can do about that. There is no way we can guard against those invisible spatial tears. The low-grade spirit birds we prepared had all gone made once we entered the valley and they were completely uncontrollable. If we were able to have them scout ahead for us, we wouldn't have lost 2 men." Spell warrior Lu pensively said, "Those spirit birds didn't seem to go mad, but were overwhelmed by their fear of the inner valley. Could there be something here that is specialized in restraining demon beasts? The Blackwing Hawkeye borrowed is a grade 5 spirit beast, but even it wasn't able to hear my orders once we entered the valley. It is even unwilling to leave the spirit beast pouch. There is something truly odd about this Devilfall Valley." A cold glint appeared in the scholarly man's eyes and he gloomily said, "Perhaps. It is known as the most dangerous place in the heavenly south. Naturally, there will be something strange about this place. However, we didn't come here to unravel the valley's secrets but to search for ancient treasures and medicines on behalf of the Mulan. As such, we must continue even if we can't use spirit birds. We had to make a trade with the 4 superpowers of the heavenly south in order to come by this golden opportunity. We can't waste it now." Chapter 828. Joining together as Divine Sage Xiong and Cultivator Lu were having their discussion, Han Li had already flown over 50 kilometers away. Nothing else occurred on his way and he arrived at the cave after another hour of flight. When he arrived, he took out the Yin Yang ring once more and entered the passageway with the treasure's protection. He quickly passed through the passage and quickened his steps when he saw the light of the cave's exit. Soon, his surroundings brightened and he found himself back in front of a cliff leading to the outer valley. Han Li raised his head to look at the dusky sky. Although it still gave him a feeling of unease, it was far better than the crimson light that covered the sky in the valley depths. After sweeping his spiritual sense over the nearby area and discovering there were no cultivators or any other oddities, Han Li sighed with relief and turned his gaze to the wall around the cave entrance. With a wave of his hand, an azure spell seal flew out and entered the stone wall without a trace. Soon after, Han Li silently formed another hand gesture as he began to slowly mutter an incantation while a strange scene followed. The unremarkable stone wall suddenly began to glow with a layer of blue light before a swarm of gold-devouring beetles flocked out from the wall, each of them carrying various-sized pieces of silver crystal. A few pieces were as large as a fist while others were as small as a grain of sand. In the blink of an eye, the pieces of silver crystal delivered by the beetles had formed a pile in front of Han Li. They were the crystallized Tailsilver ore. When the first pieces appeared, Han Li's expression was calm, But excitement began to show when tens of these crystals dropped down. Youngster Han. The Tailsilver or vein is far bigger than I imagined. It seems I will be able to research using this material in creating puppets. Suddenly, the monarch of soul divergence's voice appeared in Han Li's mind. He couldn't help but betray his delight from his voice. After the gold-devouring beetles had deposited the last of the Tailsilver crystal, Han Li looked at the small pile of shimmering silver and smiled. That's right. I also didn't think the Tailsilver or vein would contain this much. We've gathered quite the harvest. Han Li swung his sleeve over the ground and swept up the silver crystals into his storage pouch in an instant. Afterwards he sharply whistled and the gold-devouring beetles revolved around him before rushing back into their storage pouch. Once this was done, Han Li slapped his storage pouch and a translucent ball appeared in his palm. He then blew a mist of azure light onto the pearl and a bean-sized speck of light appeared within the ball. Han Li stared at the pearl in his hand for a long while and slightly frowned before looking around him. After getting his bearings, his body glowed with azure light and he streaked through the sky. Han Li wasn't flying in a hurry, and as he flew with the transparent ball in his hand, he would occasionally stop to look at it before adjusting his course and continuing on his way. After flying for tens of kilometers, he arrived above a wilderness and yelped with surprise before coming to a sudden stop. His body blurred and he quickly descended. By the time he was 100 meters above the wilderness, Han Li stopped and light flashed from his eyes. He saw a male cultivator's corpse split in half lying in the wilderness, and the surroundings had already been stained dark red with the hardened blood. As for the cultivator's magic treasure and storage pouch, they were nowhere to be seen. Han Li glanced at the corpse for a moment and sighed. It seemed someone had attacked him. After verifying that there were no spatial tears nearby, he knew there was only one possible conclusion. Han Li didn't linger there for long and quickly continued on his way. Although he believed that there were few things in the valley that posed a threat to him apart from the two late nascent soul cultivators, it would still prove dangerous if a group of cultivators were to surround and ambush him. While this wasn't likely, Han Li traveled with heightened wariness regardless. After half a day had passed, Han Li still hadn't found any signs of an ambush. Rather, he came across two cultivators who had perished as a result of spatial tears. Han Li shook his head at the sight of their broken bodies. Following the guidance of the transparent ball in his hand, he eventually arrived above a dense and verdant forest. Han Li muttered to himself for a moment before gripping the transparent ball in his hand and exerting strength into it. In a flash of azure light, it shattered with a clear ring. When the ball shattered into fragments, the speck of azure light that floated inside of it was freed. The speck of light floated in front of Han Li while waiting for further instruction. The bean-sized speck of light flickered before shooting off as soon as he pointed at it while he closely followed after it. A moment later in the sky above the dense forest, the speck of light flickered and began to fly downwards. As Han Li descended after it, a glint shined within his eyes. When it arrived at the ground, the speck of light spun around a gigantic tree before disappearing into its trunk. When Han Li saw this, he landed in front of the tree and the light around him faded away. He quickly sized up the tree before pressing his hand against it. With a muffled bang, green light flashed from where he pressed his palm and an azure talisman floated from the tree. He swiftly grabbed the talisman between his finger and glanced at it with a smile before tossing it into the air. Whoosh! The talisman set itself on fire before streaking into the sky in a fiery red line. This time Han Li stood still for a moment and sat cross-legged on the ground before closing his eyes and restoring the magic power he had consumed on his way here. Not long after, the streak of red light dropped down at an unremarkable corner of the forest. Then another streak of light emerged into the sky and flew towards Han Li's location. Before the streak of light arrived, Han Li slowly opened his eyes and watched as it approached. The streak of light soon arrived. It flew once around Han Li as if verifying his identity and then swooped down. As soon as the streak touched the ground, the light instantly disappeared to reveal a white-robed woman who possessed an otherworldly beauty. Han Li calmly looked at her and said, "Lady Violet's spirit. You arrived quite quickly." "Quickly. I've already been waiting here for several days. During that time 7 groups of cultivators have searched through this forest, and I grew more nervous each time it happened. I would have left soon if Brother Han didn't arrive." Violet Spirit's pleasant voice seemed to contain a bit of annoyance as she walked towards him with graceful steps. Han Li smiled and looked at Violet Spirit's flawless face before continuing. Lady Violet Spirit revealing her true appearance has come as a surprise to me. I had believed that it was easy for you to conceal. Violet Spirit pursed her lips and sweetly said, when I entered the valley, I had used a treasure to conceal my true appearance. However, there seems to be a restriction in the valley that has rendered it ineffective. Without it to conceal my true appearance, I have no choice to but wear it. What? Could it be that my uncouth appearance is below Brother Han's notice? Fairy Violet Spirit must be joking. With a wry chuckle, his expression suddenly became solemn as he said, that's enough joking around. Was this the first place you found that was marked? Violet Spirit withdrew her smile and answered, that's right. It should be genuine since the original mark was destroyed by the Ghost Spirit sect. However, finding it should prove to be no problem. When Han Li heard her mention the Ghost Spirit sect, he raised his brow and coldly smiled. Since that's the case, let's just follow the Ghost Spirit sect disciples. It should save us quite a bit of time. As Brother Han commands. A month ago, I placed a tracker unique to the Exquisite Sound sect onto the Ghost Spirit sect disciple who gave me the information. The tracker isn't something created from magic power but by a fragrance undetectable to others. While the range of this fragrance isn't large and it disappears after 2 months, it should still be enough to track down the Ghost Spirit sect disciple that I placed it on. I will have to trouble fellow Daoist Violet Spirit to lead the way. First we will track down the Ghost Spirit sect disciple and rush past the marks they placed before. This way the Spirit Kindle fruit will be ours. Han Li nodded and then slowly stood up. A silver-tailed squirrel suddenly shot out from the dense forest and flew into the sky. It then sniffed the air before flying off in a certain direction. Soon after, 2 streaks of light flew in a circle before closely flying after it. Chapter 829. Portrait. As Han Li followed after the flying squirrel tracking the Ghost Spirit sect Elder Zhong, the Ghost Spirit sect master's party had passed through a huge mountain and arrived at a basin. The basin was dim and damp with various sized puddles on the ground that made it miserable for the party of cultivators to walk through. Although they were able to use a few minor spell techniques to ward off the mud and dirty water, their speed was massively reduced. Regardless of their currently discomfort, none of them complained. When they had climbed over the huge mountain, they managed to survey everything that laid in the distance and caught sight of the huge altar located at the center of the basin. This was the first time that they had seen an intact building since they had entered Devilfall Valley. Based solely on that fact, it was needless to say that the place was unordinary. It was also likely that it had something to do with the Spirit Ether Garden. As a result, Wuxia and the Ghost Spirit sect cultivators trudged on with burning anticipation despite their slowed steps. It wasn't that they hadn't thought of floating above the ground, but that they had nearly been struck by a bolt of crimson lightning when they tried. It seemed that the closer they were to the center of the basin, the more ferocious the restrictions became, eliminating any inclination of theirs to further test the restrictions. After walking through the mire for half a day, the party of cultivators eventually arrived near the altar with only shrubbery in their way. The altar appeared giant even at a distance. The altar was carved out of white mountain stone and stacked with huge steps. It was absolutely towering, reaching over a kilometer into the sky. It was a truly grand and imposing structure. But given its vast height and the distance from them, they were still unable to clearly see its base. Although Wuxia was treading through the murky water, his entire body emitted a faint green light that allowed him to slip through it in a smooth manner. He calmly said, "It should only take 4 hours at most before we arrive. Sect Master Wang, I am quite curious about the Spirit Ether Garden now that we are so close to it." Wang Tianxing faintly smiled and casually said, "Brother Wei, be at ease. When the time comes, I will be certain to tell you everything." Wuxia nodded and was about to ask something further when a green light suddenly flashed from the Ghost Spirit sect disciple walking at the very front. The disciple tumbled back before his head rolled off his body, followed by his chest, landing in the murky waters with a splash. Spatial tear. When Wang Tianxing heard this, his expression vastly changed. Wuxia and Wang Tiangu also wore solemn expressions at the Although Wei Wuya and Wang Tiangu didn't know what Wang Tianxing was plotting, their path had gone smoothly before this and they had grown relaxed and careless. Now that a spatial tear had appeared before them, they couldn't help but feel their hearts tremble. When the other 3 ghost spirit sect disciples saw this, their faces paled and the entire party came to a stop. Wang Tianxing looked at the corpse of the disciple killed by the spatial tear and his expression wavered. During that moment, Wei Wuya closed his eyes and swept his spiritual sense around him before opening them once more. He expressionlessly shook his head and said, "This won't do. The spatial tears aren't large enough to be sensed with spiritual sense." When Wang Tiangu heard this, he flicked his fingers several times, launching 5 fireballs in succession. 3 of the fireballs disappeared without a trace while the other 2 exploded upon contacting the ground, leaving 2 large holes behind. Wang Tiangu said with a relaxed tone, "The spatial tear is very small and is only somewhat slanted. We'll be able to walk around it." With a gloomy tone, Wang Tianxing muttered, "Although this spatial tear is small, who knows how many we will encounter the rest of the way. We don't have many lives to spare. According to what I know, there shouldn't even be any spatial tears blocking our way. Could it be that that person has hidden something?" Wei Wuya's expression stirred when he heard this, but he said nothing. As for Wang Tiangu, he glanced at the altar in the distance before looking back at the corpse lying on the ground, appearing somewhat confused. "Then what should we do, Sect Master?" Wang Tianxing tensely frowned and he glanced at the sky without immediately replying. After a moment of silence, he let out a long sigh and said, "Originally, I planned on waiting until we arrived at the altar before saying anything, but I no longer have a choice. I will tell you everything." When Wei Wuya and the others heard this, they glanced at each other with dismay. Wang Tianxing waved his sleeve in a flourish of silver light, summoning a plain scroll into his hand. The scroll was a meter long and shined with silver light. "That is..." Wang Tiangu couldn't help but cry out at the sight of the scroll. Wang Tianxing looked at Wang Tiangu and chuckled, "Of course you know what this is. You personally gave it to me after all. Everything I know about the Spirit Ether Garden is from this scroll." When Wang Tiangu heard this, he was stunned. The scroll was the portrait of Master Tsongkuan that had been inside his hidden lair in the Mulan Plains. Wang Tianxing tossed the scroll out and suspended it in the air in a ball of light. He then formed an incantation gesture and pointed at the scroll. With a crackle, the scroll quickly unfolded, revealing the portrait of a scholarly man wearing Confucian robes with a sword on his back as he looked to the sky at the rear of the portrait. Wang Tiangu and the others widely opened their eyes as they stared at the portrait. But after a while, none of them were able to sense anything from it. But when Wei Wuya swept his spiritual sense past the portrait, his expression stirred and a trace of astonishment appeared on his face. Wang Tianxing stirred upon seeing Wei Wuya's change in expression and he said, as expected of a late nascent soul cultivator. Fellow Daoist Wei was able to discover the mystery quite quickly. I was only able to find the peculiarity of the scroll because I had cultivated a certain secret technique. It's nothing special. It's like a spatial pocket magic tool that I had seen a long time ago. If fellow Daoist Wang hadn't mentioned it to me, I wouldn't have been able to easily discover it. Wei Wuya responded with an odd expression. Wang Tianxing smiled and asked no further. He then raised his hand and released a black spell seal from his sleeve, striking at the scroll. He then coldly snorted and said, "Are you not going to come out? Do you want me to use devil fire to force you out?" The others were alarmed to hear this and felt somewhat baffled. Wei Wuya also raised his brow in surprise and his face betrayed a trace of bewilderment. Afterwards, an inconceivable event occurred. A man's voice clearly left the scroll. "Isn't this earlier than we had agreed? Why would you summon me before you arrived? Now that you've called out to me in front of so many people, do you want to call off our deal?" Silver light shined from the scroll, and the scholarly man in the portrait suddenly turned around to reveal the face of a middle-aged man with long facial hair. However, he appeared quite displeased. Not only were the remaining ghost spirit sect disciples astonished by the scene, but Wang Tiangu's jaw dropped as well with an expression of astonishment. As for Wei Wuya, he only revealed his shock for a short moment before calming down. He then stared at the portrait with a pensive expression. Wang Tianxing snorted, Didn't I repeatedly ask you if the route you gave me was completely safe? There was an invisible spatial tear here that slew my sect disciple. When I walked this path it was completely safe. How could there be a problem now? The portrait's lips moved to rebuke him. Then explain this. The ghost spirit sect master sullenly glanced at the disciple's corpse that laid near the invisible spatial tear. The portrait paused for a moment and muttered to himself before fading away from sight. Then in a flicker of light, an azure screen of light appeared in front of them. Soon after, a sphere of green light shot out from the curtain of light and transformed into a silhouette of the scholarly man from the portrait. His body appeared incorporeal as if he were made entirely of light. The light was so faint that it was almost as if the image could be blown away with a single breath. Wang Tiangu's mouth dried and he uttered with shock, "How should I address you? Could it be you are truly Master Zhongkuan? How were you able to maintain your soul past your lifespan and exist until now? The time I can emerge from the scroll is limited. If you have any questions, ask your sect master. I will be taking a look at the spatial tear." The scholarly man didn't pay any attention to Wang Tiangu's shock and looked in the direction of the spatial tear. He faintly frowned and spat out a ball of gray light from his mouth. With a bang, the ball of gray light was consumed by the spatial tear. The scholarly man appeared baffled at the sight of this. How strange. The scholarly man's surprise soon disappeared and he calmly said, "In the past there were no spatial tears here. It seems to be a rare newly formed tear. You don't need to be too worried about it as it is merely a matter of coincidence. I will be returning now." Whoosh. His figure disappeared and the ball of green light flew back into the scroll as if unwilling to spend any more time outside than absolutely necessary. Chapter 830. Thousand strands of spiritual sense. The scholarly man's silhouette disappeared in the blink of an eye, much to the astonishment of everyone nearby. Wei Wuya paused and said, "Sect Master Wang, is that person truly Master Zhongkuan? Since this person only has a little bit of essence remaining, he can't pose much of a threat, regardless of how fearful he may have been in the past. Was he the one who told you about the spirit ether garden?" Wang Tianxing's face had relaxed when he heard that the spatial tear was something that had newly appeared. He then turned to Wei Wuya and said, "To start with, we can say that he both is Master Zhongkuan and is not Master Zhongkuan. And yes, everything we know about the spirit ether garden came from him." "What do you mean? There is no need to keep it a mystery," Wei Wuya said with an annoyed tone. Wang Tianxing indifferently explained, "Brother Wei misunderstands. The portrait soul you witnessed was the scattered soul of one of Master Zhongkuan's incarnations. When this incarnation probed into Devilfall Valley, it was destroyed by a restriction. As a result, Master Zhongkuan used a soul-nurturing technique to refine the soul fragment into a scroll magic tool for recovery. But now that the genuine Master Zhongkuan died countless years ago, this soul incarnation has become independent. It isn't strange to say that this soul incarnation has become a different person entirely." Wei Wuya expressed surprise when he heard this while Wang Tiangu pursed his lips and wryly chuckled. It wasn't clear whether or not he was bitter about not having discovered the secret of the scroll or because of his previously excitement. Wei Wuya nodded and coldly said, "It seems you've reached an agreement with that soul remnant and he's told you about the spirit ether garden. However, this has nothing to do with me. I only care about entering the garden. Now that I've reached this age, I only care about entering the deity transformation stage and ascending to the spirit realm." Brother Wei is quite a sensible individual. This way is for the best. Alright, since the spatial tear was only an anomaly, let's continue. The ghost spirit sect master smiled and pointed to one of the disciples to continue leading the way. The disciple paled when he saw this, but he continued onward nevertheless, avoiding the spatial tear in the way. Wei Wuya gradually quickened his steps and the other ghost spirit sect disciples followed suit, making their way toward the huge altar in the distance. Standing inside of a glacial area deeply layered in frost, Han Li raised his head toward the crimson light above him. He then faced Violet Spirit and said, "What's going on? Your flying squirrel has gone mad." Not far behind them there was a 200-meter wide ravine of ice. Han Li and Violet Spirit had passed through it to enter the valley depths. Surrounding them now was a land of ice, snow and the howls of bone-chilling winds. However, Han Li's azure robes remained completely still as if unaffected by the frost. I don't know. My flying squirrel was doing fine on the outside, but when it passed through the ravine it suddenly went mad. Fortunately, I withdrew it quickly before something could happen. Even after it entered the spirit beast pouch, it's still completely frantic. Violet's spirit frowned in complete confusion. Han Li muttered to himself before suddenly slapping his storage pouch. A small group of gold-devouring beetles were released and they buzzed as they gathered in a small cloud above his head before remaining completely still. Then with a mental command, the small group of beetles immediately returned to his storage pouch with complete obedience. Han Li stroked his chin and his gaze flickered as he slapped another storage pouch to summon a black streak of light. It revolved once above his head and then dropped down a meter in front of Han Li. The light faded away to reveal a small black monkey that was several inches tall, the weeping soul beast. It yawned and blinked, blankly staring at Han Li as if it had just woken up. Han Li watched the beast for a long while before summoning a wave of azure light with a sweep of his sleeve. And in another flash of light, the weeping soul beast disappeared from sight. Han Li pondered to himself for a moment and turned to Violet's spirit. Having come to a decision, he said, "Since you've lost control of your flying squirrel, I have no choice but to rely on myself to track down the ghost spirit sect. Fortunately, we aren't too far away from them now that we've entered the valley depths. I will spread out my spiritual sense and look for any tracks they left behind. Guard me for the time being." Han Li was relieved that the gold-devouring beetles and the weeping soul beast were unaffected by the valley depths. But this might have been expected as they were far from ordinary, being top-ranked exotic insects and a fearsome beast variant respectively. Of course, Han Li couldn't have known that Marquis Nanlong's eternal flight orioles were also unaffected by the valley, unlike the Mulan's spirit birds and Violet Spirit's flying squirrel. The cause behind this had something to do with a secret that lay hidden in the valley depths. Violet's spirit bit her lips and helplessly said, "Then all we can do is rely on Brother Han's abilities." Han Li nodded and promptly sat down cross-legged. With his eyes closed, his body began to brilliantly shine with light as strands of qi occasionally floated in the air. Violet's spirit waited at the side, her clear eyes staring at Han Li's expressionless face. To tell the truth, she felt some unclear and unknown emotions towards Han Li. It wasn't entirely accurate to say that they were only good friends, and she had felt some delight when Han Li became dumbfounded upon seeing her true appearance. She definitely couldn't be considered his confidant either. Although she had gone through many trials and tribulations with Han Li until now, he had never truly laid his heart bare to her, as if intentionally increasing the distance between them. It seemed he had no intention of taking things any further. As a matter of fact, with Han Li's current status and cultivation, if he had proposed to marry her, she was still unsure whether or not she would accept. She had unintentionally found out from the Drifting Cloud sect's Cultivator song that Han Li already had a Dao companion by the name of Nangongwan, much to her disappointment. It felt as if something of hers had been snatched away. Violet Spirit's mind remained in a daze as she stared at Han Li's face, her imagination running rampant. Of course, Han Li was completely ignorant of all of this. He had already released his spiritual sense to sweep through a 50-kilometer radius and see if there were any ghost spirit sect cultivators around. But as a result, his search ended in vain. Han Li frowned, but he wasn't discouraged. He then spread out his spiritual sense to scan over 100 kilometers away, but was still unable to discover the aura of any other cultivators. After some consideration, Han Li tossed a spirit beast pouch into the air and he formed an incantation gesture with his hands, releasing over 1,000 gold-devouring beetles into the air. "Go!" Han Li widely opened his eyes and waved his hand, striking at the beetles with an azure spell seal. The beetles' swarm loudly buzzed before scattering and flying off in every direction. Han Li then closed his eyes once more and the light surrounding his body became even more brilliant. When Violet Spirit saw this, she wore an expression of alarm. She didn't know what Han Li had just done. At that moment, Han Li had already reached the pinnacle of the Great Development Technique. He had forcefully divided his spiritual sense into over 1,000 different strands and sent almost all of them to attach themselves to each gold-devouring beetle, leaving behind only a few strands on his body to protect himself. His strands of spiritual sense were able to see through the eyes of the gold-devouring beetle that they possessed, but they weren't able to sense a cultivator's aura. The beetles had begun to spread out and look for traces of cultivators that might appear. Of course, there were beetles that came across a spatial tear or became trapped in a restriction, but this didn't pose much of a threat to something that lacked physical form such as a strand of spiritual sense. Whenever a gold-devouring beetle met a mishap, the attached spiritual sense strand would abandon its host and return to Han Li's body, but there still were times where these strands were either destroyed or trapped. When this occurred, Han Li decisively severed his connection to those strands and turned his attention elsewhere. But for each strand of spiritual sense he lost, he couldn't help but grow pale. Fortunately, his spiritual sense was beyond powerful and he was able to withstand these losses without much harm and recover quickly. With these 1,000 gold-devouring beetles swarming the sky, Han Li eventually found a clue leading to the route that the ghost spirit sect took moving forward. He immediately commanded all of his gold-devouring beetles to return. Once the last gold-devouring beetles returned to their pouch, Han Li opened his eyes with a cold smile. "We're going. I found their trail." With that said, Han Li stood up and flew through the sky in an azure streak of light. When Violet Spirit saw this, she rejoiced and closely followed after him. Shortly after, Han Li and Violet Spirit appeared above an expanse of scattered stone. Han Li stared at the newly appeared hold with a strange expression. Han Li calmly said, "It seems this is one of the places with a sign placed here. If I remember correctly, there should be 2 marked locations that lead to the Spirit Kindle fruit. This is a prime opportunity to track them down." Then with a fling of his sleeve, a ball of white light flew from his sleeve and landed 10 meters away from them to reveal the wind-riding chariot. With a firm tone, Han Li ordered, "We'll quickly chase after them. You fly far too slowly, so climb into the chariot. We'll only be able to catch up to them if we fly several times faster than we do now." "Several times faster? There are too many spatial tears in the valley. Isn't it too dangerous?" Violet Spirit's expression changed in alarm. Chapter 831. Transforming the Mountain. "I am only doing this because I am certain it will work." Han Li mysteriously smiled and continued, "Could it be that Lady Violet Spirit doesn't want to take any risks for the Spirit Kindle fruit?" Violet Spirit's clear eyes flickered for a moment before she sweetly smiled and said, "According to what I know of you, Brother Han definitely wouldn't take any risks unless he were absolutely certain. It seems you have a secret technique that allows you to see through the invisible spatial tears. As such, I will respectfully follow your suggestion." Then with a blur, she boarded the wind-riding chariot. Han Li glanced at the woman with a trace of surprise but wordlessly commanded the chariot forward regardless. In the blink of an eye, the chariot tore through the air in a streak of white light and flew through the passage. According to Han Li's predictions, it would take less than half a day of traveling across this wasteland before they caught up to the party of Ghost Spirit sect disciples. When Han Li and Violet Spirit finally caught up to them, they saw that Elder Zhong's party was encountering some mishaps. Due to a mistake of a Ghost Spirit sect disciple, a nearby ancient restriction had been activated and they were currently occupied with trying to save themselves. With Han Li's spiritual sense and caution, Elder Zhong wasn't able to discover any trace of them. Rather, Han Li was able to use his powerful spiritual sense to observe them from a distance without detection. Han Li clearly felt that the spiritual chi fluctuations of the ancient restriction weren't very strong. With their mid-nascent soul stage Elder Zhong, the Ghost Spirit sect cultivators wouldn't be trapped for long. However, this small period of delay was a golden opportunity for Han Li to gain distance on them. Han Li urged the wind-riding chariot forward and steeled his heart, veering off the original route. Not long after, he avoided several spatial tears on the way and left the Ghost Spirit sect cultivators far behind. With Violet Spirit by his side, the two arrived at a sparkling emerald-green mountain range. Han Li's mind stirred when he saw it and he ordered the wind-riding chariot to slowly come to a stop. "It should be here. Do you see the mountain that resembles a flying bird? That's the sign." Violet Spirit spoke with a tone of excitement upon seeing the mountains. At that same moment she couldn't help but look in Han Li's direction. In truth, although Violet Spirit said she held complete confidence in Han Li, she still felt a lump in her throat when the wind-riding chariot traveled at lightning speed. It came as a surprise to her that Han Li's route was completely safe. They had avoided any spatial tears or ancient restrictions that may have laid along the way. Completely unbeknownst to her, Han Li also felt quite lucky. While he was able to see through spatial tears with his bright sight spirit eyes, it was quite lucky that they hadn't activated any ancient restrictions on their way. With that thought, Han Li narrowed his eyes as he stared at a peculiar mountain in the distance. The direction that the bird beak pointed should be the location of the final mark leading to the spirit kindle fruit. While Violet Spirit waited, she saw that Han Li was mulling over his thoughts. She hesitantly proposed, "Brother Han, will we not set out now? How about we destroy the mountain before we go?" According to the Jade Slip, the location of the final mark should be in a desert around 500 kilometers away from the mountain. Is that right? That's right. What does Brother Han mean? Han Li calmly said, "It's quite simple. Even if we destroy the mountain, they will still able to see the damage was recent and know it was where the sign was located. And since the last location is the neighboring desert, it will only be a matter of time before they find it. The only method to buy us more time would be to place down an illusion formation covering the mountain to make it appear completely ordinary. In this way they will miss the sign." Brother Han's words are quite reasonable. But it will be a problem setting up an illusion formation large enough to cover the entire mountain and powerful enough to escape the spiritual sense of a nascent soul cultivator. Could it be that Brother Han is an expert in illusion techniques as well? Violet Spirit asked him with a tone of bewilderment. Han Li chuckled and said, "I'm not skilled in illusion techniques, but I have someone that is." Then with a casual wave, a streak of white light shot out from his sleeve. In a brilliant flash, a gorgeous white-clothed woman appeared. "Greetings, Master." Silvermoon curtsied to Han Li as soon as she appeared. "Who is she?" Violet Spirit couldn't help but cry out in alarm upon seeing Silvermoon appear. "This is Silvermoon. Consider her a subordinate of me." Han Li gave a vague answer before pointing to the mountain. "Silvermoon, do you have a method of placing an illusion formation around the mountain in a short amount of time?" Silvermoon respectfully replied, "With Master's illusion formation tools and my illusion techniques, it should be possible. However, my illusions aren't powerful enough to reliably escape the notice of a nascent soul cultivator's spiritual sense. Also, my illusion techniques won't last as long as a spell formation. It will only last 2 days before fading away." After some consideration, Han Li slapped his storage pouch and took out 2 glowing sets of spell formation tools. He handed them over to Silvermoon and said, "That's fine. Start setting it up. It will be fine however strong it may be. 2 days will also be enough." "Yes, Master." Silvermoon took the spell formations tools and began her work. At that moment, Han Li was looking at the bird-shaped mountain and a cold glint appeared in his eyes. He rolled his hands and then raised one, releasing an azure sword streak that was over 30 meters long. It assumed the shape of a flood dragon and coiled once around the mountain before shooting back to his body with a roar. The bird-shaped mountain suddenly became to crumble. The bird head and the wings instantly collapsed to rubble, carving out an ordinary shape from the mountain. Violet Spirit stared at the mountain, dumbfounded. Although she knew that her abilities couldn't hope to compare to Han Li's, it was quite alarming that he was able to exert such amazing might without even summoning a magic treasure. Although she had already heard that Han Li was a force only inferior to the 3 great heavenly south cultivators, Violet Spirit had always felt somewhat skeptical of the rumors. After all, only until recently Han Li was a core formation cultivator such as herself. To garner such widespread fame shortly after entering the nascent soul stage was outlandish to Violet Spirit. She had originally believed that his reputation was a result of luck and his opportunistic methods. As Violet Spirit was awed by his display of might, Silvermoon had already flown to the cut mountain and began to place down the spell formation tools. Silvermoon acted quickly and in the time it took to finish a meal, she was already done. Layers of white mist began to slowly rise from the mountain, covering a majority of it. Only the peak of the mountain was left uncovered. With this done, Silvermoon streaked towards the mountaintop in a ball of silver light and opened her mouth, spitting out a pink mist to cover the mountain below. As Silvermoon continued to envelop the mountain in mist, the mist quickly faded away as soon as it left her mouth. Not long after, an astonishing scene occurred. The mountains surroundings distorted, causing it to completely disappear with a verdant forest in its place. Han Li nodded with satisfaction. In an underground hall thousands of kilometers away, Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiing were sitting cross-legged at separate corners of the hall. They were commanding their magic treasures to continuously strike at the brilliantly shining magic treasure despite the treasure's dimming light. The Buddhist characters floating on the barrier were originally the size of a grain, but now they had grown to the size of a fist. They wandered across the barrier's surface in a solemn display. Outside the golden barrier, a white wind dragon, a golden streak, 2 blue water pythons, and a dark green ring were continuously striking at the surface of the light barrier. Each strike caused the light barrier to faintly tremble in flashes of light. By this time, Marquis Nanlong's and Lu Weiing's faces appeared completely pale. This was to be expected. They were unceasingly consuming their magic power without interruption and had overdrafted their vitality to continue attacking with their magic treasures. They were already cursing at the formidable durability of the Sanctuary Guardian formation. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they would have to risk their lives in order to break through this Buddhist spell formation. Although the two had suffered great damage to their vitality, the barrier was also about to reach its limit. As such, the two gritted their teeth and continued to persevere as they cursed in their hearts. After an unknown amount of time, a huge explosion sounded out. Immediately after, Lu Weiing stood up and shouted with delight, "It's broken. Broken. Finally, our effort has borne fruit." The golden barrier covering the table along with the talisman characters that floated around it instantly disappeared. When Marquis Nanlong saw this, he rejoiced with excitement as well. Soon after, the two took a thorough look at the treasures and medicines that had laid behind the barrier. As the two were particularly cunning individuals, neither of them immediately took action as their heartbeats suddenly sped up. Chapter 832. Stirring Devils Mee. Nanlong and Lu Weiing stared at the table and their gazes unconsciously met. They both watched each other with vigilance. Although the two had been friends for years, in the face of such precious treasures their friendship evaporated in an instant. Silence filled the hall, only to be interrupted by Lu Weiing's chuckle. He said, "Brother Nanlong, we both are well aware of what the other is thinking. Although my cultivation was lower than yours in the past, you had suffered quite a bit of damage to your cultivation during your excursion in the Mulan Plains, and now our strengths can be said to be equal. With so many spiritual medicines, we don't need to fight over them. It would be best to split them evenly rather than to have this end in mutual destruction." Marquis Nanlong glanced at the most eye-catching treasure on the table and said, "I also agree with what Brother Lu is saying. Although we will divide the spiritual medicines evenly, I only want the alms bowl. You can have the other treasures. How about it?" Lu Weiing's expression stirred, but after a moment of thought he said, "The alms bowl? That's fine. Let's divide it like that then. As of current, I only wish to increase my lifespan and cultivation. I don't particularly value treasures." Marquis Nanlong rejoiced. He originally thought he would have to sacrifice more to persuade Lu Weiing, but he had easily agreed to his conditions. Regardless, he erred on the side of caution and took a careful glance at Lu Weiing. Even after seeing that his expression was entirely calm, Marquis Nanlong still hesitated. Upon seeing this, Lu Weiing smiled and said, "What? Did Brother Nanlong change his mind? Will I be taking the alms bowl instead?" Marquis Nanlong's gaze flickered and he remained silent for a spell. Eventually, Marquis Nanlong chuckled with a calm smile and replied, "Brother Lu must be joking. Since you've agreed, I will take you up on your offer. Let us take them at the same time. You take the 3 treasures and the jade talismans while I take the alms bowl. Then we will distribute the spirit medicines. Will that do?" "Yes. Let's do as you say." Lu Weiing agreed without any hesitation. Satisfied, Marquis Nanlong nodded and the two took action at the same time. Lu Weiing swept his sleeve towards the table and shot out a white mist to sweep up the 3 magic tools and the many jade talismans. Simultaneously, Marquis Nanlong carefully opened his mouth to sweep up the alms bowl in a ball of golden light. This all happened smoothly without a problem. The treasures were swept up by the lights without any resistance and flew back to their respective owners. When Marquis Nanlong took the alms bowl into his hand, he couldn't help but reveal an expression of joy. As for Lu Weiing, he didn't express the slight emotion upon acquiring his treasures. As Marquis Nanlong looked at the flawless alms bowl in his hand, his smile faded away. With a quick flip of his hand, he slapped the alms bowl in a blur, placing a yellow talisman on top of it. Lu Weiing's expression vastly changed at the sight of this. In his alarm, he asked, "Marquis Nanlong, what are you doing?" "What am I doing? You think I didn't see that the treasures and jade talismans were being used to suppress this alms bowl? Although I don't know what it is, I know that it is a supreme ancient treasure. Whatever it is that lies within should also be quite fearsome. However, if you think that I'll be opening this alms bowl in front of you, I fear you will be disappointed. Unless I am completely certain of suppressing it, I will not be opening it." As Marquis Nanlong spoke, his hand continued to slap down on the alms bowl, placing 5 various colored talismans down in a single breath. Lu Weiing soon regained his composure and said, "Hee hee. I didn't think that you'd misunderstand my concession to your terms. I don't know why, but I feel we should immediately depart as soon as the medicines are divided. I don't want to stay here any longer than necessary." Marquis Nanlong snorted in derision and said, "Then let's do as you says. We'll evenly split the medicines, which will extend our lifespans. As for the remaining medicines, we'll pick them one by one." With one hand holding the alms bowl, he reached out towards the table with his other. In that instant, a foot-large hand of golden light appeared on the table and grabbed at the heaven essence fruit. Lu Weiying's expression turned sullen. Without giving a reply, a hand of white light appeared above the table and grabbed at the purple heaven mend mushroom on the side. With a muffled sound, both the heaven essence fruits and the heaven mend mushroom disappeared from the table, and the 2 hands of light grabbed nothing. Then the table brilliantly shined with light and all the spirit medicines bubbled away without a trace. Interrupted by this, Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiing were dumbstruck. At that moment, the alms bowl that Marquis Nanlong held in his hand began to wildly flash with light, and the talismans sealing it began to combust. The talismans were instantly turned to ashes by pitch-black demonic flames. The flames spread across the spirit medicines like wildfire. In Marquis Nanlong's furious alarm, he looked down at the alms bowl in his hand and his face turned deathly pale. Without another thought, golden light shined from his hand and a worn golden talisman appeared on his finger as he fiercely slapped it onto the alms bowl. But it was clear to see that it was too late. The lid of the alms bowl shot up into the air with an explosive bang, and an indistinct black light was quickly released from it, shooting towards the holder of the alms bowl, Marquis Nanlong. At such a close distance, he wasn't able to avoid it. With his other hand still several inches away from placing the golden talisman on the alms bowl, the black light sunk into his face and disappeared without a trace. A miserable and pained scream left Marquis Nanlong's mouth, and he fiercely smashed the alms bowl into the wall beside him before kneeling onto the floor with his hands covering his head. As for the golden talisman, it had already dropped to the floor. Soon his face began to warp. Possession? When Lu Weiing saw this, his face turned pale from fright. Without another thought, he pointed to Marquis Nanlong, and 2 blue halberds shot out from his body to fiercely strike at Marquis Nanlong without mercy. But in the following moment, Marquis Nanlong roared and raised his head to reveal a face covered in a dense layer of black qi. His eyes had become silver white and they glared at the incoming blue halberds without emotion. Just as the blue halberds arrived before him, Marquis Nanlong suddenly raised his arm. Clang! Clang! The 2 halberds were quickly blocked by his arm, the sound of metal striking metal resonating from the impact. The blow had scattered the robes to reveal his bare skin underneath. When Lu Weiing saw this, his eyes were wide with shock. The arm was glowing with black light and covered in purple-red tendons, and his hand became entirely hard and was tangled with black qi. This grotesque, monstrous arm was currently blocking the 2 blue halberds without the slightest injury. Inconceivable. Lu Weiying's heart dropped. Despite Marquis Nanlong's mid-nascent soul-stage spiritual sense, he had been possessed in an instant, causing his body to undergo a complete transformation. That black light was no ordinary evil soul. With that thought, Lu Weiing suddenly flung his sleeve and summoned a white spell flag into his hand and a fire-red scarf into the other. He tossed out the scarf as soon as it appeared, forming a red barrier of light in front of him, alleviating some of the panic that filled his mind. To the best of his understanding, his vast yang scarf should be enough to block any devilish or demonic attacks, given that he was facing an evil soul. Marquis Nanlong's body stood up with a stagger but didn't immediately attack Lu Wang. Instead, it held out its arms in front of it and carefully examined its body once through. Then with its head facing the sky, it monstrously howled in laughter. Ha! Kiki. After so many years I've finally been freed. Let's see who will block the rise of this sacred ancestor now. This world now belongs to our holy realm. Sacred ancestor? Holy realm? Despite not know what this meant, Lu Wang felt a chill overwhelm his heart when he heard it. He silently turned to look at the hall's entrance and recalled the spell formation he had placed outside the hall. Suddenly, his body brilliantly shined with white light and shot towards the hall's entrance. In that short time he arrived at the hall's entrance. But as soon as he rejoiced, a silhouette blurred in front of him, a huge bang appearing in its wake. Lu Wang felt a blow of huge strength resonate through his vast yang scarf and blow him back deep into the hall. Like a rag, he crashed flat against the wall and sank a meter deep into it. Although a barrier of light protected him, he felt a thunderous tremble shake through his back and his body became completely numb. For the time being he had lost control of his body. At that moment, Lu Wang clearly saw Marquis Nanlong's body standing at the hall's entrance. It coldly lowered its fist and smirked at him, causing his complexion to blanch. Chapter 833. Consuming Souls. Not bad, not bad. Despite the fact that this devilified body is inferior to my original body, you must be quite the cultivator to withstand that blow. I will accept you as a blood sacrifice. A sinister voice left the mouth of Marquis Nanlong's body. The black chi surrounding his face grew even more concentrated and his pair of silver-white eyes icily stared at Lu Wang as if he were already dead. Lu Wang felt an icy tremble fill his heart. Once those words were said, Marquis Nanlong's body blurred and pounced towards Lu Wang, leaving a trail of afterimages in its wake. Lu Wang felt himself overcome with fear. He thought to emerge from the wall, but he didn't have nearly enough time as Marquis Nanlong was far too quick. In a display of monstrous strength, black chi-clad claws were stabbing towards Lu Wang's skull. In his panic, Lu Wang resolved himself and white light flashed from his body, pouring the entirety of his magic power into his fire-red scarf. In that instant the barrier of fire-red light sharply expanded to 6 inches thick, right before Marquis Nanlong fiercely stabbed his claws into him with emotionless eyes. A bizarre crackle sounded out and blinding light flashed before Lu Wang. He watched in fear as the monstrous claw pierced through the barrier before eventually coming to a stop. Lu Wang was greatly relieved to see this and regained a bit of his composure. Then light began to flash once more around his body as he attempted to break free of the metal-like walls. When Marquis Nanlong saw this, a smirk appeared on his face. With another loud bang, he smashed his other hand into the red light barrier. In that moment, most of the spirit light that Lu Wang had emitted from his body suddenly dispersed for some unknown reason. Before Lu Wang even realized what had happened, Marquis Nanlong pulled on his arms stuck in the barrier and smashed his free hand into the light barrier. The light barrier trembled and blew away the remaining spirit light that Lu Wang had summoned, scattering it away entirely. At that moment his body sank several inches deeper into the wall. Not good. Lu Wang suddenly realized what was happening and his expression vastly changed. He hastily shook the white spell flag in his hand in an attempt to activate it. However, Marquis Nanlong began to methodically pound down his fist, refusing to give Lu Wang the opportunity to activate the flag. Each punch struck down just as he began to pour spiritual chi into the flag and forcefully interrupted him, with each continuous strike coming down faster and with increasing force. Trembles resonated throughout the wall. Lu Wang thought to execute a secret technique, but half of his magic power faded away when he attempted to activate it. As a result, Lu Wang was denied the use of his abilities as he was helplessly trapped inside the stone wall. He could only blankly watch in despair as the red light barrier around him gradually became dimmer. Lu Wang met eyes with Marquis Nanlong, and he felt his heart violently tremble. It was only a matter of time before his treasure was broken through and his body smashed to a pulp. With that thought, Lu Weiying gritted his teeth and loudly shouted. White light shined from his head as a nascent soul with his face emerged from it. Its face was panicked and it was tightly holding onto a small blue sword. At the same time, the vast yang scarf suddenly ruptured. The last trace of hesitation faded from the nascent soul's mind and it suddenly disappeared with a stamp of its foot, blurring towards the hall's entrance. However, things didn't go as planned. With his back still facing the entrance as if oblivious to what was happening, Marquis Nanlong's back suddenly exploded and a ghost face with its eyes shut sprouted out from it, identical to the one on the blood curse gate. At that moment, the ghost face opened its silver eyes and released a purple streak from its mouth. At that same moment, Lu Weiying's nascent soul had already tossed out his flying sword and was riding away on it as quickly as he could. But when it heard a howl across its ear, the nascent soul felt its mind burn as something spurted forth from its head. The nascent soul blankly stared at the long strip that emerged from its brow and sharply screamed. Then an instant later it lost all the strength in its body and it fell onto the ground, motionless. Were there anyone present to see this, they would have seen a long purple strip shot out from the ghost face's mouth and pierce through the nascent soul's head, the purple strip being the ghost face's tongue. When the ghost face saw the nascent soul fell, it sneered and withdrew its tongue, drawing Lu Weiying's nascent soul into its mouth and chewing it several times before swallowing. It then slowly closed its eyes with a satisfied expression. At that moment, Marquis Nanlong finally turned around and expressionlessly looked at the masterless small blue sword. A harsh expression appeared on its face and it swiped its hand, tearing out the heart from Lu Weiying's body and crushing it, scattering it into the air as a bloody mist. The body was now completely lifeless. With this done, Marquis Nanlong expressionlessly swept his gaze around and then effortlessly turned into a black mist before heading outside. A moment later he found himself facing several masterless spell formations. He scoffed and passed through them before directly rushing out of the pool. In the time it took to finish a cup of tea, Marquis Nanlong appeared several hundred meters above a mountain and glanced around. Flying at such a height naturally stirred a few of the restrictions in Devilfall Valley. Countless bolts of lightning rained down upon him from the sky. But whenever they arrived 3 meters away from him, they were redirected and turned away, leaving him entirely safe and peaceful. Marquis Nanlong looked around him for half a day and eventually got his bearings. Suddenly he narrowed his eyes, silver light flickering from within them, and he streaked through the sky in a streak of black light. At that moment the Ghost Spirit Sect Masters Party was standing at the side of the giant altar and were looking at the endless stairs that rose above them with expressions of awe. Earlier they had been caught in a large-scale restriction over 5 kilometers away from the altar and were delayed for nearly a day as a result. Now that they had finally arrived next to the altar, they were able to see that although it was grand and imposing, there were clear signs of the vast passage of time. Not only were the stairs overgrown with weeds, but there were also a few areas that were completely worn down. Wang Tianxing examined the altar for a long while. He eventually said, "Go. When we arrive at the top portion of the altar, we'll be able to find traces of the Spirit Ether Garden." According to the Soul Remnant, the entrance should be there. He then stepped forward and took the lead climbing up the altar. But much to the shock of the others, Wang Tianxing loudly cursed as soon as he set off. Yellow light then appeared all around him. Looking up at the seemingly endless flight of stairs, he resentfully gritted his teeth and said, "Everyone be careful. Restrictions exist on these steps. Climbing to the top of the altar won't be an easy task." Wei Wuya frowned when he heard this. Although he didn't care about a few restrictions, it would definitely slow down the rest of the party. He was helpless to do anything about this. The others also shared his thoughts. Knowing that the Spirit Ether Garden lay in front of them, the existence of these restrictions aroused irritation and impatience in them. "Let's go." Wang Tiangu sighed and set foot on the stairs. Yellow light then lit up around him and he felt his body become half a ton heavier. At that moment the others were affected by the formation as well. While Wei Wuya was able to move unimpeded, the 3 core formation cultivators paled as they struggled to climb. The party of cultivators slowly climbed to the top of the altar. Next to an oasis concealed by restrictions, Han Li looked at the water in front of him and muttered, This is the spirit kindle fruit? Outside of the restrictions, there was boundless yellow sand surrounding them. That's right. This is definitely the fruit. Regardless of its exterior appearance, all the signs point to it being genuine. Violet's spirit stood 3 meters away from Hanli and spoke with an expression of excitement. Her luminous eyes were unerringly focused on the oasis. At the center of the water in front of them, there was some sludge emerging from the water along with the stalk of a glistening emerald-green plant. It was a meter tall and covered in thumb-sized oval leaves. Growing at the very top of the plant were 4 odd fruits. They were fire-red, slender at the top and wide at the bottom, and glowed with a faint red light at the top. Along with the faint scent that it emitted, it bore a striking resemblance to a lit candle on a stand. Hanli was also certain that this was the spirit kindle fruit and smiled when he heard that Violet's spirit thought so as well. Violet's spirit deeply sighed and turned to Hanli, saying with a decisive tone, "I'm going to pick the fruits right now. It's best not to let matters drag on." Chapter 834. An odd beast. There is no need to be so impatient. Since the plant has existed here for so many years, it is possible that there is something guarding it or it would have already been consumed. Even with the illusion formation protecting it. Despite his excitement, Hanli maintained a calm exterior as he spoke. Brother Han means to say that there could be an ancient beast guarding it? Alarmed, Violet's spirit regained clarity of mind. Hanli had previously mentioned a bit about the ancient beasts found in the valley. That's right. Do you see the 2 snapped branches at the top of the tree? 2 of the fruits should have already been consumed by the ancient beast guarding it. Although it will not raise one's cultivation realm when unrefined, it will still have some effect on breaking through a bottleneck. That should be why the fruits still haven't been entirely consumed. There was no doubt that if the creature was nearby, it would be hidden in the lake. Ever since Hanli had entered the valley depths with Violet's spirit, he had taken the cloak off of his head. He figured she would have already guessed that he possessed the ability to avoid spatial tears after he drove the wind-riding chariot, so he hadn't bothered to hide it. Having discovered nothing after sweeping his spiritual sense across the lake, he looked at it with glowing blue eyes. His gaze penetrated 100 meters into the depths of the pond and his expression stirred. Staring at Hanli's face, Violet's spirit noticed his change of expression and frowned, asking, "What? Has Brother Han discovered something?" With a calm expression, he turned his head to Violet's spirit and said, "Step back. The ancient beast guarding the fruit seems to be troublesome. It will take a bit of effort before I can dispose of it." The fact that the beast was able to evade the notice of his spiritual sense left a deep impression on Hanli. Then I must thank Brother Han for his trouble. Knowing that her own abilities were lacking, she could only rely on Hanli and tactfully obeyed. She then flew back 100 meters and motionlessly floated in the air. Once Hanli saw Violet's spirit step aside, he reached to his waist and tossed 3 spirit beast pouches in the air. Then with an incantation gesture he summoned tens of thousands of gold-devouring beetles to fill the sky around him and blot out the sun. Golden light flashed across 100 meters in the sky. Ah! When Violet's spirit saw this, she couldn't help but yelp in shock. She knew of Hanli's insects and even witnessed him using them in Heaven Void Hall and in his battle against the disciple of Archsaint Six Paths. However, the gold-devouring beetles as of current had undergone a massive change in color, viciousness and numbers. The sudden appearance of these tens of thousands of immensely intimidating insects released an unordinary pressure that left her in awe. Hanli paid no attention to Violet's spirit's shock and arranged the gold-devouring beetles in formation. Then with a wave of his sleeve, 36 of his bamboo cloud's worm swords successively flew out and began to flutter around the cloud of beetles in foot-long streaks of light. He struck all of the golden sword lights with successive spell seals and they immediately split into over 100 identical images, each radiating with brilliant light. He pointed at the sword lights in the sky and softly shouted, "Go!" The sword lights trembled once and each began to mysteriously disappear one by one. In the blink of an eye, the aureate sword formation had been placed down below the cloud of beetles. Hanli pursed his lips. With the formation down he felt much more at ease. He looked into the lake down below as a harsh expression appeared on his face. With a flick of his hands, golden light brightly shined and thunder roared around them, summoning a fist-sized ball of lightning between his hands. In the blink of an eye, the ball of lightning grew to the size of a bowl and Han Li pushed his hands forward, launching the golden ball towards the lake with a clap of thunder. When the ball of lightning touched the lake's surface, thunder roared as the ball ruptured, filling the lake with arcs of lightning. Violet's spirit bit her lips as she saw this, her heart heavy and her gaze focused on the scene. The golden lightning didn't disappear. Instead, it violently surged through the water, causing a 10-meter-wide whirlpool to appear at the center of the lake. A muffled roar sounded out and a black-white mist of demonic chi emerged from the whirlpool, faintly concealing a strange ancient beast. The beast appeared peculiar. It had a soft jet-black body that was over 20 meters long and filled with bumps and holes of varying size. At the center of the mass of flesh, there was a huge protrusion that appeared to be its head. And apart from its single jet-black eye, Han Li saw no other sensory organs, not even a mouth or nose. The beast was truly disgusting to behold, causing even Han Li to feel apprehensive. When Violet's spirit saw this beast from a distance, her complexion paled and she felt a chill run down her spine. However, Han Li had never heard or read of an ancient beast like this one. He couldn't help but glance at Violet's spirit, but she simply responded with a bitter smile. It was clear she didn't know either. Facing something that he didn't recognize, Han Li decided it would be best to deal with it as quickly as possible rather than to slowly probe it and allow it to unleash its attacks. He promptly waved his hand and struck the insect swarm above with a spell seal. Suddenly, the buzzing of the insect swarm filled the air and they quickly condensed at their center, forming a huge golden cloud that moved to cover the ancient beast. When the ancient beast saw this, it knew that things were far from good. Its body expanded and deflated, releasing a strange green liquid from the holes on its body towards the golden cloud and filling the air with a fishy scent. Han Li frowned, but his brow soon relaxed. The green liquid didn't have any effect on the gold-devouring beetles and didn't harm them in the slightest. The cloud of beetles moved down to envelop the beast, but the black-white chi that surrounded its body obstructed the beetles from moving any closer to it. However, it wouldn't last long. The beast's mind trembled with fear. The countless beetles were doing their utmost to devour the black-white chi that took it countless years to cultivate. It tried to flee by submerging itself in the water, but Han Li was already prepared for this. He pointed to the water and summoned a walnut-sized blue fireball at his fingertip, then launched it with a flick. Crackle. The fireball ruptured in a display of blinding blue light. A cloud of icy blue chi quickly spread from the explosion, covering the lake in a thick layer of ice as it spread. In the blink of an eye, the blue lake turned into a huge block of ice. The ancient beast's plan to escape into the water came to a halt. Instead, it bounced off of the ice and became filled with even greater terror. It then attempted to fly away with the golden beetles surrounding the black-white chi that covered it. Just as it traveled to the lakeside in a blur, a flicker of golden light suddenly appeared in an empty space. A fine golden thread had flashed towards the ancient beast. A small chunk of jet-black flesh was then ripped off, sprinkling the beetle cloud with blood. The golden thread had instantly cut through the black-white mist that protected the beast and cut off a small portion of its body. With the gap in its defenses, countless golden beetles swarmed through the opening and covered the ancient beast's body. The beast suddenly released a miserable shriek and its body flickered with light. A layer of demonic green flame covered it to try and burn the gold-devouring beetles that surrounded it. Although the green flames were a formidable ability that the beast had bitterly cultivated for years, it didn't hinder the gold-devouring beetles in the slightest. In fact, it provoked them and they began to devour the beast with even greater speed. The beast experienced indescribable pain all over its body and it changed direction in a desperate attempt to flee from the other side of the lake. Han Li stood at the lakeside with both of his hands behind his back. He coldly stared at the beetle-shrouded beast as it floundered about like a headless fly. Unfortunately for it, he had already placed down the Aureate Sword formation. Although he didn't activate the formation to close in on the beast, a golden sword thread would cleave off a portion of its body whenever it tried to run. Soon, over half of the beast's body had disappeared and its screams began to lose strength. It eventually released one last pained scream before dropping onto the ice and remaining completely motionless. This nameless beast's true ability was its amazing aura concealment. Even late nascent soul cultivators wouldn't be able to discover a trace of it, but its abilities in battle were pathetically mediocre. It was a pity that its disguise had been seen through by Han Li's bright-sight spirit eyes. With the beast trapped by the Aurate Sword formation and swarmed by the gold-devouring beetles, it wasn't able to employ its innate escaping abilities and was easily slain. A short moment later, the gold-devouring beetles buzzed as they flew into the air, leaving behind only a strange black-white sphere, the beast's demon core. At that moment, Violet's spirit flew over and glanced at Han Li with admiration. "Brother Han, your current abilities are truly profound. You were able to kill this ancient beast with complete ease. It seems the rumors of Brother Han being on par with the 3 great Heavenly South cultivators are true. It isn't that my abilities are outstanding, but the beast was weak. It couldn't compare to the ancient beasts that I previously fought." Han Li shook his head and then reached out, summoning the demon core into his hand. Han Li looked down at it and saw the sparkling black-white demon core. This was the first time he had seen a demon core with such colors and couldn't help but appear excited. Chapter 835. Acquiring fruit. With a more pressing matter at hand, Han Li knew it wasn't the time to research the demon core and put it away with a flip of his hand. Then he tossed out 3 of his empty spirit pouches into the air and pointed to the gold-devouring beetles. They screeched and immediately split into 3 different clouds as they returned to the spirit beast pouches. With the beetles returned, Han Li mentally commanded the 36 bamboo cloudsworm swords back into his sleeve, dissolving the Aurate sword formation surrounding the lake. "Let's go pick the fruit and be quick about it. I don't know how long the illusion formation will delay the ghost spirit sect cultivators." Han Li then flew across the lake in an azure streak. When Violet's spirit saw this, she closely followed after him and the 2 arrived 6 meters above the plant. After sweeping his gaze across the plant, Han Li turned his head to Violet's spirit and said, "You go ahead and pick them first, but be careful. These spirit fruits are rather peculiar. You will need to contain them in wood attribute materials, or their medicinal power won't last over the next few days." "Many thanks for your warning, Brother Han. I will be careful." Violet's spirit forcefully suppressed her excitement and smiled to Han Li. Then without a trace of hesitation she waved her sleeve and summoned a dark green box into her hand. Then with a flick of her hand, a white streak flashed by and a fruit disappeared without a trace. With the wooden box already prepared and in the woman's hand, the white streak flew into the box, carrying a spirit kindle fruit inside of it. She closed the lid of the box and let out a long sigh, then placed it in her storage pouch. "What? Will Violet's spirit not take another?" When Han Li saw that she only took one, he was stunned. Violet's spirit answered with a sweet smile, "Many thanks for Brother Han's kindness, but one will be enough. Apart from the information I acquired, I did little else to find this place. It was all due to Brother Han's abilities that I was able to acquire this fruit. Although I do have something of a friendship with you, I still can't have an equal share of the fruit with you. Brother Han should take the remaining ones. After all, in addition to being refined into nature origin pills, these fruits can be used to increase your cultivation." Han Li was quite surprised to hear her say such deferential words. To tell the truth, although she was famed for her beauty in the scattered star seas and was the most beautiful woman he had seen, she was also quite shrewd. But after the exquisite sound sect was seized from her, her temperament had taken a turn for the worse and Han Li had kept his distance as a result. Now that she spoke with reason, regardless of whether her words were a result of sincerity or deliberate calculation, Han Li's impression of her vastly improved. Restraining one's greed when facing a worldly spirit fruit wasn't an easy task. "Since Violet's spirit has said this, I won't be polite." Han Li nodded and slapped his storage pouch. In a flash of white light, a wooden box he had prepared beforehand appeared in his hand. He flicked the box open with his free hand and an azure light glowed from it. The 3 spirit kindle fruits trembled and fell off before being bound by the azure light and were drawn into the box. With the box safely put away, Han Li said, "Let's go. We can't stay here for long. We don't know how long until the ghost spirit sect finds us. Although I have no fear of fighting them, the pills must be refined quickly." Violet's spirit pursed her lips and said, "Of course. The fruits won't hold for long. However, we cannot return the way we came or we will encounter them. Wouldn't it be better to pick a direction and find a secret area a few thousand kilometers away to refine the pills? As for where, it will be up to Brother Han, of course. Where to go? Han Li frowned and took a look around him. Something suddenly came to mind and he slapped his storage pouch. A piece of worn and rough silk appeared in his hand, the map of Devilfall Valley that Han Li acquired from the Azure Silkworm robes. He carefully looked at the map and took measure of his surroundings and position, revealing an expression of surprise. The position of this desert wasn't too far away from an area that the map marked. They should be able to arrive in 2 days' time. After taking a look at the crude mark on the map, Han Li grew pensive. Seeing that Han Li didn't immediately reply to her and was instead looking at a tough piece of fabric, Violet's spirit couldn't help but grow curious. But since she was clever, she decided to silently wait in place until Han Li came to a decision. Follow me. We will first refine the medicine pills before deciding anything else. With that said, Han Li put the map away. He then glanced at the plant behind him and frowned. With a chop of his hand, a streak of azure light flashed out and severed one of its twigs, but as soon as the twig touched the ground, it instantly withered and turned to ash. A trace of sadness appeared in Han Li's eyes. It appeared that the records were true. The tree of the spirit kindle fruit was different from other trees. It was one of the few spirit roots that were incapable of being moved. Any attempt would result in the tree's immediate death. Without any further hesitation, he raised his hand and released the wind-riding chariot in a streak of light. The two boarded the chariot and took off in a flash of light, streaking through the sky until it appeared only to be a white speck. Before he took off, Han Li already made plans to first find somewhere to refine the nature origin pill and quickly consume the pill's medicine power. With that done, he would then take a look at the map and look for the secret treasures. Any treasures that the map revealed must be extraordinary given how mysterious the map was. So long as it wasn't too dangerous, Han Li would definitely pay a visit to the areas that the map marked. About 2 hours later, the party of Ghost Spirit Sect cultivators arrived at the oasis. However, the lake had turned to ice and the plant that laid at the center of the lake was lacking any fruit. The Ghost Spirit Sect disciples glanced at each other in dismay when they saw this. Elder Zhong appeared particularly pale. At that moment, Han Li had already traveled over 500 kilometers towards the area marked on the map. Not long after, they left the desert and appeared in an area consisting of green-yellow plateaus of varying heights. Han Li couldn't help but sigh in amazement when he saw the new scenery. Devilfall Valley seemed to include different terrain for every corner of it. It appeared almost as if every terrain that existed was present in the valley. After half a day, Han Li pressed the wind-riding chariot forward before eventually arriving at a mountainous area. Seeing that these mountains weren't very tall, Han Li traveled 100 kilometers deep into the mountain range and eventually stopped above a small ordinary mountain. Han Li floated at low altitude beside the mountain and said, "Fellow Daoist Violet Spirit, we've arrived. We will refine our pills separately. I've already swept my spiritual sense around here and there shouldn't be any ancient restrictions or spatial tiers here." Violet Spirit glanced around and immediately replied with a smile, "Many thanks, Brother Han. Then I will set off first." Then she flew off to a nearby mountain and began to create her own hidden cave residence in preparation to refine her medicine pills. When Han Li saw her disappear into her mountain, he blurred towards the wind-riding chariot. Standing 10 meters away, he clasped his hands in an incantation gesture and waved it towards the chariot. Once it shrank and returned to his sleeve, he flew off to a small mountain in front of him. Soon, Han Li had carved out a simple cave residence with 10 of his flying swords. He arranged a small-scale spell formation outside of its entrance before walking into the cave residence. He even put 8 core formation-grade puppets to stand guard at the cave's entrance to ward against surprises. Finished, Han Li finally felt at ease and entered a secluded room. He tossed his storage pouch in the air and pulled out the many materials he had prepared for the nature origin pill with his spiritual sense, spilling them onto the floor in a white mist. Soon after, Han Li summoned the wooden box that contained the spirit kindle fruits along with a unique azure cauldron, both floating in front of him. Han Li squinted as he stared at them and deeply sighed before sitting on the ground. Although this would be the first time he would refine the nature origin pill, he had received masterful attainments in pill refinement techniques and he was already prepared for the task at hand. Additionally, Hanli had made particular preparations for his journey to Devilfall Valley. Not to mention his multiple spirit kindle fruits, he also had plenty of extra supplementary materials for the nature origin pill, allowing him to fail a couple of times without consequence. As for whether or not Violet Spirit would be able to refine the spirit kindle fruit into the nature origin pill, Hanli wasn't entirely sure. She had never revealed her pill refinement techniques in front of him. However, since she only took one spirit fruit, she seemed confident in her success. With that thought, Hanli focused his gaze on the small cauldron twirling in front of him. He opened his mouth and blew out a stream of nascent flame. It coiled once around the cauldron before entering its center and igniting it with roiling flames. Chapter 836. The altar. The nascent flame twinkled within the small azure cauldron and released scorching waves of heat, quickly raising the temperature of the room. A cold glint twinkled in Hanli's eyes and he raised his hand, striking the small cauldron with a spell seal. Then with a slight ringing sound, azure light rose from the cauldron and flew around it, causing the cauldron to float in the air. With this, Hanli pointed to a square jade box and it silently opened to reveal a somewhat flat and round pitch-black stalk several inches long. Hanli stared at the stalk for a moment and waved his hand at it, summoning it out of the box and holding it in the air 3 meters from him. He then pointed at it and cut off a fifth of the stem in a flicker of blue light. As soon as he swept his sleeve, an azure cloud of light flew out and tossed the severed stem piece into the small cauldron. Following this, he struck the remaining piece with a spell seal and sealed it back up in the box. Hanli paid no further attention to it and pointed to a long wooden box, opening it to reveal the stalk of a glistening green spirit herb. He used sword light to chop off a small chunk for the cauldron, same as he did for the previous ingredient. Hanli then continued to sever off the appropriate quantity of various materials and dropped them into the cauldron in accordance with the formula of the nature origin pill. Eventually, it was time to use the spirit kindle fruit and Hanli cut off a fourth of the fruit before placing it into the cauldron. Hanli then pointed to the floating cauldron and firmly closed the lid on it, shutting it tight. Hanli took a breath before beginning the next part of the refinement process. He opened his mouth and spat out a stream of azure nascent flame, enveloping the cauldron in roaring flames and further increasing the temperature in the room. Staring at the small cauldron, Hanli continuously flicked his fingers, launching spell seals towards it one after another. Not long after, peals of thunder began to ring out from the cauldron, growing ever louder. Hanli frowned when he heard this and he began to intermittently form different hand gestures. As a result, the rings of thunder also began to change in volume, soft one moment and deafening the next. Hanli's expression stiffened as blue light flickered in his eyes, examining what was happening inside the cauldron. Hanli remained completely still and emotionless as time slowly passed by. As Hanli was focused on pill refinement, the Ghost Spirit Sect Masters Party had finally climbed to the top of the giant altar in the basin. It was unknown why the ancient cultivators had placed such strange restrictions on the altar steps, where they would experience an increasingly greater burden on their body as they grew closer to the top. As a result, the party had slowed to a crawl when they reached the middle section, taking them an entire day before they were able to reach the top compared to the 4 hours it took them to reach the middle section. They even had to rest for half a day along the way in order to recover their magic power. The nascent soul cultivators fared well enough, but the 3 core formation disciples were barely able to make it to the top. On the last tens of steps, they felt as if 1,000 tons were weighing down on their every step. They were only able to slowly move after mustering every ounce of their strength. Of course, the trek was easiest to Wuxia. From the very start, the restriction didn't appear to have any effect on him and he appeared completely indifferent. As for the other 2 nascent soul cultivators, even they struggled to walk up those last steps and had grimaced. Of course, Wuxia's effortless appearance throughout the restrictions left a deep impression on Wang Tianxing, the Ghost Spirit Sect Master, and he couldn't help but think even more highly of him. Although the party of cultivators had differing cultivations, Wang Tianxing made an effort to also walk to the peak of the altar without stopping. As soon as he arrived at the top, he suddenly felt the immense pressure completely disappear. As for the Ghost Spirit sect disciples, they sighed with relief when they finally arrived at the top. Although they had protected their bodies with light, they still felt their entire bodies ache under the pressure as if they had the bodies of mortals. It had been an experience they hadn't felt in ages. Rarely would a cultivator ache from the stress of walking. Wang Tiangu and the other nascent soul cultivators didn't pay any notice to this and were instead glancing around. The top of the altar was over 300 meters wide and constructed of sparkling white jade bricks. At the center, there was an offerings table over 20 meters long that was elegantly constructed from dark green jade. In addition to the offerings table, there were 4 30-meter-tall stone pillars at each corner of the altar. The stone pillars were densely engraved with talisman characters and spells that appeared ancient and profound. There were stone Qilin statues at the top of the pillars that were uniquely carved with lifelike detail and glowed. These few items were all seen in the blink of an eye. Wei Wuya didn't notice anything noteworthy about these items and frowned before taking a glance at Wang Tiansheng. The sect master was staring at the sky with his hands behind his back as if he were looking at something interesting. Wei Wuya grew curious and followed his gaze towards a crimson expanse in the sky. There was an area of low altitude that was glowing with various lights. Apart from the strands of light that stemmed off of it, there was nothing out of the ordinary about it. Clown Master Wang, we've arrived. Where is the entrance to the Spirit Ether Garden? Wei Wuya bluntly asked. Wang Tianxing calmly replied, don't be impatient, fellow Daoist Wei. The entrance to the Spirit Ether Garden is hidden by a restriction. The method to dissolve it is only known by the soul in the scroll. We will have to call out to him. Wei Wuya's expression stirred. So it was like that. You've made an agreement with Master Tsang Kun's doppelganger. Wang Tianxing chuckled and said, fellow Daoist Wei is quite smart. I did come to an agreement with him. Please be patient, I'll call on him. He reached his hand into his sleeve and took out a silver-white scroll. Wang Tiangu's expression stirred and he silently walked over. In that moment, Wang Tianxing unfolded the scroll and a ball of silver light flew out, materializing the image of a Confucian scholar. Not bad. This is the place. I didn't think there'd truly be a day that I returned. The materialized soul of Master Tsang Kun's doppelganger looked around with excitement, paying no heed to any of the others nearby. Wang Tianxing coldly stared at the Confucian scholar and said with an emotionless tone, as agreed, I have brought you to the altar. It is time for you to fulfill your end of the deal and open the passage to the Spirit Ether Garden. You've already placed me under your restrictions. Could it be that you're afraid I'll cheat you? The entrance to the Spirit Ether Garden is above the altar, true, but the restriction is quite odd. I'll be needing to personally open the way. With that said, the Confucian scholar raised his head to the sky and placed his hands together, summoning a gray fireball into his hands. He flung it to the sky with a wave of his hand, striking the rainbow light only for the fireball to strangely vanish. The scholar nodded when he saw this and turned to look at the stone pillars around him. Not wanting to waste time, he promptly said, fellow Daoists, if you pour a bit of spiritual power into the 4 stone pillars, it will allow me to continue with dissolving the restriction. Once that was said, the nascent soul cultivators exchanged glances with one another. Wang Tianxing hesitated for a moment before he sullenly said, fine. Let's do as he says. You 3 disciples head for the stone pillars. Junior Marshal Brother Wang, I'll have to trouble you to take over the last one. As you bid, Sect Master. The 3 disciples promptly obeyed. As for Wang Tiangu, he walked towards a stone pillar without hesitation. Under the command of Wang Tianxing, the 4 reached out to their respective stone pillar and slowly poured spiritual power into them, passing the spiritual power into the stone statue at its peak. Not long after, the 4 stone pillars released strange cries and slightly trembled for a moment. The Qilin statues on top began to glow with light and their eyes began to shine crimson as if they were alive. When Wei Wuya saw this, he wore an apprehensive expression. He seemed to remember something similar to what he was seeing in front of him, but he couldn't remember it. As for the Ghost Spirit sect, he simply watched this scene without a sound. Suddenly, the Qilin statues slowly raised their heads and opened their mouths to reveal glowing rainbow light within them as if something were about to shoot out. At that moment, the Confucian scholar began to move. He raised his hands and flicked his fingers, striking at each of the 4 Qilin statues with a single gray spell seal. Suddenly, the light in the statues' mouths pulsed and they fired beams of rainbow light into the sky. They met to form a 3-meter-wide ball of rainbow light. The space surrounding the ball of light began to distort and ruptured with a world-shaking explosion. Blinding rainbow radiance covered the altar for a time and astonishing spiritual chi fluctuations shook the world around them. A perilous situation emerged before them. Even Wei Wuya's expression grew unsightly once he felt the strength of the spiritual chi fluctuations. The others unconsciously took several steps back and began to circulate the spiritual power within their bodies in preparation to defend themselves. Fortunately, this explosion was rather short. In the blink of an eye, the rainbow light disappeared and the spiritual chi scattered. The cultivators saw this and resolved themselves to look at the sky. Wei Wuya's complexion paled. He turned his head to the Confucian scholar and icily said, "This is the so-called entrance to the Spirit Ether Garden." Chapter 837. Opening the passage 300 meters above the altar, a crescent arc of light appeared in the sky. The arc of light was white, 100 meters wide and over 1,500 meters long. It appeared to be a huge spatial tear. However, it was concealed by some kind of unknown restriction. Despite the 3 powerful nascent soul cultivators present, none of them were able to sense its existence. Could it be that this was the entrance to the Spirit Ether Garden? Despite the vast abilities these nascent soul cultivators possessed, even Wei Wuya couldn't gather the courage to enter the spatial tear that laid before them. As the incisiveness of a spatial tear wasn't something that a cultivator could block, Wei Wuya was enraged. The Confucian scholar glanced at those before him and said, "The Spirit Ether Garden was a pocket that laid between the spirit realm and our mortal realm. If we wish to go there, we will naturally need the assistance of this spatial tear. With a bit of warping, the spatial tear becomes the entrance of the Spirit Ether Garden. Be at ease, I won't have you all rush through it. There is another method we can try for the time being. However, there is a bit of danger involved. Even I only have a 70% likelihood of making it through. As for the core formation cultivators, their strength is lacking. If they go, it will only be sending them to their deaths." Wang Tiansheng, the ghost spirit sect master, wore an unsightly expression. "A 70% chance of succeeding? You never mentioned this before." The scholar coldly smiled and said, "Would it have made a difference? Let alone 70%, you would have made an attempt even if there was only a 20% chance of success." A cold glint shined in Wang Tiansheng's eyes. He then raised his hand and produced a crimson command medallion. "What are you doing?" The Confucian scholar loudly yelled as he flew back in panic. Silently, Wang Tiansheng waved the command medallion and it brightly glowed with crimson light. The Confucian scholar suddenly screamed and fell onto the ground. At the same moment, crimson talisman characters appeared on his limbs and wandered across his body without end. A soul fright curse? Wang Tiangu couldn't help but tremble in shock at the sight of this. Even Wei Wuya wore a strange expression at the sight of this. Wei Wuya stared at the Confucian scholar rolling on the ground and indifferently said, "This is the soul fright curse, one of the ghost spirit sect's secret curses? I've heard that this secret technique is more ruthless than other soul restriction techniques. Cultivators placed under this curse could have their souls scattered at a mere thought from their caster." Wang Tiansheng turned to him with a beaming smile and chuckled, "Fellow Daoist Wei is truly experienced. That is indeed the curse. The sole remnant of Master Tsong Kuan's doppelganger seems to believe that he is the genuine rivalous Master Tsong Kuan. How dare he not recognize the mercy of others? It is only natural for me to discipline him." Wei Wuya nodded and said nothing further. Regardless of the memories the soul may possess, it couldn't be allowed to run rampant. The Confucian scholar was currently subjected to immense torment. Each time the crimson talisman characters flickered across his body, he trembled and rolled on the ground with his head held in his arms, his expression contorted in agony. After the time it took to finish a meal, the Confucian scholar's materialized form began to grow indistinct. It was only then that Wang Tiansheng waved the command medallion once more and put the torture to an end. With unquestionable authority, Wang Tiansheng said, "You should have learned your lesson by now. Even if you have mastered Tsong Kuan's memories, You are nothing but a remnant soul now. Do anything foolish again and I won't let you off so easily. I do wish to enter the spirit ether garden, but I will not be led by the nose. Don't worry, so long as you sincerely lead the way, I will do as we agreed. I understand. I will now open the passage. Green light flickered from the Confucian scholar and his form stabilized once more, his face wearing a calm expression. Wang Tiansheng was greatly surprised to see the Confucian scholar recovering so quickly his composure. Just as he narrowed his eyes and thought to say something else, the Confucian scholar began to glow with green light and slowly flew towards the spatial tear above. Wang Tiansheng interrupted himself before the words left his mouth. After all, opening the path to the spirit ether garden was more important than disciplining the soul remnant. Wei Wuya and the others kept silent as they coldly watched the Confucian scholar's movements. It was unknown how he could open a passage for them through this fearsome spatial tear. The scholar came to a stop 60 meters away from the spatial tear and raised his head towards it. With an odd expression on his face, he spat out a ball of green light that contained a pitch-black thumb-sized pearl that continuously swirled as it floated in the air. With the pearl released, the Confucian scholar's complexion turned deathly pale and his figure became dim. It appeared that the pearl carried a majority of his soul power. In spite of his weakness, the Confucian scholar forced himself to point at the pearl and shout, "Go!" The pitch-black pearl immediately shined with light and shot into the air. When Wang Tiansheng saw this, he wore an expression of amazement. Just what will this achieve? As the other cultivators watched this with shock, the pearl arrived 10 meters away from the tear and was being dragged inside. In a flash of white light, the spatial tear's surroundings distorted and the pearl disappeared without a trace. For a time, the spatial tear appeared completely ordinary and without change, but suddenly the Confucian scholar's figure blurred downward as he wore a sullen expression, increasing the distance between himself and the spatial tear. Wei Wuya and the others were stunned. Before they realized what he was doing, the spatial tear suddenly released a muffled rumble. Then the center of the tear began to flicker with green light, quickly expanding into a 3-meter-wide ball of blinding dark green radiance. A sharp hiss then sounded out from within the ball of light. With an emotionless face, the Confucian scholar dropped down to the altar and said, "Prepare your abilities. You will need to focus the entirety of your spiritual power into the green light in order to open the passage to the spirit ether garden." When Wei Wuya and Wang Tiangu saw this strange scene, they couldn't help but glance at each other with a trace of bewilderment. Wang Tianxing pondered for a moment before coming to a staunch decision. "Let's just try it first and see if there is any effect." Wei Wuya frowned. He took another glance at the dark green light but didn't say a word. Wang Tiangu also raised no objections. The 3 nascent soul cultivators stood apart and formed hand incantations. They then raised their hands to the sky and shot several various colored beams of light from their hands into the dark green ball of light at the center of the spatial tear. This makes their profound cultivation obvious at a glance. The green beam of light Wei Wuya released from his hands was bowl-thick, while the other 2 nascent soul cultivators were somewhat smaller. The 3 beams of light poured an immense amount of spiritual power into the ball of dark green light, and the sharp hiss it released grew louder. A moment later, the dark green light gradually turned jet black and began to form a pitch-black hole that was only a foot in diameter. It was a complete mystery as to where it led. When Wang Tiansheng and the others saw this, they rejoiced. This strange scene clearly displayed that the Confucian scholar hadn't deceived them. The 3 promptly circulated the spiritual power in their body, and the beams of light they released grew thicker, causing the dark green light in the spatial tear to grow thicker. In the time it took to finish a cup of tea, the hole reached to a meter in length and seemed barely enough for one person to go through. When the scholar saw this, he calmly said, "You should now be able to enter. However, the entrance is still unstable and I do not have a second realm tier pearl to open the passage. If you do not wish to be trapped on the other side, you had best continue to pour spiritual power into it so that the passage stabilizes." With that said, Wei Wuya and the others felt a bit of shock. When they saw the black hole wavering, they didn't dare to stop and continued to pour in their spiritual power. It was clear to see that this stabilized the black passage, but it had consumed a great deal of spiritual power. But a moment later, the black passage has lost stability once more. This bewildered Wang Tiansheng. As a result, he commanded his 3 core formation disciples, "You 3, come and help. Although your cultivation is inferior, you will do enough together." "Yes, sect master." When the 3 disciples heard this, they didn't dare to delay. They hastily gathered their spiritual power and shot beams of light towards the black light. The Confucian scholar simply stood in place as he watched this all occurred. As time slowly passed, Wei Wuya and the others had poured nearly half of their spiritual power into the spatial tear and finally stabilized it so that it will no longer flickered. When the cultivators saw this, they released a long sigh of relief and ceased channeling their spiritual power into it. Wang Tianxiang narrowed his eyes when he saw this and asked, "This is truly the passage into the spirit ether garden?" The Confucian scholar didn't reply. Instead, Wei Wuya answered, "It should be genuine. I've already sensed the other side of the passage and there is a vast area." His expression stirred as he spoke and licked his lips. The others lacked the spiritual sense to see inside of it, but when they heard this, they rejoiced. Since Brother Wei has said this, it seems to be true. However, it is best to be careful. Let's test it first. Wang Tiangu forcefully suppressed his giddy excitement and waved his sleeve. A black mist with the silhouette of a small ghost was sent forward into the passage. Chapter 838, Devil Corpse Pop. As soon as the small ghost flew into the passage, it ruptured into a ball of yin qi. Wang Tiangu, whose spiritual sense was connected to the ghost, paled when this happened. It seemed as if its destruction had caused him quite a bit of damage. Wang Tiangu looked at the Confucian scholar with a furious gaze and asked, "What's going on? Could it be that there is some trick behind the passage? Did you believe that the passage to the spirit ether garden would be ordinary? Let alone some minor ghost with a hollow form, even Ghost King grade souls would scatter as soon as they entered. Even if I were to enter the garden, I would need to draw support from the body of the scroll. In any case, the passage has been opened. It will be up to you on whether or not you can pass through it." The Confucian scholar spoke with a tone of indifference and then transformed back into a ball of green light and flew directly into the floating portrait scroll. Wang Tiangu's expression turned sullen. From the scholar's words, it seemed that formless entities like ghosts had no method of entering the passage. He and Wang Tianxing exchanged looks of surprise. Wei Wuya mulled all of this over and said, "I've already used my spiritual sense to look across the passageway. Although I am only able to see a vague image, there is no doubt that there is a space beyond the passageway. I do not have the patience to further deliberate over the matter, and will be heading through first as to avoid any mishaps that may appear due to hesitation." He then took off into the passage in a streak of green light. Wang Tianxing's expression stirred at the sight of this. He turned to his disciples and commanded, "You 3 will stay here and stand guard. Junior Marshal Brother Wang, let's not be overly cautious and go together. A bit of danger is simply the cost of going to the spirit ether garden." He then turned to look at the portrait in front of him and saw that there was no further change. Wang Tianxing extended his hand and summoned the scroll before putting it away in his sleeve. Then with Wang Tiangu beside him, he flew into the passageway. Since it was said that the spirit ether garden contains all heavenly medicines, if they were too far behind Wei Wuya, they could suffer quite a loss. As a result, the 3 quickly entered the passageway and disappeared without a trace while directly passing through the border between worlds. This isn't the spirit ether garden. At the very front, Wei Wuya arrived through the passage. He surveyed this unfamiliar land with a gloomy expression. There were no other colors at their destination apart from gray, and piles of black stone were spread out as far as the eye could see. All Wei Wuya could see for 5 kilometers around them was gray mist that reached 100 meters into the sky. Before any of them had arrived, they wouldn't have believed the spirit ether garden's legends, where all kinds of spiritual herbs grew and possessed several times more spiritual qi than the mortal realm. However, when Wang Tianxing and Wang Tiangu arrived, their expressions appeared odd, as if containing both anger and surprise. Wei Wuya turned his head and looked at them with slight surprise before raising his guard. He originally believed that they would have called upon Master Tsong Kuan's remnant soul from the portrait scroll in anger once they arrived at the so-called spirit ether garden. Eventually, the ghost spirit sect master broke the silence and said, "Junior Marshal Brother, do you feel it? The devilish qi here is at least 2 times greater than that of the mortal realm. If we were to fight here, the might of our devilish arts should be substantially increased. Wang Tiangu's eyes flickered and he replied with a complex expression, Senior Martial Brother, we cultivate the same devilish arts. How could I not feel it? If we were to cultivate here, we would have a very large chance of breaking through our bottlenecks. When Wuxia heard this, the stone he was standing on shattered and he gloomily said, Fellow Daoists, are you not going to call upon the soul remnant and interrogate him? Don't tell me that I've exerted such a great effort only to arrive here. When Wang Tianxing heard this, he was reminded of the anger he had towards the soul remnant and replied with a malevolent expression, Of course. If he doesn't give us an explanation, I will show him the pain of soul refinement. He then tossed the scroll on the ground, wishing to summon Master Zhang Kuan's soul remnant. But before Wang Tianxing could execute the technique to summon him, light flashed from the scroll and a ball of green light shot out. Standing at the side, Wang Tiangu acted swiftly, releasing a foot-large black hand of light to grab it. However, the ball of green light seemed to have already predicted this and was able to quickly avoid it before streaking across the air. Knowing his place, Wuxia simply watched from the side. As for Wang Tianxing, he was furious from the soul remnant's imprudence. He summoned a crimson command medallion with a flip of his hand and a harsh expression appeared on his face. He fiercely shook the medallion in the direction that the green light flew off and the medallion began to glow in crimson light, slowing down the ball of green light in the distance and causing it to sway. Wang Tianxing rejoiced at the sight of this, but the ball of green light began to stabilize and flew off with even greater speed. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a small speck of light in the distance. Not only was the Ghost Spirit Sect master stunned by this, the other two were also dumbstruck. If I am not mistaken, the Ghost Spirit Sect's Soul Fright Curse no longer has an effect on the Soul Remnant. Interesting. I will go and capture it in your place and see what the ghost intends. Wearing a cold smile on his face, Wuxia streaked through the air in a blur of green. Wang Tiangu recovered from his shock and said, Senior Martial Brother, what? When I used the Soul Fright Curse on him earlier, it was working as intended, as you personally witnessed. Now I am also quite interested in why it has no effect on it. Let's follow after him. I also wish to know what he is scheming to have brought us here. With a malevolent expression on his face and an ominous glint shining from his eyes, Wang Tianxing shot after them. Given that this pocket dimension was only so large, he didn't need to fear that they would escape from sight. Wang Tiangu bitterly laughed and could only follow after him. Not long after, the two arrived near the center of the pocket dimension and found Wuxia facing the materialized form of the Confucian scholar in confrontation. The scholar didn't display the slightest trace of fear, somewhat to the two's surprise. But when the two raised their head to look behind him, they felt a wave of alarm. 30 meters behind the Confucian scholar, there was a 100-meter-tall demonic statue carved out of fiery crystal that was shrouded in faint mist. It had 2 arms for legs, a single corn and pitch-black scales that shimmered with light. It had an evil and fierce appearance with bared fangs. Wang Tiangu's heart thumped and he cried out in alarm, "What is this? It has such dense devilish qi." He wasn't shocked by the huge demonic statue's appearance, but the dense devilish qi that it emitted nearby despite being sealed. It was several times denser than what they had felt where they arrived, arousing a faint feeling of trepidation. We'll talk about that later. First, we'll hear what he has to say. Wang Tianxing looked at the demonic statue with fear, but after some hesitation he floated down to Wuxia's side with Wang Tiangu. After all, he didn't have much to fear with the backing of a late nascent soul cultivator. When the scholar saw the other two arrive, he smiled without the slightest fear. "Fellow Daoists, come. This is good. Now I won't have to explain myself more than once. For what reason did you bring us here?" Wang Tianxing spoke calmly, but after examining the scholar, his heart was shaken. This was because the Crimson Talisman characters were continuously flickering across the scholar's body. The Soul Fright Curse was clearly under full effect, but despite the pulsing talisman characters roaming his skin, the scholar was wearing a beaming smile that didn't contain even a trace of pain. Not to mention that his materialized form was completely stable and didn't show any signs of distortion. With complete calm, the scholar said, "Given that fellow Daoist Wang cultivated a devilish art passed down from antiquity, I'm sure they felt a devilish chi that isn't present in the mortal world. So what? Do you mean to say that this is the Spirit Ether Garden? Wang Tingu asked. The scholar chuckled and said, the Spirit Ether Garden? Could be or not. An icy expression appeared on Wang Tingu's face. What do you mean by that? Do you still wish to play with us even after we arrived here? The Confucian scholar wore an odd expression and said, did you truly believe that the cultivators of antiquity would leave behind a secret area filled with medicine and spiritual chi for you later generations? Countless years in the past, there truly was such a thing as the Spirit Ether Garden, and several of them in fact. But now they are all plucked clean and were destroyed in battles for possession. It might be true that this was an abandoned Spirit Ether Garden, but now, it is simply a pocket dimension that borders our holy realm and the mortal realm. Holy realm? You're an elder devil. When Wei Wuya heard him, he shouted out in alarm with a harsh voice. At that same time, he hastily formed an incantation gesture and submerged his body in green roiling mist. Chapter 839. Decay Transformation. You know of our holy realm? A trace of alarm flashed past the scholar's face, glancing at Wei Wuya in surprise. Within the green mist that shrouded him, Wei Wuya icily said, although I don't know much of the Elder Devil realm, I do know that you Elder Devils were incapable of coexistence with the ancient cultivators. In times of antiquity, you even attempted to rule over our mortal realm. The ghost spirit sect master and Wang Tingu's expression changed upon hearing this, and black light flickered from their bodies. Yin Qi emerged from them and enveloped them in a sphere. When they turned their gaze towards the Confucian scholar once more, they unconsciously took 2 steps back. Although the two haven't heard of the Elder Devil realm or Elder Devils, Wei Wuya's intimidated appearance and the scholar's confident calm had made them to be vigilant. With a deliberate tone, the scholar calmly said, you don't need to know what I am. I simply wish to make an exchange with you. If you agree, your cultivation will be vastly increased and you may even ascend to the realm of deity transformation. Would you 3 be interested in listening? The ghost spirit sect master exchanged a glance with Wang Tingu and calmly said, oh, we might as well hear this grand offer for the time being. It's quite simple. Do you see the Elder Devil corpse behind me? Assist me in removing its seals and I will use its body to open a tear into the holy realm. As a reward, I will use the true devil chi of the divine ancestors to turn your constitution as that of a supreme devil, becoming a member of our holy realm. Would you 3 be willing? With your talents, your cultivation will make massive leaps once the infusion of devilish chi is finished. Entering deity transformation stage would only be a matter of time. The scholar's voice was smooth and alluring. Dissolve the seal and infuse devilish chi? The ghost spirit sect master felt his heart stir. An instant and massive increase in cultivation and the ability to enter deity transformation stage were truly tempting. He turned to look at Wang Tingu and saw that he was tempted as well. Having lived for so long, Wei Wuya was beyond cunning and was able to see their intents at a glance, so he called out to them, snap out of your foolishness. Do you truly believe you will still be yourselves after being infused with devilish chi? You could lose your intelligence and become a puppet of that elder devil. Brother Wei, what do you mean? Wang Tingu was immediately sobered as if cold water was dumped on his head. Wei Wuya spoke without the slightest restraint. What do I mean? You dare to trust a devil from another world? Although I don't know exactly what this devilish chi will do to you, do you truly believe that forcefully raising your cultivation with strange chi from another world will be good? The ghost spirit sect master and Wang Tingu's expression grew unsightly when they heard him. Then their gazes turned icy as they looked at the scholar. When the scholar heard this, he frowned and thought to say something when Wei Wuya's face had a strange change. There was a sudden whistle that shrieked 3 meters from a rock pile behind them, and a black blur shot out of it, penetrating the scholar's abdomen in an instant. Then it shot 30 meters away and spiraled in the air. It was a small jet-black snake. It had a small snow-white thumb-sized horn that appeared incredibly sharp and a glossy black scaleless body. A bowl-sized hole burst in the scholar's abdomen. Because he didn't have a body of flesh, there was no blood, but the hole had revealed a shattered walnut-sized crystal remaining in the body. The scholar stared at the shattered gem with an expression of disbelief. How did you know where my soul stone was? From the green mist, Wei Wuya emotionlessly said, I do not cultivate the ghost Dao, so I don't know what a soul stone is. However, my soul-devouring snake is rather adept in dealing with ghosts and demon souls. Killing a materialized soul remnant was an easy task. When the scholar heard this, he wryly smiled and his body burst into a cloud of gray-white qi that roiled throughout the air. The ghost spirit sect master and Wang Tiangu appeared surprised when they saw this, but when they glanced at the huge demonic statue in the distance, they sighed with relief. As Wang Tiangu looked at the devil corpse, he couldn't help but ask, "Fellow Daoist Wei, shall we destroy the elder devil corpse?" After some silence, Wei Wuya shook his head and said, "If it could be destroyed, don't you think the ancient cultivators would have done so already? It'd be best if we left this place." Wang Tiangu grew hesitant. The ghost spirit sect master then broke the silence and said, "Brother Wei's words are reasonable. This place is quite strange. It'd be best for us to leave sooner." When Wang Tiangu heard this, he raised no further objections and took to the air. But suddenly a voice spoke out from behind them, "Who allowed you to leave? Since you've arrived at the place where my devil body was sealed, do you believe that you'll be able to leave alive? Forfeit your lives while you still can." When they heard this familiar voice, the cultivators quickly turned around in disbelief and saw that the white qi that previously scattered from the scholar had condensed once more into a ball. In the blink of an eye, it took the form of a gray single-horned ghost head that malevolently stared at the three cultivators. Having seen this, the ghost spirit sect master was the first amongst them to attack. He quickly raised his hand and released a black flying dagger. It sliced through the center of the ghost head, but the split halves of the ghost head condensed back into one as if nothing had happened. When the three saw this, they felt their breaths turn cold and their expressions revealed shock. The ghost spirit sect master in particular felt his heart drop. The ghost spirit sect were specialized in secret techniques that controlled and destroyed ghosts. The sect master's own flying dagger was refined with this powerful effect in mind. But Hennet had no effect on the ghost head, leaving a faint feeling of dread appeared in his heart. When Wei Wuya saw this, he sharply whistled and the horned snake spiraling in the air swept down in a black streak. At that same time his green mist roiled and a large dark green arm appeared from within it. In a faint tremble, it charged towards the ghost head in a fierce streak. When the other two saw this, they had no intention of having Wei Wuya dealt with it on his own. One of them spun around and released a cloud of qi towards the ghost head, and the other took a deep breath and spat out a sparkling gold skull that charged forward in a howl. In an instant the three joined hands against the gray ghost head. But at that time, the ghost head soared from the gray mist and shrieks began to hiss from around it. These strange shrieks were sharp and soon the huge sealed devil corpse began to shine with black radiance. It suddenly opened its eyes and two streaks of crimson light shot out from their eyes and enveloping the ghost head in a layer of light. A dense bloody scent filled the air. At that same moment, the various attacks landed and unceasing rumbles shook the air as black qi and green light enveloped the crimson barrier. But soon the three cultivators ceased their attacks in alarm, and the crimson barrier was visible once more. Regardless of the black devilish qi or the giant hand formed from poison mist, when their attacks contacted the barrier, they were immediately absorbed and caused the barrier to grow thicker. As for the black snake and golden skull, their attacks had little effect on the light barrier. The three looked at each other in dismay. During this delay, an astonishing change appeared in the sealed devil corpse. Black light disappeared from it and it instead pulsed with crimson light. Threads of crimson light began to shine from its body, thoroughly enveloping the huge devil corpse in blinding red radiance. Complementing it, the horned ghost head's barrier also began to surge with crimson radiance and it closed its eyes. Then it began to grow countless slim tentacles of dark red light from underneath it, eventually condensing together to form a body. With radiance continuing to shine, the body began to grow flesh and bones with layers upon layers of light threads. This monstrous sight caused the cultivators to feel their backs turn numb. Not only the elder devil corpse, but the horned ghost also began to glow with light as flesh grew on him. When Wang Tiangu saw the body take form from within the crimson barrier, he also noticed that the light from the sealed devil corpse quickly dimmed as it passed through the light that emitted from its eyes. In that moment he suddenly recalled the name of a secret technique from legend. He couldn't help but shout, "Decay transformation. This is the supreme devilish technique, Decay transformation." He then raised his arms and shot out streaks of black light from his hands, striking the beams of light that connected the ghost head and the devil corpse with two palm-sized copper discs. The discs had black talisman characters that roamed across their surface. When the other two heard Wang Tiangu name the technique, they felt their hearts jump in fright and they unconsciously focused their sights on his attack. When the two copper discs pierced into the crimson beams of light, they brightly shined with black light and severed the connection. At that moment, the ghost head already had a mostly complete devil body in its possession. It opened its eyes, one purple and one black, both shining with a demonic light. It then wore a savage grin. Chapter 840. A startling change. Bright light began to wind around Han Li's body and his surroundings turned dim and hazy. Countless specks of white light danced around in the air outside. Han Li clasped his hands in an incantation gesture and spiritual light flowed without end around his body. A whirlwind of light rose from the ground and enveloped him in a gorgeous display. Soon after, gales began to blow with greater force and frequency as time went by. As for the white light specks in the distance, they were swept inside like moths to the flame. Not long after, the winds formed a huge pillar that reached to the sky, blowing up stones and sand wherever it went as if possessed by a devil. At that moment, Han Li's incantation echoed through the fierce winds, causing the pillar of wind to tremble before dispersing. Then thin glowing clouds floated through the air. An incantation was quickly spoken and the glowing clouds turned blue. Soon, the sound of rushing water filled the air and countless surging waves rose as far as the eye could see. Waves up to 300 meters tall began to rise around him. As for Han Li, he was standing within a huge pillar of water and blue light shined from his hand's incantation gesture, appearing as if he were a water god. Suddenly Han Li's incantation gesture changed and it became muffled. The huge waves disappeared in the blink of an eye as if they were an illusion and were replaced with waves of scarlet flame. Over 100-meter-long fire flood dragons emerged from them, each of them spitting fire from their mouths. Then the flames disappeared to be replaced with a verdant sea of trees, an endless desert, a world of ice and many other worlds as Han Li willed them into existence. For the moment he appeared to be a godlike existence. Han Li appeared satisfied with what he had done and then used his magic power to condense a 3-kilometer-tall giant. He had it beat its chest before roaring to the sky. Afterwards, silver light began to streak from every corner of the horizon and began to surge towards the giant in a silver wave. Blinding silver streaks filled the sky and the giant melted underneath the silver lights as if it were ice. But when this light covered Han Li, he felt his eyes burn. He immediately covered his eyes with his hands and miserably screamed. Following, the silver lights in the sky scattered. Han Li felt completely dazed, but he soon opened his eyes in alarm. The silver light and the world around him had completely disappeared. He was sitting inside a secluded room, his body completely drenched in sweat. Han Li took a deep breath and calmed himself, finally recalling that he was within a sealed room inside Devilfall Valley. Not long before, he had taken the nature origin pill that he had refined and was enveloped in a world of illusion by the medicinal power erupted from it. He blankly remained seated and didn't immediately stand up. As he reflected upon his own experiences in the illusory world, his expression wavered with his face revealing revelation one moment and confusion the next. He then touched his back and found his robes to be drenched. Han Li bitterly smiled. The nature origin pill was beyond miraculous for it to sink his mind into a world of illusions in spite of his vast spiritual sense. As for his time inside the illusion, he had become an entirely different person and experienced inconceivable events. He grasped tremendous power with ease, capable of shifting mountains and seas and calling wind and rain. But when Han Li recalled what he had done, the incantations became incredibly vague and he couldn't recall a single word that he spoke, but the grasp and sensation of worldly spiritual power were remembered with complete detail. He felt as if he had experienced it with his body and believed it would prove beneficial for him in breaking through to the next cultivation realm. Han Li then closed his eyes once more and remained still in place. Han Li sat in place for half a day before opening his eyes with restored calm. Any trace of confusion had disappeared from his face. He stood up and raised his hand, striking the stone door in front of him with a spell seal. The door flickered with spirit light and slowly opened, allowing Han Li to calmly walk out. As soon as he walked out, a white streak of light flew out from the stone wall and into his sleeve. It was Silvermoon in her fox form. Han Li slowly walked towards the cave's entrance and asked, "How long was I in seclusion? Did anything happen while I was in there?" Silvermoon replied with a respectful tone, "Master was in seclusion for 2 days. During this time Violet Spirit had already emerged, but she saw that the restrictions protecting your cave had yet to be raised and she returned to her residence." Han Li indifferently said, "Given her lower cultivation, the nature origin pill should have had a lesser effect on her. It is no wonder that she left seclusion earlier. Rather, I am more surprised that you don't want to take one." Silvermoon's helpless voice left his sleeve. "Master should know that I am quite a bit different from a human cultivator. I am a Silvermoon wolf that is possessing the body of a demon fox. In addition to medicine pills used to advance cultivation, I don't dare to negligently take any cultivator medicine pills. Who knows what harm they could cause to me? I would rather just spend more time cultivating than take that risk." After a moment of thought, Han Li frowned and nodded, saying nothing further. Of course, Han Li didn't waste the remaining spirit kindle fruits. He had consumed them before taking the nature origin pill. With their medicinal power dissolved into his body, he experienced a small but noticeable increase in cultivation. It truly deserved to be a spirit medicine rarely seen in this world. When Han Li arrived near the exit of the cave residence, he found that his puppets were obediently guarding the gate. He took several steps forward and swept them into his storage pouch in a flash of white light. At that moment, Han Li opened the stone gate of his cave residence with a magic technique and calmly walked out. In the instant Han Li walked out, a streak of light shot out from one of the neighboring mountains. When Han Li saw the light approaching, he calmly waved his hands around him, beckoning all the nearby formation flags and plates that were placed in the ground. They all flew into his hands one after another in streaks of azure light. "Brother Han, you finally emerged. I believed it would have taken you another half-day before you came out." At that moment, the streak arrived in front of Han Li, revealing Violet Spirit's figure. She sweetly smiled at Han Li as she floated in the air. Her gorgeous beauty soon unfolded as the light faded away around her face. Han Li smiled and said, "It seems Violet Spirit has experienced rather fine results after taking the nature origin pill. You are only a few years away from ascending to mid-core formation stage. Allow me to offer my congratulations ahead of time." Violet Spirit's gaze flickered and she happily said, "Brother Han must be joking. The nature origin pill only saved me several tens of years of bitter cultivation. However, Brother Han now has a good chance of reaching mid-nascent soul stage after taking the pill. This is worthy of even greater congratulations." Fellow Daoist Violet Spirit can't believe that the nature origin pill has the same effect on a core formation cultivator as a nascent soul cultivator, Han Li calmly said. Although it was said that the pill is effective to everyone under deity transformation stage, the lower the cultivation one possesses, the greater the effect. When core formation cultivators take the pill, there is no doubt that they will be able to ascend to the next level, but this isn't guaranteed for a nascent soul cultivator. Regardless of how it is said, the nature origin pill is greatly useful towards ascending to the next level of cultivation. There is no need for Brother Han to be so modest. And give the aptitude Brother Han displayed after reaching nascent soul stage in only 200 years, he should only be a step away from entering mid-nascent soul stage. Aptitude. When Han Li heard Violet Spirit say this, he couldn't help but bitterly laugh. Although he didn't correct her, he did shake his head in silence. Violet Spirit pursed her lips in a smile and thought to say something more when a huge rumble sounded out in the distance. It appeared as if a fierce tremble shook the entire world. Han Li handled it well enough, but Violet Spirit was shaken by this and fell from the air. She hastily stopped her fall with a burst of light and shouted out in alarm, "What happened? What is going on?" Also shocked, Han Li didn't answer and turned his head in the direction of the source of this sound. That is the area that the map indicated. Han Li's heart stirred and he felt somewhat bewildered. At that moment, A white line howled as it streaked from the horizon, carrying booms in its wake. In the blink of an eye, the white light turned thicker and countless waves of white chi suddenly appeared nearby. As far as the eye could see, a boundless and unimaginable tall wave of white chi engulfed the surrounding mountains as it made its way towards Han Li and Violet Spirit. In the blink of an eye, it was only about a kilometer away from them. Not good. When Han Li saw this, his expression changed and he summoned a small blue shield with a shake of his sleeve. It revolved around him once and expanded into a huge shield in front of him. He pointed at the huge shield and a layer of blue light emitted from it, enveloping Han Li within it. Still feeling unease, he spat out a ball of blue icy flame and had it rupture 30 meters in front of him. The blue flame radiantly glowed and crackled. The large icy ball of chi rapidly expanded and in the blink of an eye, a 20-meter-tall ice mountain appeared in front of Han Li. As for Violet Spirit, she also reacted with alarm and released an embroidered scarf that released a mist of light to protect her. When she saw that Han Li had condensed an ice mountain, she hastily flew to his side with delight. At that moment, the rushing wave of chi had finally arrived before them. The entire sky grew dim. Soon, the violent sounds of shattering earth burst around them. A huge tremble resonated from the ice mountain ahead of them where tens of boulders smashed into it, each impact releasing a sharp clank. The sound was discomforting and made one's heart stir. Chapter 841. First devil sighting. When Violet Spirit saw this huge mountain of ice break, she paled and unconsciously turned to look at Han Li. At the moment, Han Li appeared unperturbed and without a trace of panic. When Violet Spirit saw this, her heart steadied, knowing that he most likely had further methods to protect himself. But to Violet Spirit's surprise, Han Li didn't make any further use of any magic treasures or techniques. Although the blue ice mountain trembled underneath the boulders and chi wave, it held steadfast and showed no sign of breaking. In her delight, Violet Spirit discovered that the mountain of ice wasn't condensed from ordinary glacial chi. It was far more hardy than one would expect. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, the astonishing white wave of chi eventually finished rushing past them. It rumbled into the distance only to disappear from sight. Violet Spirit sighed, summoning her embroidered scarf back into her hand from its mist form. She looked at Han Li and puzzlingly asked, "What is that? How could Devilfall Valley possess such a thing?" Han Li's eyes flickered and he muttered, "I'm not sure." However, there was something strange about the spiritual chi in the distance. It was extremely chaotic. Could such an astonishing wave of chi come from a spatial tear instead of a person? However, the wave of chi was so fearsome that the valley's restrictions weren't able to stop it. Nascent soul cultivators would be able to deal with it well enough, but if that wave reached the outer valley, those core formation cultivators would almost certainly perish. When Violet Spirit heard Han Li, she frowned and also used his spiritual sense to look in the direction that the chi wave had arrived. She was only able to sense that the spiritual chi was somewhat abnormal as her spiritual sense wasn't able to reach that far. There is something amiss. Brother Han, could it be you plan on investigating the source of this? Han Li hesitated for a moment and spoke with a tone of certainty. Why would I plan on investigating it? Regardless of whether the wave was artificially made or a coincidental explosion, I don't want to look for trouble despite how curious I may be. Let's return back to the outer valley in any case. We've already fulfilled our objective. With this strange occurrence, the ghost spirit sect will most likely be too occupied to find us. It is a good opportunity to leave. Afterwards, he pointed to the huge shield in front of him and it quickly shrunk before returning into his sleeve. As for the ice mountain, Han Li pressed his hand against its walls and blue light suddenly shined. It thawed in the blink of an eye and soon, a ball of blue flame entered his palm. When Violet Spirit saw this, she wore an expression of alarm. Han Li raised his palm and looked at the ball of blue flame with a trace of satisfaction. This new technique of using the ice flames was something he had comprehended from the world of illusion. Although this was the first time he made use of it, it was done with skill and precision as if having done this several times before, much to Han Li's surprise. This illustrated that the experiences within the world of illusion weren't born from simple imagination. They were truly understandings of heaven and earth from a higher realm. With that witnessed, he had higher hopes for entering mid-nascent soul stage. With a faint smile on his face, he turned to Violet Spirit and thought to say something when light suddenly shined from the horizon behind them to reveal two streaks of light. A streak of yellow and white light trembled as they streaked across the sky as if they were fleeing in Han Li's direction. When Han Li saw them with his spiritual sense, he yelped with surprise. Violet Spirit stretched out his spiritual sense only to discover that the two streaks of light belonged to two nascent soul cultivators. As she wasn't able to see anything further, she asked, "Brother Han, you know those two?" "Of course I recognize them. I've had some dealings with them in the past." Han Li frowned and stared at them with an odd expression. One of the streaks of light contained a yellow-robed old man with a sallow face, Yellow Maple Valley's ancestor Ling Hu. As for the other streak of light, it contained a white-clothed woman with an icy expression, the Grand Elder of the Masked Moon Sect, Nangong Wan's senior martial sister. Han Li was surprised that the two had also entered Yellow Maple Valley. It seems they had stolen into the valley at the very last moment. The two both wore expressions of fright and were fleeing as quickly as could, but there was nothing behind them. Regardless, they continued to flee as if there was something quickly chasing after them, and they didn't dare to slow down. Han Li found this truly strange as they weren't weak individuals by any means. Ancestor Ling Hu was a mid-nascent soul cultivator and Nangong Wan's senior martial sister possessed formidable treasures and techniques. It was unbelievable that the two had decided to hurriedly flee instead of standing their ground. Could it be that the Mulan divine sage Xiong was chasing them down? With that thought, Han Li felt his heart tremble. His relationship with the Mulan spell warriors was anything but good. He had wrecked the plans of the Mulan tribes several times and had slain many high-grade Mulan spell warriors. If he were to come across divine sage Xiong, he feared that he would definitely go after him. With that thought, Han Li didn't delay and decided to take advantage of the fact the two had yet to be detected. In a blur, he arrived at Violet Spirit's side and held his hands in an incantation gesture. A layer of light then appeared above their heads and caused them to disappear from sight. Han Li and Violet Spirit blurred within the azure light and soon disappeared from sight. Then the two streaks of light brushed past the mountain Han Li was concealed. Han Li was able to see the deathly pale expression that ancestor Ling Hu wore. Then Han Li glanced at a place 300 meters behind them and narrowed their eyes. "Where do you think you're going? What? Don't you want to be with your companion? Teach. Your cultivation is quite high and your primal souls are exceptionally profound. They will make great offerings to this Lord. How could I possibly let you escape? This time, there will be no further surprises and you will obediently fall into my grasp." The voice howled with laughter and spoke with a tone of audacity. These words shook the world nearby, guaranteeing that all cultivations within 5 kilometers could hear it. Afterwards, a line of black light strangely appeared where Han Li was staring. The black line intermittently flickered, closing the distance between it and the two fleeing cultivators with each reappearance. A short moment later, it was only 200 meters away from them. At that moment, a silhouette could be seen from the black radiance. Although it appeared vague, Han Li hastily focused his attention on it. But through some sort of unknown secret technique, Han Li wasn't able to see his cultivation with his spiritual sense. He was only able to see his vague figure. However, his figure appeared rather familiar to Han Li, and after a moment of thought, Han Li recognized him, much to his shock. Marquis Nanlong? How can he be here? And there seems to be something different about him. Han Li was shaken with bewilderment. This person was the devil-possessed Marquis Nanlong. Although Han Li didn't know that the devil's soul had possessed his body and was no longer the original Marquis Nanlong, the overwhelming devilish qi emitted from his body and his audacity to pursue ancestor Ling Hu and the Grand Elder of the Masked Moon Sect was clearly bizarre and out of character. At that moment, Marquis Nanlong reappeared in his black light only 100 meters away from the two. He eerily laughed and the black light surrounding him ruptured. A ball of pitch-black devilish qi wrapped around him and he disappeared in a flicker of black qi. When ancestor Ling Hu and the white-clothed woman saw that Marquis Nanlong had disappeared, they were greatly alarmed and came to a sudden stop. They each took action, with one person taking out a pitch-black mirror and the other brandishing a jade scepter, and both of them covering themselves in a barrier of light. Then a black light shined not far away from them. Pitch-black devilish chi suddenly spurted forth and instantly enveloped an area of over 30 meters. Marquis Nanlong's figure could be vaguely seen from within it. You clearly know that you aren't my match. Don't do something so foolish as to resist me. Marquis Nanlong sinisterly smiled from within the black chi and he casually waved his hand. A large bang sounded out. A black hand suddenly appeared out of nowhere and struck the white-clothed woman. Afterwards, the woman was repelled over 20 meters away alongside the barrier that formed from the mirror before managing to steady herself. Ancestor Linghu's pale complexion grew even more unsightly. With a harsh tone, Ancestor Linghu harshly yelled, "What are you? Not only have you possessed fellow Daoist Nanlong's body, but you dare to devour the primal soul of our fellow cultivator. Do you truly believe that there is no match for you within Devilfall Valley? There are several tens of nascent soul cultivators that have entered Devilfall Valley. No matter how powerful you are, you will find it difficult to escape death." Not only did Marquis Nanlong show no fear but several tens? Fantastic. I originally believed there were but a few humans in this valley. But now there are so many nascent souls for me to devour, I'd better go and retrieve them. With so many nascent souls devoured, my soul power will mostly recover. Then with a huge bang, black chi instantly ruptured and scattered. Then a silhouette clad in black chi blurred as it shot towards Ancestor Linghu, leaving afterimages in his wake. Chapter 842. Sneak attack. Ancestor Linghu's expression changed and without further thought he pointed to the jade scepter. Suddenly the barrier around him thickened and he spat out a small block stamp. It flew out as a ball of green light. Bang! Marquis Nanlong sneered and punched the jade block without hesitation. As black and green light weaved together, black chi suddenly shrunk and expanded, blowing away the light. The jade block was sent flying back and fiercely pounded towards Ancestor Linghu. In his alarm, he hastily grasped his hands in an incantation gesture and repeatedly strengthened his protective barrier with successive spell seals to stop the incoming jade block. But in that short moment of delay, a pitch-black fist appeared in front of the barrier and fiercely smashed down. The barrier trembled and Ancestor Linghu felt a huge force travel through it, immediately sending him flying. However, he didn't live his 1,000 years of life in vain. With his rich battle experience, he had already shaken his sleeve and released a fire-red flying dagger in the direction of the Marquis Nanlong's new position. Marquis Nanlong sinisterly grinned past his expression filled with black chi. As the flying dagger streaked towards his head, he didn't bother to dodge. Rather, he took a breath and spat out a streak of black-red demon flame from his mouth. The flying dagger attempted to cut through the black-red flames but was instantly entangled. With several flashes of red light, the dagger groaned and was cleanly devoured by the flames, falling to the ground as a lump of spiritless iron. When Ancestor Linghu saw this, he felt a wave of shock. The dagger may have appeared ordinary, but it was in fact a famous treasure in the heavenly South Continent, the evil slaying blade. It a difficultly acquired treasure that was particularly effective against evil souls and spirits. Since it was clear to see that Marquis Nanlong had been possessed by a ferocious evil spirit, he decided to make use of this blade. While he didn't think it was enough to heavily injure Marquis Nanlong, it came as a massive shock for it to be destroyed with such casual disregard. As Ancestor Linghu turned pale from fright, the devil-possessed Marquis Nanlong pursued the old man before allowing him to regain his bearings. He leaned forward and his body suddenly folded and extended like a snake. His torso extended forward and pursued Ancestor Linghu, only to pound at his barrier once more. Shaken by another strike, Ancestor Linghu was sent flying once more. Marquis Nanlong strangely flickered his entire body in front of Ancestor Linghu and began to rain down punches upon him. Powerless to resist, he was struck like a sandbag. The jade scepter in his hand was undoubtedly a top-grade defensive ancient treasure. Although the dark green barrier continued to tremble, it remained steadfast underneath the immense force of these strikes. Even Marquis Nanlong let out a gasp of surprise, but he never once stopped pounding down. Fear completely overwhelmed Ancestor Linghu's mind. At that moment he found himself in the same situation as Lu Weiing. Every punch scattered most of the spiritual power he managed to condense in his body, preventing him from activating any further abilities and treasures. After a dozen or so punches, the Jade Scepter's barrier finally began to warp underneath the blows, causing Ancestor Linghu's heart to sink with fear. An evil grin appeared on Marquis Nanlong's face when he saw this. His body blurred and had one hand continue to pound down on the barrier while he held his other hand like a blade as if concentrating power into it in preparation for the lethal blow. Ancestor Linghu's complexion turned deathly pale. The barrier was finally cracking. He gritted his teeth and gripped onto an item he kept near his heart, preparing to stake it all for his life. But at that moment, a thick beam of rainbow light suddenly appeared and enveloped Marquis Nanlong inside of it. Marquis Nanlong originally didn't care for it, but when it touched his body he suddenly felt his body grow heavy and his movements greatly slowed. Marquis Nanlong yelped in surprise and glanced in the direction of the beam of light. The white-clothed woman was holding an ancient mirror high in the air, the source of the beam of light. A harsh expression appeared on Marquis Nanlong's face when he saw this. With the white-clothed woman's interference, Ancestor Linghu is brought out of the pit of despair and immediately grabbed onto this chance at life. He gathered his magic power and escaped in a streak of light. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared at the white-clothed woman's side. Ancestor Linghu couldn't afford to offer his thanks for the time being. Instead, he clapped his hands together before raising them both and releasing over 10 flaming talismans from his hand, all of them shooting to Marquis Nanlong, who was trapped in the rainbow light. The talismans arrived above Marquis Nanlong and ruptured in succession under Ancestor Linghu's command. Rumbles continuously sounded out as scarlet flames enveloped him. Marquis Nanlong spouted out a breath of black chi to protect himself from the scarlet flames pouring around him. Ancestor Linghu obviously didn't believe that this was enough to kill him. He promptly formed an incantation gesture and took out a majestic white trident. It shrunk before shooting out in an attack. The white-clothed woman also took action during this time. With one hand holding the mirror and keeping Marquis Nanlong restrained, she summoned 2 flying swords with the other. They shot towards him as a black and a white streak. As the battle raged on, no words were said. But then rainbow light flashed below nearby. Han Li frowned and asked the Monarch of Soul Divergence, "Is that thing possessing Marquis Nanlong one of those elder devils you mentioned?" With a trace of schadenfreude, he replied, "Apart from an elder devil, what else could be so vicious? But for him to be able to send 2 nascent soul cultivators fleeing, it seems this elder devil is rather highly ranked in the elder devil realm. If you were to fight him alone, your chances of victory are very low, even if he isn't using his original body." Han Li bitterly chuckled and muttered, "It is quite interesting that you didn't tell me to immediately flee. And it's not as if I have any interest in fighting that thing alone. But nevertheless, the world is truly a chaotic place for Marquis Nanlong to fall in such a way." The Monarch of Soul Divergence snorted and said, "With regards to cultivation alone, even 4 of you wouldn't stand a chance against an elder devil with a possessed body. But with your various treasures and techniques, your chances are quite good. You even have divine Devilbane lightning. Although it can't be said that you'd be a match for the elder devil, you should have no problem escaping it." Han Li smiled and thought to say something further when he suddenly heard Violet Spirit's voice. "Brother Han, what will we do? Do you plan to attack?" Violet Spirit had been scared speechless ever since she had caught sight of Marquis Nanlong's corrupted form, and his fierce display was only cause for more trepidation. Han Li smiled at her and was about to say something when he suddenly raised his arm with an alarmed expression. A mist of azure chi shot out and pulled Violet Spirit into his embrace. He then shot to the sky in an azure streak. The azure light faded to reveal Han Li holding Violet Spirit in a loose embrace. He was glancing down below with a solemn expression. Violet Spirit hurriedly brushed herself from his grasp with a slight blush and also looked down below in bewilderment. They now saw a pitch-black silhouette standing there and icily staring at them. Marquis Nanlong had made a sudden appearance there. He planned to mount a sneak attack at them, but Han Li had fortunately glanced around with his bright-side spirit eyes by chance. As for Violet Spirit, she felt her blood run cold and hastily glanced in a different direction. At that moment, A ball of black chi within the rainbow beam of light vanished underneath the raging flames. The silhouette flickered within to clearly reveal another Marquis Nanlong. When Ancestor Linghu saw Han Li suddenly appear in the distance, he was initially delighted. But when he caught sight of yet another Marquis Nanlong, he felt his heart drop. He hastily called out to the white-clothed woman in bewilderment for them to postpone their attacks. At that moment, the Marquis Nanlong inside the beam of light expressionlessly glanced at the two before disappearing into black chi, revealing itself to only be a temporary incarnation. Ancestor Linghu and the white-clothed woman exchanged a glance, both of their eyes holding a deep fear. It wasn't difficult to create an incarnation, but it was truly frightening for an incarnation to escape the notice of two nascent soul cultivators. They had believed that the incarnation had been the genuine Marquis Nanlong this entire time. It appeared that he left behind a hollow shell at an unknown time. If he hadn't intended to mount a sneak attack on Han Li, one of the two cultivators would have fallen prey. Fellow Daoist Han, I didn't think you'd be here. This is fantastic. This devilish monster is extremely formidable. If we unite together against this devil, we will be able to save ourselves. Ancestor Linghu loudly shouted. When Han Li heard this, he bitterly smiled. He originally believed his concealment to be sufficient to escape the notice of even late nascent soul cultivators. As a result, he watched the battle with an easy heart, thinking of escaping a moment later. He didn't think that the elder devil would actually discover him and plan to ambush him. It seemed a battle would be unavoidable. Chapter 843. Battle with the Devil Soul. Han Li nodded to Ancestor Linghu and turned to Violet Spirit and said, "Your cultivation is too low for you to be of any help. Rather, you should escape with your life while you can. Don't worry, since we're all fighting this beast, he shouldn't have the chance to attack you." As a result of their friendship, Han Li immediately told Violet Spirit to leave as he couldn't afford to look after her in the coming battle. Violet Spirit hesitated for a moment before obediently nodding. "Very well. Then I shall be taking my leave. Brother Han, take care of yourself." Violet Spirit spoke softly and took a glance at Marquis Nanlong, down below, and a deep look at Ancestor Linghu's before flying off. At that moment, Marquis Nanlong simply glanced at her in the distance before refocusing his gaze on Han Li. It was unknown whether he simply felt Violet Spirit to be too unworthy of an opponent or that he felt that three nascent soul cultivators were troublesome to deal with. Seeing that Marquis Nanlong was glaring at him, Han Li's expression sank and he raised his hand, summoning several dense arcs of golden lightning around his arm. Thunder repeatedly clapped as lightning lit up around his arm in a brilliant display. Given the fearsome of this elder devil, Han Li had no intention of probing his abilities and decided to immediately attack with the divine Devilbane lightning, legendary for its ability to suppress all things wicked and evil. In truth, Han Li was somewhat disappointed that he never had the chance to test its effectiveness against a devil's wicked technique. Although this elder devil may be formidable, Han Li was confident in the lightning's ability to suppress him. When Marquis Nanlong saw the golden lightning bouncing off Han Li's arm, his eyes narrowed. As he stared at Han Li, he eventually spoke with an icy tone. "I recognize you from the remnant memories of this body's previous owner. Although I don't know the specific details, this body's previous owner had a particularly fearsome impression of you. I now see that impression was correct. Not only did you evade my ambush, but you are able to control the divine Devilbane lightning that had caused us to suffer so much in the past. It seems like I'll have to expend quite a bit of effort to deal with you." When Han Li heard this, a trace of a cold smile appeared on his lips and the arcs of golden light on his arms surged with greater power. At that same time, he flung his sleeve and a small blue shield appeared in front of him. It revolved around him before transforming into a barrier of blue light. Seeing that Han Li took the initiative to act first and defend himself against Marquis Nanlong, Ancestor Linghu and the white-clothed woman glanced at each other with joy. Han Li's current reputation was quite great and he was in existence on par with late nascent soul cultivators. As a result, they each sent a voice transmission to each other and slowly moved forward in preparation to provide Han Li assistance. When Marquis Nanlong saw that Han Li remained steadfast and unaffected by his provocation, he frowned and a fearsome expression appeared on his face. He silently stamped down and his entire body trembled, only to leave behind an afterimage. Han Li's expression remained calm, but he felt a chill shake his heart and his mind grew wary. He swept his spiritual sense around him but wasn't able to find any trace of the Elder Devil as expected. His concealment technique alone was enough to kill ordinary cultivators. With that thought, Han Li narrowed his eyes and blue light flickered from his eyes, activating the Brightside Spirit Eyes with practiced ease. Then he suddenly raised his arm and released a bolt of golden lightning. It was targeted at an empty area and transformed into a net of rumbling lightning just before it struck. As a result, a strange scene occurred. Black light flickered from the empty area, revealing Marquis Nanlong. He felt alarm when he saw the net of golden lightning falling down upon him. But soon his expression grew sullen as his body blurred, and the net only fell down on an afterimage. Marquis Nanlong's body had disappeared without a trace. Han Li pressed his lips tightly together when he saw this. With blue light continuing to shine from his eyes, he looked to his side and raised other arm before pointing it in a completely different direction. Peals of thunder ringing out, a dense bolt of golden lightning shot out from his hand, striking at an empty space 20 meters away. Just as the golden lightning traveled through the air, Marquis Nanlong's figure reformed right in its path. He could only blankly stare as he met its thunderous path. Marquis Nanlong was greatly shocked once more. It may just be a matter of luck if Han Li was able to predict his location once, but it couldn't be a coincidence for this to happen a second time. Han Li was truly able to see his movements. This time the timing of Han Li's attack was superb. Marquis Nanlong wasn't able to avoid it. He could only open his mouth and spit out a ball of black-red devil flame to meet the golden lightning head-on. With a light clap, the black-red flames and golden lightning flashed, dissipating into smoke like fire and ice. It was Han Li's turn to be shocked. The Elder Devil actually had a method to block the divine Devilbane lightning, a fearsome black-red devil flame. But under Han Li's careful watch, he noticed that Marquis Nanlong's complexion had paled in the instant the ball of devil flame was combusted. Although he had been able to recover in an instant, it was clear that this black-red devil flame most likely had some sort of connection to his vitality or soul essence. Before Han Li could think about how to best take advantage of this, Marquis Nanlong suddenly lowered his body and strangely lengthened and shot forward as if his body were boneless. He arrived in front of Han Li and sinisterly smiled, preparing to fiercely pummel Han Li with his devil chi-clad fists. Han Li watched this with an unchanged expression and calmly took half a step back. With lightning ringing from his back, a pair of silver-white wings appeared. Then with another ring of thunder he disappeared in a silver flash. When Marquis Nanlong saw this he paused before coldly smiling. Lightning movement. I see you know quite a bit. But it is a pity, hee. He sneered and turned into black mist before disappearing as well. The two attacks and simultaneous disappearances happened all in a mere instant. When Ancestor Ling Hu and the white-clothed woman saw this exchange, they had immediately planned on assisting Han Li with their magic treasures, but they weren't able to find a good chance to interject themselves into the battle. And with Marquis Nanlong and Han Li now out of sight, Ancestor Ling Hu and the white-clothed woman couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. Then they hastily released their protective treasures around them out of increased wariness, protecting themselves from any chance encounters with Marquis Nanlong. After all, the two didn't have Han Li's abilities and weren't able to see through Marquis Nanlong's concealment. At that moment, thunder rang out and Han Li appeared over 60 meters away from his original location. And immediately after, black chi appeared behind Han Li, followed by Marquis Nanlong's appearance. Wearing a savage expression on his face, he fiercely pounded his fists down upon Han Li. Without even turning around, Han Li instantly sensed what had happened with his spiritual sense. But the strike occurred too fast. He wasn't able to teleport away in time. He was only able to pour the entirety of his spiritual sense into the blue light shield surrounding him to block the attack. Han Li's haphazard decision to teleport away had given Marquis Nanlong quite the opportunity. With shock resonating through his mind, Han Li felt perplexed when he was caught off guard. He hadn't expected Marquis Nanlong to act so quickly. Bang! Bang! Han Li now tasted what Ancestor Ling Hu had just recently experienced. The blue light barrier around Han Li's body trembled and he was struck back. A majority of the magic power he had condensed was scattered by Marquis Nanlong's two fists, preventing him from further using lightning movement. Marquis Nanlong wildly howled in laughter and his body turned into a fierce gale as he pursued Han Li, preparing to land a rain of blows with his fists. While Han Li was shooting through the air, incapable of controlling his body, his face was unexpectedly emotionless. Having seen what Ancestor Ling Hu suffered, he had prepared himself. Although he wasn't able to condense his magic power, he had other methods of contending against the Elder Devil. Although his body had become numb and powerless, he was soon able to feel his arms once more and released a spirit beast pouch from his waist towards Marquis Nanlong. Before Marquis Nanlong realized what had happened, he heard a sudden wave of buzzing from the bag. Several thousand of gold-devouring beetles swarmed out to form a cloud and they all surrounded him as he charged onward. Although he didn't recognize these gold-devouring beetles, he was able to sense an aura of ancient exotic insects, arousing fear in his heart. He didn't dare to be negligent and swiped his hand in the air towards them, summoning a glowing green ghost claw covered in gray-white flames to sweep away the gold-devouring beetles. In an instant, a majority of the gold-devouring beetles were grabbed by the ghost claw, and soon after the gray-white flames burned a meter tall. The other beetles that hadn't been grabbed by the claw were now caught in the flames. Marquis Nanlong sneered at the sight and began to move towards Han Li once more. But at that moment the white-clothed woman saw an opportunity to finally strike. She activated her mirror and a beam of rainbow light enveloped Marquis Nanlong. Additionally, Ancestor Ling Hu pointed to a milky white ring floating above his head. The ring flickered before shooting towards Marquis Nanlong as well. Marquis Nanlong was enraged at the sight of this and easily dodged the beam of rainbow light with a blur of his body. Although the rainbow light was difficult to deal with, it had no effect on him so long as it didn't touch him. As for the white ring, it was clearly a treasure focused on restriction. It also had no effect on him unless it touched his body. As Marquis Nanlong thought this, he turned his sight on Han Li once more and made his way towards him. To him, Han Li and his divine Devilbane lightning posed the greatest threat. However, Han Li didn't remain idle while inside his light barrier. He slapped another spirit beast pouch at his waist, and summoned over 10 puppets that blocked Marquis Nanlong's way with a single command. Each of the puppets was 6 meters long and had human bodies with tiger heads. With a tremble of their hands, 10 several-inch-long streaks of light glowed their claws. Chapter 844. A united front. Marquis Nanlong was initially surprised to arrive in front of the tiger demon puppets, but he continued his charge regardless. The dozen puppets flickered with white light and they took action all at once. Their silhouettes wildly blurred and they instantly surrounded Marquis Nanlong as they swiped at him with their claws of light. Marquis Nanlong's expression sank and he shouted. Holding the puppets in disregard, he quickly met 2 of the puppets' claws with his fist. 2 muffled bangs sounded out. When the claws struck his black chi-clad fists, they were thoroughly shattered. However, these puppets had no fear of death, not to mention that they didn't have any magic power to be scattered either. In a flicker of cold light, the 2 puppets restored their claws and resumed the assault. Marquis Nanlong wickedly chuckled at the sight of this and his arms blurred and disappeared, followed by his body. Then the various claws of light all struck air, only to be followed by 2 muffled booms. Marquis Nanlong appeared outside the encirclement, each arm piercing through the chest of a tiger demon puppet. Since puppets didn't possess any hearts, they could only fall to the ground after receiving these grievous injuries. Marquis Nanlong's brutishly powerful fists destroyed Han Li's meticulously refined tiger demon puppets without any resistance. However, these strikes were something only done in passing. His true objective was Han Li, who had yet to recover from his previous attack. As a result, he rushed past the remaining puppets and appeared before Han Li in an instant, launching another fist at him. Still wrapped in his protective light barrier and incapable of mustering his magic power, Han Li stared at the oncoming first with an odd expression that lacked the slightest trace of panic. When Marquis Nanlong saw this, he was bewildered. Just as he thought about what this meant, countless sharp explosions sounded out close behind him. In his alarm, he withdrew his fist without another thought and his body blurred, leaving behind only a line of afterimages in his wake. In the following instant, countless green claws suddenly appeared, ripping through all of the afterimages. Then in a green flash of light, a green-furred monster with a husk of a face appeared where Marquis Nanlong originally stood. It was the sovereign devil corpse that had stealthily covered under the cover of Han Li's puppets. Marquis Nanlong stared at the tiger demon puppets and the devil corpse that had nearly launched a successful stealth attack on him. A refined corpse. When Marquis Nanlong clearly saw the devil corpse, he shouted with surprise. At that moment, the tiger demon puppets quickly crowded around Han Li. Han Li then raised his hands and stretched out his fingers, with one hand covered in dense bolts of flickering lightning and the other holding a small ball of purple flames. With that done, Han Li emotionlessly glanced at Marquis Nanlong. Marquis Nanlong snorted. With Han Li's magic power restored, there was no point to make any further attempts to suppress him. But what particularly shocked him was how Han Li had released so much divine Devilbane lightning and still had so much in reserve. If he remembered correctly from before he was sealed, the divine Devilbane lightning was extremely harmful to elder devils as himself, but there were very few treasures capable of producing it and they were only able to summon the lightning once or twice before running dry. If that weren't the case, why else would the humans be completely powerless when the elder devils first invaded the mortal realm? But contrary to this fact was the person standing before him, who seemed to be able to draw a limitless amount of divine Devilbane lightning from his body. It was a problem how freely he was able to make use of it. But he was particularly fearful of the purple flame that Han Li held in his other hand. Although he didn't know what this was, his instincts screamed that it was dangerous ever since it had appeared. As for the mechanical puppets, he didn't take them to heart. After all, they posed no threat to him in combat. They simply surprised him when they first appeared. As for the strange refined corpse, its aura was interesting, but it was only an opponent that possessed an early nascent soul cultivation. He also had nothing to fear from it. As the elder devil thought this, he couldn't help but recall the two nascent soul cultivators that he had battled against earlier. When Ancestor Ling Hu and the white-clothed woman saw that Marquis Nanlong and Han Li had ceased fighting for the time being, they felt a wave of dread and didn't dare to command their ancient treasures to attack. They simply ordered their treasures to remain still. As for Ancestor Ling Hu's ring, it had shrunk and began to hum as it floated in the air. At that moment, a series of explosions sounded out and Marquis Nanlong turned to look at their source in surprise. He saw that the ball of gray-white flame rupture in the air. A cloud of golden beetles emerged from the flames and scathed. And with the flames gone, the glowing green ghost claw had disappeared alongside them. Marquis Nanlong's expression turned gloomy at the sight of this. Having escaped their prison, the golden beetle cloud immediately rushed towards Han Li. After a moment of silence, Marquis Nanlong wore a savage expression and said, "I didn't expect that your abilities were so vast. Fishing your nascent soul with ordinary means is rather inconvenient. Since this is the case, I'll have to regretfully kill you. Additionally, this body has already reached the end of its usefulness, so it is no matter even if it ruins." He then took a deep breath and emitted black devilish chi from his body. At that same time, the sounds of breaking bones could be heard from his body. Following this, his body grew a meter taller, and his neck and shoulders began to warp with protrusions as if something were about to emerge from them. As soon as Han Li saw this, he immediately reacted and waved his arms. From one hand, several arcs of golden lightning fused together and pounced forward in the form of a golden python. From the other hand shot out an ordinary ball of purple flame. At that same time, Han Li released a muffled cry, commanding the gold-devouring beetles to fly forward. As for the sovereign devil corpse and the tiger demon puppets, they remained in place to guard against any sneak attacks. To the side, Ancestor Ling Hu and the white-clothed woman glanced at each other before pointing at their treasures and activated them. Suddenly, a beam of rainbow light shot out, arriving a step faster than Han Li's attacks. As for the milky white ring, it grew to 3 meters in size and moved to cover Marquis Nanlong. Having suffered from the Elder Devil's strange techniques, they couldn't allow him to successfully pull off another or they would face even greater danger. Marquis Nanlong was completely unfazed when he saw these oncoming attacks. Rather, the rainbow light completely disappeared when it touched the black chi that covered his body as if it were being absorbed. At that moment, the golden lightning python, the purple fireball, and the huge white ring simultaneously struck Marquis Nanlong. The gold-devouring beetles were lagging somewhat behind, but they were on the way to attack regardless. As for the other attacks, Marquis Nanlong was unwilling to receive them, and the black chi surrounding his body trembled before instantly shooting out at great speed, carrying him along with it. This 10-meter-wide ball of black chi protected him as it flickered through the air. All of the attacks weren't able to reach him as his speed and evasive maneuvers were truly unordinary, preventing any attack from landing for the time being. When the white-clothed woman saw her attack negated, she resentfully willed her mirror to repeatedly shoot out beams of rainbow light, but they still missed him. This chase had already continued for a short moment, and much to Han Li's frustration, neither of his attacks have landed despite using his spiritual sense to control them. Then Han Li suddenly heard the monarch of soul divergence in his mind. "Youngster, if you have no other killing methods up your sleeve, I urge you to escape. Elder devils greatly differ from the cultivators of the mortal realm. They are all cruel and brutish, each of them well versed in combat. Although they come and go from our realm, none of them are as vicious as a high-grade elder devil. If they are earnest, you definitely aren't a match for them. Since I've yet to refine my final nascent soul puppet, I don't wish to die alongside you." When Han Li heard this, he didn't reply. Rather, a harsh expression appeared on his face and he suddenly waved his sleeves. In the blink of an eye, a clear ring sounded out and several tens of small golden swords flew out, each taking the form of a foot-long golden streak of light. They then spiraled away and fluttered through the air under Han Li's command. Han Li expressionlessly struck his swords with several streaks of spell seals and had them all tremble several times, before forming over 100 identical copies of themselves in a display of blinding radiance. Han Li formed an incantation gesture with his hands and shouted, "Go!" The sword lights simultaneously rang and trembled before disappearing from sight. In an instant, Han Li had laid down the Orit sword formation in front of him. The monarch of soul divergence yelped in alarm and he leisurely said, "A sword formation? You still had techniques you haven't yet used? Then pretend I didn't say anything just now. However, I do wish to see why you hold this sword formation in such high confidence. Senior will soon know what this sword formation is. It is hard to say whether or not this sword formation will be able to strike down the Elder Devil if it were his true body, but since he's possessed the body of a human cultivator, I should be able to rid him of his container at the very least, given that I don't kill him." The monarch of soul divergence wryly chuckled and said, "Youngster, don't boast and overestimate yourself. Haven't you already experienced the brute force of the Elder Devil's possessed body and his vicious devil arts?" Chapter 845. Two Heads, Four Arms. Han Li's heart stirred upon hearing the monarch of soul divergence's warning and he asked, "From your tone, it seems you've had personal experiences dealing with elder devils. I thought you never entered Devilfall Valley." Monarch Soul Divergence snorted several times and annoyedly said, "Oh? Could it be you didn't hear me before? I had several good friends who entered the valley. Although they all possessed exceptional abilities, only one of them was able to escape alive with their combined powers. Surely this displays the power of the Elder Devils." Han Li smiled and thought to ask him another question when he heard a loud roar from the ball of black chi scuttling in the distance. Afterwards, a storm of wind was suddenly scattered away from the black chi, revealing Marquis Nanlong. When Ancestor Ling Hu and the white-clothed woman saw this, their expressions suddenly changed and they felt their blood run cold. "Is that human?" They saw Marquis Nanlong emerge with two heads, one head in the front of the neck and the other smaller in the back, both of them possessing a malevolent appearance. They saw four devilish arms from his shoulders, all of them long enough to reach below his knees. The head in front had purple scales covering its face and a several inches long white horn jutting out from its forehead. However, his nose, eyes and other facial features were the same as before. The smaller head on his back appeared completely like that of a demon ghost. Although this head was also horned and scaled, it had a fearsome appearance, and when it opened its jet-black lips, a foot-long black-red pointed tongue unfolded itself. It then pulled back as if it were the tongue of a snake. But what was even more frightening was how the head's eyes had become narrow slits that glowed with silver light. Whenever its eyes moved, it gave an inhuman feeling of unease. Not only his head but the rest of his body was also densely covered in purple scales. His 4 long arms also had long bone-like nails jutting out from each of his fingertips. When he brought them together, they all shined with silver light and appeared incredibly sharp. Although Ancestor Ling Hu and the white-clothed woman felt their hearts tremble at the sight of this new fearsome form, given their rich experience as nascent soul cultivators, they didn't allow themselves to be overwhelmed with fear. Instead, when they saw the elder devil remain still in place, they both pointed at their treasures and commanded them to attack. A beam of rainbow light flashed out and enveloped the elder devil inside of it. Delighted, Ancestor Ling Hu took this chance to order his huge white ring to also cover him. When the elder devil saw this, the expression of his front head remained blank as if it were dead, but the expression of his rear head sneered. The huge ring flashed and directly fell onto the elder devil's head. The devil's 4 arms then glowed with purple light and rose from the rainbow light, firmly grabbing the huge ring before it managed to trap him, preventing it from moving an inch further. Ancestor Ling Hu was shocked and he hastily cast a spell technique. The ring brilliantly shined with light and attempted to break free, but the 4 arms held firm as if they were made of metal. The elder devil's rear head sneered and it opened its mouth, spitting out a ball of pitch-black liquid at the huge ring. When the ring was drenched in the black liquid, it suddenly cried out and its spiritual light scattered and flickered with demonic black light. "My young fused ring?" Ancestor Ling Hu shouted out in alarm. In the instant the ring lost its light, he felt his mental connection with the treasure severed and his complexion grew pale. The elder devil had a method to corrupt and destroy ancient treasures. At that moment, 3 of the elder devil's arms released their grip on the ring, and he waved the ring with its remaining arm, creating countless afterimages as it spun. The smaller head then wore a satisfied expression and spoke using his front head. "Not bad, not bad. I was worried about how I didn't have any treasures on hand. This will do for now." At that same time his 2 other arms swept past his body and took out a pair of black flags. He also spat out a small black sword that floated in the air. As for his 4th arm, it formed a bare fist. "Hee. Although I only have a few devil-fied cultivator treasures, they will to do for now." The elder devil sinisterly smiled. Because Hanli was distracted placing down his sword formation, the golden lightning and the fireball slowed down and lagged behind. As for the gold-devouring beetles, they had closely pursued the elder devil, but after the transformation had finished, they fearfully ceased their pursuit and began to spiral in place. Hanli was shocked with bewilderment. This was the first time he had ever sensed fear from his mental connection with the gold-devouring beetles. Not to mention that this 2-headed 4-armed devil transformation reminded him of the image of the sacred provenance plate as well as the 3-headed, 6-armed on Master Tsong Kuan's offerings table. Hanli couldn't understand what relation these 3 things shared. As for the flags in the elder devil's hands, they were the wind-commanding flags that had belonged to Lu Wang. As for that familiar small sword, Hanli recognized it to be one of the treasures that were found from the ancient cultivator remains. He had actually managed to corrupt it and make use of it as well. But regardless of this, now was not the time to think about it. He needed to provoke the elder devil and draw him into the aureate sword formation. With that thought, Hanli commanded the gold-devouring beetles forward and hastened the speed of the divine devilbane lightning and the purple fireball. Both of the heads simultaneously laughed when they saw this, and the elder devil's neck trembled as it suddenly warped and shifted the positions of the heads. The smaller head then stretched out its black-red tongue without end in a strange display. The elder devil stared at Hanli's incoming attacks and didn't display the slightest intention of dodging. He waved his arms and raised his 3 treasures in the air. At that moment the small sword, spell flags and ring brightly shined with black light. The battle between the elder devil and Hanli now begun again. But suddenly, a series of monstrous roars erupted from a distance like bellows of thunder, containing such fury and violent intent that even Ancestor Ling Hu and white-clothed woman felt their mind tremble from a distance. Hanli was shocked when he heard this astonishing roar, and so was the 2-headed elder devil. Then the elder devil withdrew all of his treasures and instantly flew off in a streak of black, releasing a shriek of his own as he shot into the distance like a bolt of thunder. The direction that he flew in was where the roar had originated. In his amazement, Hanli hesitated and extended his finger, ordering the golden lightning, beetles and purple flames to halt for the time being. He then glanced at the elder devil far in the distance with various changed expressions. If he remembered correctly, this roar along with the astonishing wave of chi not long before originated in the direction of a location marked on the map of Devilfall Valley. Could it be that something massive had occurred there? The elder devil even flew away so quickly and emitted a shriek in response. Could it be that another elder devil has appeared? As these thoughts all surged in Han Li's mind, he remained still in place with a pensive expression. Ancestor Ling Hu and the white-robed woman were greatly relieved to see that the elder devil had taken off and their attitudes relaxed. Ever since the white-clothed woman saw that her status light mirror was no longer capable of restraining the transformed elder devil, she had been filled with dread. Although Ancestor Ling Hu felt some regret over his lost magic treasure, he was still able to preserve his life and felt quite lucky as a result. If it weren't for Han Li's timely appearance, he and the great elder of the masked moon sect would have faced destruction. Originally, they had entered the valley with a good friend of theirs, but the possessed Marquis Nanlong had drawn out his nascent soul and consumed it. Now that the elder devil had flown far away and wouldn't return, Ancestor Ling Hu and the white-clothed man exchanged glances before eventually deciding to draw closer to Han Li. As his recent display of magnificent abilities had left them speechless, they found it inappropriate to leave without having a word with him. Ancestor Ling Hu saluted him and respectfully said, "Fellow Daoist Han, I must thank you for saving me or I would have perished." He then turned his eyes to the tiger puppets at his side and the sovereign devil corpse which was emitting icy chi. He then inwardly sighed and felt a trace of envy. Han Li was so young but he managed to acquire so many treasures and abilities. His future path of cultivation was immeasurable. His past agreement with Han Li to assist Yellow Maple Valley was now proven to be correct. So long as he takes action, Yellow Maple Valley will be safe from calamity for the next 1,000 of years. As for Nangong Wan's senior martial sister, she forced a smile despite their previous quarrel and said, "Many thanks for fellow Daoist's kindness." In contrast to her expression, her tone was indifferent. As for any thoughts of revenge, they were completely eradicated, having just witnessed Han Li's current abilities. With a wave of his arm, Han Li recalled the golden lightning and other items into his body and sleeve. Then he calmly said, "I didn't save your lives out of kindness. I was only defending myself. Now what do you plan to do? Would you be interested in taking a look over there?" Ancestor Ling Hu immediately shook his head and said, "Fellow Daoist Han must be joking. That thing is so formidable, only a late nascent soul stage cultivator could contend against it. We will not be following it." As for the white-clothed woman, she didn't say anything but she also shook her head. "Since that's the case, then so be it. Although I am curious, it is too dangerous for me to go by myself. Let's part here." Han Li felt somewhat disappointed. If these two nascent soul cultivators agreed to accompany him, he would have truly go through to investigate what was going on. However, he wasn't curious enough to risk the danger if he were alone. With that thought, Han Li turned to stare in the direction of the howl, and a short while later, his expression suddenly grew heavy. When Ancestor Ling Hu saw this, he hastily asked with alarm, "Has something happened?" Chapter 846. Moths to the Flame. Ancestor Ling Hu followed Han Li's gaze and saw light flashing in the distance. He saw purple and black lights shine and flicker without end, covering up half the sky from view. And among these lights rose a 100-meter-wide emerald-green cloud that had various bright lights slowly swiveling within it. When these lights interweaved inside the green cloud, a loud tremble sounded out along with a howl that could be faintly heard from a distance. The strange black-purple lights carried raging waves of overflowing devilish chi throughout the sky, a devilish chi that the three were very familiar with. It carried the same aura that Marquis Nanlong's possessed body released after it transformed. However, this same aura was being emitted at full force from a distance and gave an oppressive feeling. But what Ancestor Linghu was even more fearful of was how the black-purple lights and the green cloud were quickly heading towards their direction. It appeared they would soon arrive. Bloated corpse poison. That is a poison cloud formed from Wei Wuya's poison techniques. It is capable of killing any cultivator that touch it. I've seen him use this before. The white-clothed woman's face lit up when she saw the green poisonous cloud. When Han Li and Ancestor Linghu heard this, they exchanged glances with an odd expression, but both of their eyes seemed to contain a deep dread. Although the power of this green cloud was vast, it was clearly inferior to that of the black-purple streaks of light. Could it be that his enemy was on par with a late nascent soul cultivator? However, from the astonishing aura that it emitted, his opponent definitely wasn't the elder devil soul that was possessing Marquis Nanlong's body. When the white-clothed woman saw the other two's expressions, she realized this as well, and she expression grew sullen. Should we? The white-clothed woman hesitated and thought to propose something when an icy spiritual sense swept past the three and interrupted her. Han Li's heart trembled when he felt this, and Ancestor Linghu's expression turned particularly unsightly. After some silence, Han Li emotionlessly said, "Let's hurry and decide what to do. If we take too long, we'll miss our chance. Now that the elder devil we've been fighting has run over there, fellow Daoist Wei will soon find himself overwhelmed no matter how deep his cultivation may be. Do you two plan on assisting him, or will you run off now and wait for the monsters to hunt you down after Wei Wuya is defeated?" Before Han Li spoke to them, he swept his spiritual sense past the black-purple radiance. However, astonishing spiritual chi fluctuations blocked him from seeing anything further, much to his gloom. It was clear that the battle was beyond his current level of cultivation. Ancestor Linghu and the white-clothed woman couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. If it were possible, the two would rather flee for their lives than stake their all against another battle with the elder devil, but it was as Han Li said. If Wei Wuya was defeated, their chances of making it out of the valley were nil, as they were far too deep inside. Furthermore, if Wei Wuya did survive, he would know that they had remained idle rather than assisting him. And as fellow cultivators of the Nine Nations Union, this would bring no end of troubles. Especially since they were grand elders of their respective sects, it could spell disaster for the masked Moon sect and Yellow Maple Valley. The two hesitated as they were resentful of being trapped in this situation, but for the sake of their sects, they had to stake their lives in this hopeless fight. Han Li bitterly chuckled in his mind and watched the black-purple radiance in the sky with his hands behind his back, silent the entire time. Ancestor Linghu frowned and gloomily sighed in his mind. He then said, "Among us, fellow Daoist Han possesses the most powerful abilities. What do you plan on doing?" "Me? Well, hee." Han Li didn't immediately answer and simply smiled. When Ancestor Linghu saw this, he wryly chuckled and inwardly cursed at Han Li for his craftiness. So long as Han Li proposed to leave, the three could immediately leave. And if Wei Wuya later investigated this, he and the white-clothed woman could blame the matter on Han Li. As Ancestor Linghu was trying to find a way to deal with this awkward situation, Han Li suddenly yelped, There are also cultivators nearby. But this comes as no surprise. Given how loud the noise was, it would have attracted cultivators within several thousands of kilometers here. When Ancestor Linghu and the white-clothed woman heard this, they hurriedly followed Han Li's gaze and found that on the other side of the battle, a group of cultivators were flying towards the green cloud and strange radiance. How can it be them? Why have they come to such a dangerous area? Han Li swept his spiritual sense past these cultivators and felt a wave of shock. He recognized two of the three cultivators in the group. One of the cultivators was Daoist Heaven Crystal, who he had traded with in the past. Following after him were two puppets with wicked appearances. They were riddled with scars, and one of the puppets was even missing an arm. The other person he recognized was a silver-haired old man, Han Li's senior martial brother Cheng. As for the last person, it was the unfamiliar old man that had entered the valley with his senior martial brother Cheng. The third cultivator that was supposed to be with them was missing. Presumably, something had happened to him. After recognizing these men, Han Li's expression turned gloomy. It seemed these cultivators were attracted by the fearsome battle. Perhaps they had mistakenly believed that it was between cultivators fighting over a rare treasure. Had they known that there were nascent soul-consuming devils instead of treasure, they would have surely been flying away. Because they were too far away from Hanli, he wasn't able to reach them with his spiritual sense and couldn't stop them. As a result, they drew closer to the battle in the blink of an eye. Wei Wuya would surely be interested in dragging them into the fray and force them to share the pressure, putting the newly arrived cultivators in danger. Hanli didn't care for the others, but his senior martial brother Qing had treated him with kindness at the Drifting Cloud sect and he couldn't stand by as he watched him die. It seemed he'd have to involve himself as well. Helpless, Hanli's original plans fizzled. He had intended to wait and see how the battle turned out before deciding to either involve himself or slip away. If Wei Wuya was only at a slight disadvantage, he would naturally be willing to tangle with the Elder Devils. After all, as a fellow human, he didn't wish for the Elder Devils to turn Devilfall Valley into a slaughtering grounds and have the cultivators' souls devoured. But if Wei Wuya was completely overwhelmed, he definitely wouldn't involve himself and would quickly slip away, preserving his own life. As a result, calamity would strike at all the cultivators within the valley. As entities capable of defeating a late nascent soul cultivator, Hanli wouldn't be able to contend against them, but he should be able to escape. But now that his senior martial brother Qing was heading towards the battle, Hanli's expression wavered and could only summon the courage to involve himself. If it truly was too dangerous and worst came to worst, he should be able to use the blood shadow evasion technique to escape. However, he'd have to carefully choose his direction or else he would run into a spatial tear. He will definitely be reserving it only as a last resort. With that thought, Hanli turned around and spoke to Ancestor Ling Hu and the white-clothed woman. Since there are other fellow Daoists going to assist him against those soul-devouring devils, I will not stand idly. Regardless of what you decide to do, I'll be heading off first. However, given that you two are so close to the battle, I suspect that fellow Daoist Wei has already discovered you. It may be awkward for your future relations with him if you don't join the battle. After speaking with a tone that both threatened and warned them, Hanli made his way towards the battle in a streak of azure light. Afterwards, the remaining two nascent soul cultivators stood in place, speechless. During this delay, the battle between the black-purple radiance and the green mist grew increasingly fierce. Hanli's words likely held true. Since they were only about 5 kilometers away, if Wei Wuya had the mind to casually sweep his spiritual sense around him, they would be easily discovered. Ancestor Ling Hu stroked his beard and bitterly smiled to the white-clothed woman. Let's go. Fellow Daoist Han is right. As human cultivators, we are duty-bound to slay these devils. The white-clothed woman's expression turned sullen. She could only nod, having considered the stakes. Fortunately, there would be several cultivators simultaneously attacking these formidable devils and she should be able to survive. Hoping for the best, the two then gathered their courage and made their way towards the battle. Unbeknownst to them, the Grand Elder of the controlling spirit sect, Dongmen Tu, and the 3 of his sect disciples were 50 kilometers behind them. Only 3 of the 5 nascent soul cultivators created through the elemental spirit nascence still remained. The other 2 perished from a spatial tear and a restriction respectively. However, Dongmen Tu didn't display the slightest sadness on his faces. Instead, he was glancing at the horizon with excitement. The spiritual chi fluctuations were fierce and could be clearly felt from even 50 kilometers away. It was most likely a battle between cultivators for treasure, and he planned to see if he could take advantage of the chaos. Even further away was the Ghost Spirit Sect Elder Zhong and the group of Ghost Spirit Sect's disciples. Elder Zhong was wearing a particularly gloomy expression. Although he had a planned route through Devilfall Valley, 2 of his disciples had perished to moving spatial tears on the way. Even worse was how the main objective of their arduous journey, the spirit kindle fruits, had been stolen away by someone else, nearly causing him to be taken away with fury. The spirit kindle fruit was crucial for him to enter late nascent soul stage. Since the cuts to the spirit kindle fruits tree had been fresh, they must had to be immediately refined into medicine and they couldn't have gone far. He sent his disciples out under this reasoning, but to his disappointment, they didn't find them despite the many days they searched. But just as Elder Zhong was about to dejectedly bring his disciples back, they came across waves of chi that nearly wiped them away. Fortunately, he possessed a top-grade protective ancient treasure and allowed them to all make it through without any damage. Afterwards, another wave of astonishing spiritual chi fluctuations stirred in the distance, and he immediately recalled the cultivator who stole away the spirit kindle fruits while flying forward with his disciples with insuppressible impatience burned in his heart. Chapter 847. Two Devils Meet. Hanli kept the sovereign devil corpse and his puppets at his side, and even released a dozen huge tortoise puppets at his side as he flew towards the battle. As Ancestor Linghu and the white-clothed woman followed after them, they were both surprised and felt a bit of relief. Although the puppets didn't amount to much alone, when combined in the numbers of several tens and expertly used, they could forcefully distract an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. While they both felt a bit more relieved at the sight of this, Ancestor Linghu felt a pang of envy and the white-clothed woman was intimidated. To think that Hanli still has even more moves hidden. What a profoundly mysterious character. In the blink of an eye, Hanli quickly closed the 5-kilometer distance from the battle. He then slowly came to a stop when he arrived about 300 meters away and examined what happening. Now that he was nearby, he discovered that there were countless tentacles formed from black-purple devilish radiance and were wildly fluttering about. There were also a devil that appeared at the center of the purple light, the source of the devilish chi. The devil had a malevolent face and a horn growing out of its forehead, bearing a striking resemblance to the two-headed four-armed devil. However, his body appeared to be purely human, and his skin appeared to be smooth and translucent as finely carved jade. At that moment, the devil had his eyes closed and displayed no trace of emotion as if were asleep. But what was strange was how thunderous roars occasionally escaped from his abdomen despite clearly have his mouth shut. From this sound alone, it appeared as if the devil was furious, but his face was completely still. The devil's arms were mechanically flinging balls of pitch-black flames down to the green cloud below. The balls of flame moved stiffly as if they were slowed down. But in contrast to their unremarkable appearance, these black fireballs released 30-meter-wide waves of flame upon rupturing, scattering away most of the green clouds that were nearby. However, Wei Wuya's green cloud of poison wasn't to be underestimated. It trembled several times before launching a counterattack to eliminate the black fireballs, a continuous barrage of countless snakes made from green poisonous chi. However, this was done in vain as they all ruptured in midair before they could reach the devil within the purple light. As a result, green clouds, weird radiance and black devilish flames intertwined and occasionally released explosions in the air. Soon, Ancestor Linghu arrived at Hanli's side and saw the devil in the air. With an expression of surprise, he happily said, "What's going on here? The devil seems to have not yet awakened, or maybe the body is under some sort of restriction. Anyways, this is a great opportunity." Hanli shook his head. As he continued to survey his surroundings, he said, "If it were so easy, fellow Daoist Wei would have already have killed him rather than painstakingly remain hidden within the poison cloud. There seems to be something profound happening. It also stands to mention from this devil's much more powerful devilish chi that there is some sort of relationship to the devil that had flown away, not forgetting that it is also much more powerful." Puzzled, he wasn't able to find any trace of the devil-fied Marquis Nanlong. But suddenly his gaze focused on Senior Marshal Brother Cheng's party. When they arrived, they appeared even more surprised. When Senior Marshal Brother Cheng saw Hanli, delight appeared on his face, but for some unknown reason he simply nodded to Hanli with a smile. When Hanli saw this, he wryly smiled and reluctantly himmed the first voice transmission. "Senior Marshal Brother Cheng, you've come at a bad time. This devil is extremely dangerous. Even Wei Wuya might not prove to be his opponent. There is also a different devil nearby with 2 heads and 4 arms. Alarmed, Senior Marshal Brother Cheng quickly replied through a voice transmission, "What? That cloud belongs to fellow Daoist Wei Wuya and there is another monster? Since you are aware of what is happening, could it be you've already fought?" "I've already exchanged blows with the other devil. Although I don't know its true strength, it shouldn't be below a late nascent soul cultivator. If we join hands we may be able to barely deal with it. Additionally, this devil is capable of consuming nascent souls, is adept in concealment techniques and can move with immense speed. Take care. We should join hands if it does attack us. That way we'll have a better chance. I got it. I'll discuss it with the two fellow Daoists at my side. Senior Martial Brother Qing's heart sank and he turned around to speak with the two cultivators at his side, informing them of what Han Li had told him. Daoist Heaven Crystal has already recognized Han Li and appeared shocked when he saw the 30 tiger demon and tortoise puppets at his side. At that moment he smiled at Han Li before starting a discussion with Senior Martial Brother Qing. As for the wrinkly old man at their side, he glanced in Han Li's direction with an astonished expression when heard Han Li's name. Although he was a nascent soul eccentric that had remained isolated from the outside world for many years, even he had heard of Han Li's new and grand rise to fame, not to mention that Han Li was the junior martial brother of his good friend. Curiosity in his heart, he nodded towards Han Li with a calm expression. As for Ancestor Ling Hu and the white-clothed woman, they weren't particularly famous nor did they have any relationship with the other party of cultivators, but they were allied to Han Li. As such they all agreed to join hands in the fight against these fearsome devils. Then Wei Wuya spoke with a sullen and hoarse voice. Fellow Daoist Han? It is great that you were able to arrive in time. This monster is an elder devil that had invaded our mortal realm during the Age of Antiquity. They are an arch-enemy of all human cultivators. I didn't expect that there was one sealed inside Devilfall Valley. It was unintentionally released by fellow Daoists Wang Tianxing and Wang Tiangu, and they perished in the spatial tear collapse when the devil was unsealed. I was only able to survive from luck, but I greatly injured my vitality in the process. I won't be able to hold him off for long. Fortunately, the ancient cultivators placed a seal on his body, but he is currently dissolving it with devil fire. Fellow Daoists, you must stop him or this devilish monster will slay everyone inside Devilfall Valley without resistance. Wei Wuya's voice was filled with worry and anxiousness, as if his injuries were severe. Afterwards, the green cloud roiled at its center to reveal Wei Wuya with a deathly pale complexion and dim eyes. When Han Li heard this, he cursed in his heart. He originally intended to provide assistance to Wei Wuya, but it seemed they were the main force in this attack. This was trouble. Ancestor Ling Hu and the others each looked at each other with dismay, all knowing that things were far from good. Since even Wei Wuya didn't prove to be a match for the devil, how would they be any different? But if they fled, Wei Wuya could plummet their standing in the cultivation world of the heavenly south once he made the information known they had abandoned a righteous cause. After all, this wasn't a fight between cultivators where one could flee without blame, but one against elder devils. As if seeing the awkwardness of this situation, Wei Wuya's voice softened and he said, "Don't worry, I've already scanned my spiritual sense into the difference. So long as you delay this devil, other fellow Daoists will quickly come. And not long before, I've already sent a voice transmission talisman to the Milan. Given how they wish to position themselves in the heavenly south, there is no way they won't come." Han Li and the others were relieved to hear this. Although they might not be the elder devil's match, delaying him for a moment should be possible. However, the devil that was floating in the black devilish chi seemed to understand what they were saying. His half-closed eyes trembled and an icy glint flashed by. His hands ceased as he slowly raised his head to examine his surroundings. The devil's eyes brushed by then and black-purple radiance continuously shined around him, raising a chill down the cultivators' backs. They felt their hearts drop as if they were being glared at like prey. However, Han Li cultivated the great development technique and was able to resist most of this effect with his vast spiritual sense. Although he felt unwell, he was still able to look at the elder devil with the bright sight spirit eyes. If he deliberately avoided his gaze, he feared that a show would remain in his heart and cause him to hesitate in his battle against the devil. When the elder devil saw Han Li's defiant gaze, he felt somewhat surprised and his icy gaze examined Han Li once through as Han Li continued to silently stare back. Ancestor Ling Hu and the white-clothed woman originally stood at Han Li's side, but when the elder devil's gaze fell upon Han Li, they unconsciously took several steps back as if suppressed by the elder devil's spiritual sense. When the others saw this, their expressions changed and they began to raise their guard. Then the devil raised his arm and black flame flickered. A black fireball quickly expanded and grew to the size of a head in the blink of an eye. Then it disappeared without a trace with a wave of his arm. Han Li's heart trembled and soon after he was shocked. The black fireball didn't head for any of them, but instead went for an empty area in the sky. The fireball then ruptured, covering everything in a 30-meter radius. In Han Li's shock, he discovered a silhouette had appeared in the black flames, a two-headed four-armed monster. The monster's arms were glowing with purple light and waved, gathering together the black devil flames into a single arm and reforming it back into a fireball. The two-headed elder devil swallowed it and then he raised his head to look at the devil up above. "So it was you. You finally found me." The elder devil with the devilish face sighed. The two-headed elder devil sinister smiled and spoke with a hostile tone. "You've quite brave to dare attack me. It seems you wish to become the master soul. I wonder whether it was a mistake in the past to send you after those cultivators." Chapter 848. Devil Light Screen. Since you're me and I'm you, why must I obey your orders now that I've gained my own consciousness? And in the sacred realm, it wasn't rare for a soul fragment to devour the original. You should have realized this when you released me by myself. The elder devil with the single head spoke with a calm tone. The two-headed devil's expression turned fierce. "That's right, I had expected this. However, I didn't think you'd manage to attract human cultivators to my body and use dissolution transformation on my sealed body to create a new one. Could it be you didn't know that while this was capable of dispelling the curse, it would greatly damage my body's vitality and decrease my cultivation by a third? Do you know what this means?" The human form elder devil scoffed and said with a disdainful tone, "Your body? What are you going on about? I was originally a portion of your soul, so why can't I use the body as I wish? As for the loss of a third of the body's cultivation, so long as I devour you, I'll be able to remain in the mortal world and evade those willfully ignorant cowards, become free and unfettered. When the time is right, I'll open up an ancient passage to the sacred realm. And as a result of this grand accomplishment, I may even become a member of the sacred ancestors. What will a bit of lost cultivation matter then?" When the two-headed devil saw this, he knew there was no turning back and said little else. Since the second devil soul that he had cultivated is betraying him, they would have to attempt to ease the other's spiritual sense, as there could only be one main soul in this world. Of course, the two-headed devil had no choice in the matter except to fight. Since the main soul was incapable of escaping the restrictions in this area, he couldn't risk allowing his soul fragment to escape as well. Although he was now outmatched, his soul remnant had made a mistake. Although his soul fragment had seized the devil body and his cultivation nor his devil form body could compare, he had placed a restriction on his soul fragment in his capacity as the main soul. While he didn't know how much of this restriction had been dissolved, it would decide the coming battle between them. With that thought, the elder devil suddenly turned one of its heads around and looked at the crowd of cultivators. He then said, "Let's devour the cultivators' nascent souls first and put off our business for later. Then we can have an uninterrupted battle on who will be the subordinate. I don't want to give these humans any chance of taking advantage of the chaos. Surely you will agree." "Of course. I've now dissolved a majority of the restrictions on my body. Even if you didn't attack, I could kill them all by myself." The elder devil's soul remnant spoke calmly, and he opened his eyes entirely, revealing blinding red-purple light. The elder devil coldly chuckled and he unconsciously turned his sights on Han Li. "Don't overestimate yourself. There are a few cultivators among them that will prove particularly troublesome." The elder devil opened his mouth and spat out a long purple tongue as if in objection to this statement. When the cultivators saw the two-headed elder devil reveal itself, they were somewhat surprised, but they only grew more shocked as they heard their conversation. It seemed the two devils were originally a master and soul fragment. But now, the soul fragment was now the main soul now that it had seized the original body, and they were at irreconcilable odds. Ancestor Lingyu and Senior Martial Brother Qing were both secretly delighted at first when they heard this. If the two devils were to battle first, they could take advantage of the fight, but this suddenly changed when the two devils decided to unite to deal with the cultivators. Han Li's mind quickly churned and he turned to Wei Wuya saying, "Fellow Daoist Wei, I'll have to trouble you with delaying the main devil." These two will assist you while I and the others will deal with the two-headed devil. This is all we can hope in order to save ourselves." Han Li nodded to Ancestor Ling Hu and the white woman, indicating for them to help Wei Wuya. Wei Wuya wore a bitter smile when he realized what Han Li meant and said, "I will do the best I can. However, he has already dissolved most of the restrictions on his body, and I don't know how much longer I can endure." The most time he could buy, the more cultivators that would arrive. Ancestor Ling Hu and the white-clothed woman raised no objections to being ordered around by Han Li. After all, strength was what decided seniority in the cultivation world. As soon as Han Li finished the speaking, the two devils took action, without waiting for any further discussion to take place between the cultivators. The main elder devil spun and devilish light began to shine from his body, suddenly dimming the sky before black-purple light massively surged throughout the sky and quickly tainted its color. The main devil had remained in place as the light formed a curtain of light and spread outward. As for the two-headed devil, he wore an odd expression and his body blurred before disappearing from sight. When the cultivators saw this, they knew the battle had begun. Regardless of what they had originally intended to do, they could only summon a brave face going forward. Wu Wuya's body shined with green light and the clouds surrounding him began to roil and surge. Over 10 flood dragons were formed from the poison clouds and they charged forward with bared fangs and claws, occasionally slowed down by the vast influence of the devilish light. Ancestor Ling Hu and the white-clothed woman exchanged a glance while they saw this and they flew directly to Wei Wuya's side. The white-clothed woman took out her status light mirror and released a dense beam of rainbow light. It clashed against the devil's light screen before slowing down. With Ancestor Ling Hu's ring ancient treasure-sized, he could only take out his jade scepter and a small jade stamp block. It struck the devilish light screen in a streak of green with massive momentum. From how the two saw it, Wei Wuya might be heavily injured, but he was one of the most powerful cultivators in the Heavenly South whose name had resounded for several hundred years. Compared to Han Li, he was the more reliable choice to assist. At the very least, they wouldn't have to deal with that two-headed devil's bizarre concealment techniques. The two had no chance of breaking through it, so it was a bit safer to face the other devil while under the protection of Wei Wuya's poison mist. In the blink of an eye, the two entered the green mist. Wei Wuya had opened a passageway, granting them a safe entrance. Han Li paid no further attention to these two cultivators. Instead, he glanced over at his senior martial brother Cheng's party of cultivators and was soon stunned. He saw that they weren't able to protect themselves in time as the devilish purple-black light enveloped them. But as the three were vastly experienced and were nascent soul cultivators, they had methods to protect themselves. Of course, the three cultivators and the two puppets gathered together and assumed a 5-pointed protective formation. They released their own protective treasures, transforming into balls of flickering light that condensed into a dense multi-layered barrier. The two sinister puppets even opened their mouths and blew out a gray-yin chi to conceal the 5 within it. At that same time, Han Li heard his senior martial brother Qing send him a voice transmission. "Junior martial brother Han, the devil seems formidable." Wouldn't it be safer to? When Han Li heard this, he bitterly smiled. It seemed these three had their own methods to protect himself. He wouldn't have to be worried much over protecting his senior martial brother Qing. Although this method appeared to be safer, this required the party of cultivators performing this to be well suited to one another as they were each restraining one another. If one wasn't used to joining hands with others, it was better to move alone. With that thought, the curtain of devilish light had arrived at Han Li. Han Li frowned and azure light flashed, covering him in a layer of azure light. Afterward, he raised his hands and pointed his fingers to the light screen. Over 10 3-meter-long streaks of azure sword chi weaved right and left as they shot out, easily breaking the black-purple light screen into pieces. When Han Li saw this, he immediately glanced around and sighed with a tone of helplessness. Although the devilish light screen above his head was already broken, he was surrounded by the black-purple light everywhere else around him. At that moment, the Elder Devil's devilish light screen had spread over 5 kilometers in radius in a display of astonishing momentum. Han Li felt his actions slowed and the devilish light screen flashed with light, recovering from the damage that Han Li inflicted upon it. In addition to releasing the blue light shield, Han Li gave himself an additional barrier of light to protect himself and did nothing else as he was submerged by the black-purple radiance. his gaze flickered around him and he frowned, having discovered nothing. He didn't believe that the elder devil had released this giant light barrier for nothing. And as he had predicted, he suddenly sensed something and his expression turned gloomy. Although there was nothing strange about his body, he discovered the purple-black light screen was draining his magic power through his barriers of light. Although the amount was minute, it would wear away at his strength given enough time. In his alarm, Hanli gripped his fists and mulled over the matter before suddenly releasing dense bolts of lightning from his hand. Lightning flashed and entered his 2 barriers of light before rupturing. Loud electric surges sounded out and the azure and blue barriers of light surrounding him were covered in countless fine arcs of golden lightning. The devilish light then withdrew as if scared away. Hanli sighed with relief and his thoughts began to turn. The sovereign devil corpse and his puppets then moved forward as he was escorted in the middle. The huge tortoise puppets began to condense icy chi and produce huge translucent ice spikes from his back. While these actions all didn't seem like much, this had all occurred in the blink of an eye. Blue light then flashed from Hanli's eyes, making full use of his bright sight spirit eyes, and he felt his heart thump after looking around him. Chapter 849. The battle begins. What's going on? Hanli wasn't able to find any trace of the 2-headed devil, causing his heart to sink. He deeply sighed and forcibly pushed down the worry in his heart. Then with azure light wildly flashing from his body, he poured the entirety of his spiritual power into his bright sight spirit eyes. Suddenly, a cold blue light shined from his eyes. Hanli swept his eyes around him and eventually found something. With a changed expression, the dozen huge tortoise suddenly began to shine with spiritual light, launching a barrage of over 1,000 ice spikes shot out and enveloping a small area. Black chi suddenly appeared from where the barrage of icicles was heading, revealing the astonished 2-headed devil with a spell flag ring and a small sword held in 3 of his arms. As the barrage headed towards him, he waved these 3 arms. The spell flag released a black wave of light which swept over him. The small sword waved several times and released incisive streaks of black sword chi, and the recently acquired ring blurred, shooting countless copies of itself with astonishing momentum. The icicles were all shattered by the treasure's might before they had the chance to land, filling the nearby 30 meters with icy chi. As a result, the temperature suddenly dropped. The 2-headed devil didn't care about this and he sinisterly smiled instead, disappearing once more in a flash of devilish light. Hanli's expression turned unsightly when he saw this and he licked his lips. The elder devil was perhaps the most fearsome enemy he had yet to face on his path of cultivation. A single moment of carelessness would result in death. Although he was currently using his bright sight spirit eyes to their greatest level, the devil's appearance within the devilish light was extremely blurry. His movements were so quick that Hanli wasn't able to stay on his location for long. He was only able to see his blurry image come in and out of his line of sight. It was only when the elder devil slowed down or stopped that Hanli was able to barely see him. As a result, Hanli immediately found himself in the disadvantaged. With the bright sight spirit eyes at full power, he placed a heavy burden on his eyes and found that he wasn't able to persist in using this ability. With the bright sight spirit eyes weakened, Hanli wasn't able to find any trace of the devil. Hanli felt a wave of gloominess over him. His only option now was to either break the devil's concealment or force him to abandon it, having believed that there was no use in remaining hidden inside the devilish light. Or else Hanli will have no method to attack him. With that thought, Hanli's expression stirred and he slapped his storage pouch. A large cloud of gold-devouring beetles swarmed around him. With a simple whistle, Hanli ordered the insect cloud to scatter all around. In the blink of an eye, the beetles covered a 100-meter-wide perimeter with Hanli at their center. As a result, even if Hanli wasn't able to use the bright sight spirit eyes to spot the devil, he could immediately sense him once he entered the beetle's perimeter, leaving him safe from sneak attacks. With the insect cloud released, a cold snort sounded out from not far away. In a flash of black light, the 2-headed devil appeared, looking at the sparkling gold-devouring beetles with an unsightly expression. But immediately after, the devil's human head tensely furrowed his brow and his heads exchanged places. The malevolent ghost head was now facing Han Li with an icy smile on his face. Han Li felt his heart tremble and he suddenly became vigilant. He saw the ghost head open his mouth and spit out silent black waves. When the black waves arrived nearby, they rippled past the gold-devouring beetles and caused them to sway before falling to the ground. As a result, a majority of the beetles that stood in the devil's way to Han Li had fallen, leaving an empty passage forward. The ghost head savagely smiled in Han Li's direction and his body flew forward in a blur. Han Li's expression grew sullen and he raised his hand, launching a walnut-sized ball of golden light forward with a flick of his finger. Its speed was incredibly fast and arrived in front of the devil's ghost head in an instant. This was a method of lightning control that Han Li comprehended after entering the illusory realm that the nature origin pill had induced. With the divine Devilbane lightning compressed into a ball, it could be used as a surprise attack, sacrificing a small portion of its power for a vast increase in speed. The devil was caught by surprise and felt greatly shocked. The ball of lightning was incredibly fast, denying him the opportunity to use his movement techniques and other abilities. Helpless, he could only open his mouth and spit out purple shadow that was reminiscent of a snake to intercept the ball of golden lightning. Boom! Golden light flashed and ruptured, bouncing the purple shadow back and filling the air with the scent of something burning. The ghost head groaned in pain and then looked at Han Li with a hostile expression. The purple shadow had fearlessly confronted the divine Devilbane lightning with the tip of its sharp and incredibly long tongue, and suffered quite a bit of damage as a result. Han Li didn't reveal the slightest surprise upon seeing that his surprise attack had failed. Instead, he coldly smiled and whistled, calling for the fallen gold-devouring beetles to fly off from the ground and return their original positions around him. When the devil saw this, a trace of amazement appeared on his face and he looked at the gold-devouring beetles with a grave expression. To the side, Senior Marshal Brother Cheng's party saw Han Li's exchange with the devil and they all released their own treasures to attack. A white flying sword, a blue jade ruler and a set of 3 white weaver shuttles. They all rushed at the Elder Devil in an overbearing charge. The Elder Devil coldly glanced at these treasures and he waved his own 3 magic treasures, suddenly engulfing them in black light and obstructing their assault. The one controlling these devilified treasures was the rear head. Then through some unknown technique, the devilified treasures suddenly shined with radiance several times brighter and their resulting light completely trapped the cultivator's treasures in a barrier of light. Within the barrier, the treasure's magic power was absorbed, denying them the ability to escape. It appeared the devil wished to deal with Han Li, the most troublesome problem first before taking his time with the others. Han Li frowned when he saw this and the devil's rear head suddenly said, "Those insects are actually unafraid of my devilish vibration art." According to my knowledge, there are only a few insects in this world that are capable of resisting its might, and from their golden shells, these insects are most likely gold-devouring beetles. These gold-devouring beetles must not be at their legendary stage of maturation given that they were still affected by their attacks. In that case I would have been at their mercy. It is a pity that I am not using my true body so that I could allow you to witness the ferocity of the Holy Realm's devil butterflies. These still immature spirit insects are a most optimal nourishment for them. After this was said, the rear head looked at the elder devil that was being slowly suppressed by Wei Wuya and revealed a strange expression. Han Li slightly raised his lips but showed no other change in expression. Then he released several tens of golden swords from his sleeve and they began to spiral around him. He launched a successive series of spell seals towards the swords and they twinkled with golden light. He intended to place down the Orit sword formation. The ghost head's 2 eyes suddenly glinted with an ominous light. "Since you're deliberately seeking death, I won't tangle with you for much longer. I'll devour your nascent soul and end this battle soon. This body won't last long, so I'll have you experience the true ferocity of the Holy Realm's devilish arts. Obediently perish." The devil felt threatened by the flying swords for some unknown reason and wasn't about to grant Han Li the opportunity to place down the sword formation. With howling laughing coming from his mouth, his body blurred and he charged forward with an empty fist towards the gold-devouring beetles. Han Li's heart sank. Unable to continue placing down the sword formation, he mentally commanded the beetles. Although the beetles were somewhat fearful of this devil, they were suddenly roused by Han Li's forceful command and furiously pounced forward to meet the devil's charge. As for the tiger demon puppets that were escorting Han Li, they nimbly pounced forward as well in a blur of white light. The sovereign devil corpse took large strides forward and blocked Han Li's front. As for the tortoise puppets behind Han Li, they opened their mouths and shot thick beams of blue light. In the blink of an eye, the two-headed devil was immersed in a barrage of attacks. Han Li didn't hope on these things being able to truly block the devil. He only needed the opportunity to place down the sword formation. With that in mind, he believed these attacks should be able to slow him down at the very least and buy him enough time. However, Han Li had grossly underestimated the true might of the two-headed devil. The ghost head opened his mouth and emitted sounds of clattering metal, and he waved his arms in a blur. All of his fingers warped in a blur to form strange incantation gestures in succession. Then a black radiance suddenly shot out from the devil, shining with an intensity that couldn't be seen directly. Then waves upon waves of black chi suddenly ruptured around him, forcefully pushing away the gold-devouring beetles and tiger demon puppets and nullifying the dozen beams of blue light. At that moment, the devil's second head opened his mouth and released 3 reverberating screeches and continuously shook the surrounding chi, causing trembles to shake the very world nearby. Afterwards, the wave of chi disappeared and the black radiance dimmed. A shining black shell covered in long spikes appeared on the devil's body as if belonging a malevolent god of war, emitting a pressure that was beyond this world. Then the ghost head lowered his head and looked at Han Li with a savage expression. Han Li was completely dumbstruck. Chapter 850. Reappearance of the Devil's Sword. The two-headed elder devil sinisterly laughed and his body disappeared in a blur of wind. The sovereign devil corpse who stood motionlessness in front of Han Li suddenly snarled and its arms suddenly moved, releasing countless green streaks with its claws in front of it. Black light flickered and the elder devil appeared in front of the barrage of green claw streaks. A harsh expression appeared on the devil's ghost face and he swept one of his arms. Suddenly the green streaks suddenly grew denser and the striking sounds of the claws tearing through wind erupted in front of the devil. When the two sides made contact, black light easily tore apart the green streaks and his arm had strangely grown a meter longer as he pierced his hand into the sovereign devil corpse as if it were made of metal. He withdrew his fingers and left behind a bloody bowl-sized hole that gushed out with putrid black blood. While this wound would prove lethal to ordinary cultivators, to a cadaver demon, this merely caused for pain. It only served to stir it into a violent rage. Not only did it not retreat, but 3-meter-long spikes suddenly emerged from its arm, piercing towards the elder devil. The devil's soul yelped in surprise as the sovereign devil corpse was far more tenacious than he had expected and the newly appeared spikes had astonished him, but soon the devil sneered and 2 of his arms blurred towards his chest. As soon as the 3 spikes emerged, they were firmly caught by his hands clad in jet-black armor. And with an evil grin on his face, he squeezed his hand and began to twist the spikes. Before the sovereign devil corpse's claws were split into 2, a tricolored insect cloud suddenly appeared and swarmed around the devil. This astonishing development at such a close distance had greatly shocked the elder devil despite the devilish arts he had employed around him. Just as the insect cloud was cover him, a fierce expression appeared on the devil's face. He suddenly opened his mouth and spat out black waves to sweep up the tricolored beetle cloud in front of him. A strange scene resulted from this. The black waves swept across the black-tainted gold-devouring beetles and they were slowed down in the slightest. They merely released muffled bangs and ruptured one by one, filling the air with bloody bits. This was to be expected. Black-tainted gold-devouring beetles were nowhere as durable as the purely golden beetles, and the strengthened elder devil's devilish sound waves destroyed them completely. Then the sovereign devil corpse raised its other hand. The devil's expression grimaced in impatience and he blurred from sight once more, suddenly appearing behind the sovereign devil corpse and easily punched forward with his jet-black hand. These actions appeared slow, but just as the corpse puppet turned around, the fist had met its face. In that same moment, foot-long jet-black spikes of bone shot out from the fist and pierced through the corpse puppet's head. It trembled before completely ceasing its movements. The elder devil sinister smiled and black flames suddenly spread across from the spikes of bone. He then pulled out the bone spikes and the corpse puppet swayed several times before falling to the ground, completely covered in black flames. The devil then charged into the gold-devouring beetles and began to swipe with the spikes emerging from his fist. When Han Li saw the elder devil arrive near him and his sovereign devil corpse charge to meet him, he instantly thought to retreat and increase the distance between them. At that same time he pointed to all of the golden sword lights that were revolving around him and launched a successive series of spell seals at the swords, creating a golden wave formed from layers upon layers of sword afterimages. Han Li's expression stirred and thought to use them to suppress the devil, but he didn't think that the devil would defeat his sovereign devil corpse so quickly. Han Li felt a chill run down his spine and bitterly cursed in his mind as he felt his heart ache. This was the first time he had made use of the sovereign devil corpse since he had refined it, and it was easily defeated by the elder devil. It was unknown whether or not the corpse puppet managed to survive, but either way, it wouldn't be of any use for the rest of the battle. With that thought, Han Li began to control tiger demon puppets that were standing in front of him and had them charge towards the devil in flashes of white light. As for the huge tortoise puppets, they remained at Han Li's side and continued to shoot ice attribute beams of light from their mouths. As for the sword blurs above Han Li's herd, they all rumbled as they moved to envelop the elder devil. The devil coldly snorted when he saw this and he waved his 4 arms, jutting out differently sized bone spikes from his fists and elbows. There were those that were crooked and straight, but they all glinted with a cold ominous light as if they were incredibly sharp. Before the tiger demon puppets could even approach, the devil had disappeared in a blur. Having lost sight of his target, he couldn't help but cease his attacks. At that moment, black light flashed and the devil appeared close behind one of the tiger demon puppets. The devil swiped his 4 arms with ease. The puppet then sparkled with black light before promptly collapsing into a pile of scrap. His figure blurred and the devil disappeared once more. Then a puppet to the right sparkled with black light before being pierced through the chest by a dense bone spike, and it immediately went limp. Han Li watched this with furious alarm and he commanded to golden sword streaks to pursue the devil. However, the devil disappeared once more and a moment later, he appeared in an unpredicted area. The joined concealment and movement techniques of the strengthened elder devil was seamless. And with each reappearance, another tiger demon puppet collapsed. They weren't able to block him in the slightest. Han Li had always been prideful of how he was far stronger than most of the cultivators that he encountered, but now that he saw the elder devil's abilities he felt blood run cold. All of his previous battles were nothing in comparison to the enemy he now faced. Even with the full use of the bright sight spirit eyes, he wasn't able to keep track of the devil. As fear lingered in his mind, the elder devil eventually made his way to the last tiger demon puppet and withdrew his arm from the puppet's neck. He then set his eyes on Han Li, his icy gaze causing Han Li's hair to stand on end. Ever since he formed a nascent soul, he had never felt this unsettled until now. Han Li took a deep breath and made his utmost attempt to stay calm. It seemed that with the elder devil's strange teleportation-like movement, it would be quite difficult to place down the Orit sword formation. It seemed he would have to use another method to buy himself time. With that thought, Han Li pointed to the wave of sword chi and had it return above his head in a series of clear rings. The golden wave formed from the sword light then enveloped Han Li within it. Soon after, Han Li formed an incantation gesture and sounds of thunder erupted from his body. Dense arcs of lightning then emerged from his body and began to weave together to form clothes of lightning on his body. They continuously flickered with golden light in a blinding display. At that same time he opened his mouth and shot out a glaring ball of purple light. With a crackle, purple flames expanded from the ball and a piercing cry sounded out. The ball of light transformed into a foot-long bird of purple flames. It continuously fluttered around Han Li, leaving behind flickering purple embers all around him in a gorgeous display. This was the entirety of the purple apex flames that Han Li had refined until now. Han Li's chain of actions had drawn the elder devil's attention. A hostile expression appeared on the devil's ghost place and he remained still for a moment as if to examine what Han Li was doing before launching another sudden attack. Han Li expressionlessly glanced at the devil's sister bearing and flipped his hand to summon a small crimson sword in his hand. It was only several inches long, but its body was a translucent crimson and glowed with the color of blood. A thread of black qi wandered around the sword as well. This was the Blood Devil sword that Han Li had acquired from Nangong Wan's senior martial sister. The small crimson sword appeared in front of Han Li and began to tremble before he even used it, releasing a bloody scent in the air. Han Li knew that rashly using this sword would bring consequences, but he on was the verge of life and death. He spat a mist of blood essence onto the small sword and it brilliantly glowed, expanding to about a foot long as it floated in place. Han Li solemnly grabbed the sword's handle and glanced at it, suddenly feeling a large quantity of his body's true essence flow into the sword. He quickly let go in alarm and severed the connection to the sword, feeling apprehension from the sword's wicked nature. After resolving himself, Han Li grabbed the sword once more and looked at the elder devil across from him. A surprised expression appeared on the elder devil's face when he saw Blood Devil's sword and his gaze focused on it. Han Li felt bewildered when he saw the elder devil's expression. After a moment of thought, the elder devil confirmed what the sword was and a happy expression appeared on his face. He said, "Very good. I didn't think that we left behind sacred tools from our realm. If you agree to hand over that sacred tool to me, I will spare your life and allow you to leave." Amazed, Han Li frowned and asked, "Sacred tool? This is a magic tool from the elder devil realm?" The elder devil snorted and glared at him, speaking with an icy tone. "The matters of the holy realm does not concern you. I am simply asking if you agree or not. If you were a human cultivator, there is no harm in agreeing in order to save my own life. You on the other hand, hee." Han Li then wore a mocking expression. Chapter 851. Black Blade. When the elder devil heard this, he squinted eyes in surprise as Han Li hadn't displayed the slightest fury. He swept his gaze several times past the sword blur in front of Han Li, the purple flame bird and the Blood Devil sword before he gloomily stared at Han Li once more. Han Li silently returned the stare and the thunderstorm wings slowly unfolded from his back as magic power began to quickly circulate throughout his body. At that moment, a huge explosion sounded in the distance, and the two couldn't help but turn their attention to it. They saw a brilliant flashing light. Several various colored balls of light were pounding against the black light barrier, dissolving it in the blink of an eye to reveal a ring, a small sword and a spell flag, the three of the devil's devilified treasures. However, their devilish light had grown thin, appearing to have received heavy damage. As the elder devil was completely focused on Han Li, he had completely overlooked senior martial brother Cheng's party. Although these three cultivators were all early nascent soul cultivators, they possessed much battle experience and employed their own secret techniques to break through the restrictions constraining their treasures. But when they saw the elder devil's strange shifting movements from a moment ago, they felt their hearts tremble. Rather than take the initiative to draw close to Han Li, they simply directed their treasures to attack the devil from a distance, hoping that it would provide a distraction. But the three clearly understood that Han Li would be the main force in dealing with him. If Han Li were to fall, the three would be left helpless. Han Li was delighted that the three were able to provide some assistance at this time. It would be fantastic if they gave him enough time to place down the Orit sword formation. With that thought, Han Li took another look at the elder devil and saw that he took another look at Han Li as the treasures streaked towards him. The ghost head's eyes flickered and he sinisterly smiled before disappearing in a series of afterimages. Han Li's heart stirred and he quickly swept his bright sight spirit eyes around him. He revealed shock by what he saw. "Not good. Be careful." Han Li shouted and immediately commanded his huge tortoise puppets to successive shoot beams of blue light near senior martial brother Cheng's party. The three were terrified and could only bitterly curse once they realized the elder devil abandoned his fight with Han Li for the time being and was heading for them. After having seen the many moves that Han Li had displayed, the Blood Devil sword in particular, the elder devil felt that he wouldn't be able to defeat Han Li in a short amount of time. Since the harassment from the 3 other cultivators would only serve to make things more troublesome, he decided to change course and get rid of the minor hindrance before dealing with his main opponent. Over 10 thick beams of light erupted around the 3 nascent soul cultivators, filling the air with a cold icy chi. A black silhouette flickered 30 meters near the 3 cultivators, followed by the appearance of the Elder Devil. Although the cultivators had already prepared themselves, they couldn't help but lose some of their composure from witnessing his abnormal speed. Fortunately, the 3 acted with great skill. Senior Marshal Brother Qing and the other old man raised their arms, summoning a fire-red fox and a large talisman. As for Daoist Heaven Crystal, he clutched his hands in an incantation gesture and his 2 malevolent puppets shot out of the group's barrier in a blur. Under the talisman's protection, the red fox charged alongside them. The talisman flew out of the barrier and erupted several times, producing a cloud of flames. The fox then leapt into the cloud and fused with it, instantly disappearing from sight. It appeared to be a rare spirit beast skilled in fire movement techniques. When the Elder Devil saw that the 2 puppets possessing an unordinary aura pounced at him, he expressionlessly clapped his 4 hands in pairs and they howled with sounds of tearing space as blinding black radiance appeared in his palms. The 4 hands grabbed onto the black light and each split off a portion, producing balls of brilliant black light into each hand before transforming into 4 strange black light blades. These blades of light were only about 2 feet long, and their tips were thick and warped like a dagger. But what was particularly strange was how the blade's body continued to vibrate and released an unending piercing screech as if warping the nearby space. In the instant the black blades took form, the devil's human head appeared anguished and his face grew deathly pale as if his body's blood essence had been vastly consumed. As for the devil's ghost head, his expression turned harsher as the black light blades trembled. Then in a gust of wind he shot forward to the blue malevolent puppet. Of course the puppet felt no fear. It spat out a large mist of graying chi and swept it forward like a wave. The other puppet raised its arms and azure light flashed, shooting out over 10 threads of ice from its hands and disappearing into the mist in the blink of an eye. As for the scarlet puppet, it spat out yin chi as well and it released scarlet drills of light from its hands, launching another attack at the Elder Devil. At that moment, the roiling fire cloud had surged above the Elder Devil's head. The devil was now being attacked from 3 sides. The Elder Devil effortlessly waved his 4 arms, sending 4 twirling crescents from his blades. Then the crescents overlapped to form 2 crosses and shrieked through the air, each heading towards a different puppet. As the Elder Devil was occupied with these attacks, a meter-large claw formed from the cloud of flames and quickly grabbed at the devil's ghost head with its long incisive nails. The azure threads of ice and scarlet drills emerged past the other side of the yin chi and made their way to the Elder Devil's body. The Elder Devil's 4 arms stirred and the blades of light grew indistinct as they layered several waves of light together, creating a huge surging orb of black radiance. When the puppet's attacks contacted the orb, it immediately sucked in the attacks with a wail. In the blink of an eye, azure and red light burst as they were churned and shattered. When this happened, the claw of flame suddenly stopped in alarm and attempted to withdraw, but it was already too late. A whip of black light flashed by and completely blew away the claw. A mournful cry soon followed from the cloud of flames. A savage expression appeared on the ghost head and his black-purple tongue hung from his face, dripping with blood. Then with a low shout, the Elder Devil's body disappeared from sight and he appeared at the heart of the flame cloud. The flame cloud roiled and soon limbs and flesh of the fire-red fox scattered through the air. The 3 cultivators gaped when they saw the fire-red fox slain in an instant. Its master, the unfamiliar old man, appeared particularly pained at the sight of this. The Elder Devil wore an odd expression and his body disappeared once more. Then black radiance flickered from the clouds of grey yin chi, followed by 2 successive explosions. Daoist Heaven Crystal's expression dropped and he turned deathly pale. Without another thought he swept his sleeve and blew away the yin chi in a gust of wind. He found that his 2 puppets had shattered into pieces, leaving no trace of the Elder Devil behind. At that moment, none of the 3 could afford to mourn over their losses and could only glance around them in terror. They all took out additional treasures from their storage pouches and prepared themselves. They heard a series of spatial movements nearby where a black 100-meter-tall mountain appeared, Han Li's thousand-fold mountain. It then fiercely smashed down. After seeing that the situation had turned desperate, he summoned it near them to temporarily provide them aid. Before the mountain fell onto the land below, a flicker of black light appeared underneath it, revealing the elder devil wearing an icy expression. He raised his forearms towards the sky and the 4 blades of light condensed into a ball before taking the form of a 3-meter-tall black blade with an edge that roared with thunder. Holding the blade with 2 hands, he chopped towards the bottom of the mountain and a thin black crescent of light silently shot out from the black blade. The bottom of the mountain erupted in blinding light and the entire mountain wavered. A sleek and glossy crack began to appear at its center. The crack gradually spread upward until the entire mountain was split into 2. The 2 halves then fell off from its mark. The elder devil didn't stop there. He glanced at the cultivator's multi-layered barrier with a hostile expression and raised his huge black blade. He waved it and released another thin black crescent. The 3 cultivators had turned completely pale and exchanged a glance of terror with one another. It was clear that the barrier wouldn't be able to endure such a formidable attack. Their bodies began to glow with light and they took off in different directions, leaving the barrier behind. Senior Martial Brother Qing flew straight towards Han Li. As for Daoist Heaven Crystal and the other old man, they flew towards Wei Wuya's side. Not good. Given the terrifying speed of the elder devil, Han Li knew that things would not end well. But since he was currently using this opportunity to complete the final steps to lay down the Orit sword formation, he wasn't able to personally save them. As he quickly released a syringe of spell seals around him, all he could do was command his dozen tortoise puppets to shoot out icicles from their back. They wouldn't be able to injure the elder devil, but they would be able to obstruct his path and give the 3 cultivators an opportunity to escape. Chapter 852. Wreaking Havoc. The black crescent of light sliced through the multi-layered barrier as if it were chopping through grass, resulting in the barrier to burst into specks of dust. When the elder devil saw the 3 escaping from the barrier, he looked at them with derisive mockery. As the 1,000 icicles from Han Li's tortoise puppets pelted the surrounding area, the elder devil swung the huge blade with a blur of his hands, forming another ball of blinding radiance and splitting it to release 2 3-meter-long black lances. He successively threw them into the air, sending one towards the unfamiliar old man while the other made its way to Senior Martial Brother Qing. Soon Han Li's tortoise puppets pelted the surrounding area with over 1,000 icicles. But with a loud shriek, the 2 black lances disappeared without a trace. As for the elder devil, his body blurred and reappeared 70 meters away, instantly escaping the range of the icicles. At that moment the unfamiliar old man heard a shriek from behind and felt his heart froze. Without another thought he tossed out a silver octagon medallion he was keeping in reserve and formed a barrier of silver light around him. Having done this, he felt somewhat safer and hastily turned his head around to see that nothing was there. The unfamiliar old man blankly stared at the scene. Before he even realized what was going on, a shriek sounded out right next to him. As black light flashed, black lance suddenly rammed into the barrier. Black and silver radiance momentarily intertwined, and the black lance warped, piercing through the barrier and burrowing itself in the unfamiliar old man's abdomen. Ruptured. Before the old man could even scream, he was already dead, filling the nearby air with bits of his corpse. A silver ball of light then emerged where he originally stood, his nascent soul. It appeared in complete disbelief of what had just happened. In that moment of delay, the black threads of light remaining from the eruption condensed into a net and instantly caught the nascent soul. The nascent soul revealed an expression of terror and it hastily formed an incantation gesture. It wildly flickered with silver light, disappearing in a display of instant movement. But when the nascent soul reappeared, it ran into the net and the net tightly shrunk back, quickly suspending the nascent soul in a ball of black light. As for the other black lance, it had arrived at Senior Martial Brother Qing's back in that very moment. As Senior Martial Brother Qing had yet to recover his strength from his last battle at the Dreamcloud Mountains, He was even less capable of dealing with this bizarre attack. He could only curse in his heart and prepare to materialize his nascent soul in order to escape. But at that moment, a spatial fluctuation appeared behind Senior Marshal Brother Qing, and a 3-meter-long crimson sword light shot into the Black Lance's path. The sword light was blood red and was filled with an evil qi. The crimson sword light chopped at the Black Lance, halting it as the black and red light overlapped in confrontation. Then they disappeared in a violent explosion. Senior Marshal Brother Qing then quickly flew towards Han Li with delight. With a deathly pale complexion, Han Li lowered the Blood Devil sword and gave his Senior Marshal Brother Qing a forced smile. Senior Marshal Brother Qing displayed obvious gratitude and arrived at Han Li's side at the greatest speed he could muster. Unfortunately for Daoist Heaven Crystal, there was no one to save him. When he saw the unfamiliar old man's nascent soul became trapped nearby, he turned pale and mustered even more speed. But at that moment the two-headed Elder Devil appeared in a blur. Daoist Heaven Crystal felt his heart drop and immediately spat out a small crystal sword. Under the command of a spell seal, the sword transformed into a barrage of brilliant white sword lights. The Elder Devil's body strangely warped as soon as the sword lights approached him and disappeared from sight. Daoist Heaven Crystal's heart sank and his body glowed with light, intent on escaping. But just as he began to move, the light barrier protecting him greatly trembled as muffled thumps reverberated from it. At that moment he lost control of the magic power in his body and came to a sudden stop. Not good. With terror on Daoist Heaven Crystal's face, his protective barrier ruptured, followed by a jet-black claw piercing into his abdomen, ripping out the nascent soul from his dantian before it could materialize. The Elder Devil withdrew his arm from Daoist Heaven Crystal's limp corpse, only for it to burn into ashes by a black devilish flame a moment later. Daoist Heaven Crystal's nascent soul was completely shaken with fear, but it acquired a chance to escape when the Elder Devil had relaxed his grip. In that moment the nascent soul rejoiced, and without another thought, it glowed with white light, about to instantly escaping over 30 meters away. But before he could complete the instant movement, the Elder Devil's ghost head sneered and opened his mouth. A purple blur shot out and bore into the nascent soul's body, the ghost head's tongue. It dragged Daoist Heaven Crystal's nascent soul into his gaping mouth. He chewed several times and the ghost head's face pulsed with black light, revealing an expression of satisfaction. Afterwards he beckoned to the trapped nascent soul nearby and it also shot into his mouth. With these two nascent souls devoured, he felt the power of his soul greatly increasing. He then calmly turned around to look at Han Li and Senior Marshal Brother Qing. He withdrew his extended tongue with a flick and revealed hunger on his face. When Senior Marshal Brother Qing saw Daoist Heaven Crystal and his good friend devoured by the Elder Devil, his face contorted in fear. He knew very well that if he hadn't flown in Han Li's direction and if Han Li hadn't acted to assist him, he would have also met the same fate. These nascent soul cultivators at the peak of the outside world were all dealt away in a single blow by this monstrous existence. Inconceivable. For Han Li to have tangled with the devil for so long at only a slight disadvantage was a display of his immense abilities. His decision to rope in Han Li into the sect was only proven more correct as time went on. As distress filled Senior Marshal Brother Cheng's mind, he couldn't help but take a look at Han Li. Han Li's expression turned gloomy, but he was completely calm. He had already laid down the Orit sword formation, and the rise in his battle strength had bolstered his confidence as well. He glanced at the main Elder Devil's battle a kilometer away and saw that it was steadily ongoing. He saw a pitch-black devil flame that reached out a kilometer wide and surrounded Wei Wuya's green cloud, slowly refining and weakening it. The poison cloud that was originally 50 meters wide was now only a third of its size and was on the verge of collapse. Ancestor Ling Hu and the white-clothed woman were still safe for the time being inside the green cloud, but they were forced to resist the devil flames by using their own treasures to their utmost power. Han Li inwardly sighed. He knew Wei Wuya and the others wouldn't last long. However, he couldn't afford to take them into consideration. He was forced to only focus on dealing with the two-headed Elder Devil in front of him. He would have to see if he could use the Orit formation to slay him first. At that moment the two-headed elder devil began to calmly fly towards him. Han Li narrowed his eyes and he wordlessly raised his hand, releasing a jade talisman. A black ghost hand appeared in a flicker of light and moved to grab the oncoming elder devil. At that moment Han Li swept his sleeve and summoned several tens of azure flying swords. They rang out, condensing in a pulse of brilliant azure light into a single huge blade that released an astonishing pressure. Han Li formed an incantation gesture and pointed at the elder devil. The huge sword then disappeared in a blur and suddenly appeared above the devil's head, cleaving downward without delay. The elder devil laughed with an odd tone and clapped his hands together, summoning a huge black blade. He then met the oncoming azure sword with his own. When the elder devil saw the azure sword, he immediately realized it was one of Han Li's bonded magic treasures and intended on shattering it, crippling Han Li's soul. As for the ghost claw, the devil disdainfully raised one of his hands and shot a stream of devilish chi at it, instantly tying it down and preventing it from moving in the slightest. The ghost claw attempted to tear the devilish chi apart, but it was no use. The devilish chi was like maggots. Whenever it split, it would form once more and stronger. Then the black blade and the azure sword made contact, resulting in a deafening explosion. Black and azure radiance clashed in blinding confrontation. The black blade muffledly groaned and began to warp and ripple. As for the azure sword, it was being gradually pushed back, but it still remained in peak condition with the slightest damage. The two-headed elder devil raised his heads to look at the blade and they both wore an expression of shock. Although Han Li didn't temper these bamboo cloudsworm swords for a significant amount of time, nor had he infused them with any auric essence, he had refined them with refined crystal, increasing their hardiness and durability far beyond ordinary magic treasures. Despite their somewhat lackluster strength, there were few things in this world that were able to break them. As a result, no matter how the devilish chi stirred the blade or the forms it took, invoking might that could break the greatest of blades, it wasn't able to break the combined bamboo cloudsworm swords. In that moment of delay, the azure sword suddenly rang with thunder and countless arcs of golden lightning shot out from it. When they made contact with the black blade quickly collapsed. Without anything blocking it, the huge lightning-covered sword fiercely chopped down at the elder devil's head. The elder devil didn't anticipate that the huge sword was made of golden lightning bamboo. In his alarm, he hastily fled. In a flicker of black light, he appeared over 30 meters away and the condensed bamboo cloudsworm's sword missed its mark. The devil stopped and his expression suddenly turned sullen. He clapped his four hands together and condensed two balls of black radiance. The black light flickered and the two balls of light transformed into two humming black lances. The devil grinded his fangs together and slat out two clouds of blood essence onto the black lances. They suddenly trembled and turned blood red. With this done, the devil's two heads appeared somewhat listless, as if having consumed a large amount of strength. At that moment, the huge azure sword reappeared above the devil's ghost head and chopped down without hesitation. The elder devil raised his arms and launched both of the blood-red lances towards the cleaving sword. Two deafening booms sounded out as crimson radiance and golden lightning overlapped. The lances held firm against the huge sword and its divine devilbane lightning. Soon, the huge sword released a long wail and spun away several times as it was pushed back over 10 meters. Light violently flickered from the sword and it became much dimmer. Han Li's complexion turned blood red from his connection with the sword and pale in another moment before soon returning to normal. The sword had suffered damage from its spiritual nature and his soul had received of this damage as a result. Fortunately, his soul was immensely powerful and this level of damage wasn't enough to influence him. However, Han Li didn't dare to allow this to continue and he pointed to the huge sword. With a humming ring, it transformed into several tens of azure streaks, flying back towards his body. Seeing that the swords began to fly back, the devil harshly shouted, "Escaping? Those swords will be staying behind." Then he waved at the crimson lances and in a flash of radiance, the crimson lances transformed into two crimson hands. They quickly chased after the swords with wind shrieking behind them. Since he saw Han Li recklessly released so many of his golden lightning bamboo magic treasures, He naturally couldn't allow Han Li to easily retrieve them. He then spun and surrounded himself in a large cloud of devilish qi before shooting after them in close pursuit. When Han Li saw this, he inwardly rejoiced, but betrayed none of this emotion on his face. When Senior Marshal Brother Chung saw this, he felt ill at ease standing idle, and he summoned a small yellow sword in his hand, intending on providing Han Li some support. Before he launched his flying sword, he suddenly heard a voice transmission from Han Li. "Senior Marshal Brother Ching, there is no need to act now. Wait until after the devil is trapped." The old man was stunned by this, and after some thought he immediately stopped his actions, feeling a great sense of relief. At that moment, the large crimson hands had nearly overtaken the azure sword lights and were only growing faster by the second. Seeing the two crimson hands' increasingly fervent pursuit to sweep up the swords, Han Li calmly launched a series of spell seals at them. The mess of flying swords released a resonating ring and suddenly binded together into a cloud of qi, and they began to rush through the air, increasing their speed several times. The two crimson hands ended up missing their mark as the small azure swords had arrived above Han Li and began to revolve in the air. The elder devil was enraged by this turn of action. It was as if Han Li was deliberately playing with him. The devil's expression deeply sank and he beckoned to the large crimson hands. The claws flew back and spiraled around him before flying into his hands as two crimson sabers. Then a harsh whistle sounded out from the devil's mouth, and over 30 meters of devilish qi gathered together without warning and suddenly surged towards Han Li. The devil disappeared from sight, concealed within the mist. Han Li frowned when he saw the roiling devilish qi charge towards him. He raised his hands and golden arcs of lightning began to flicker across his arms, creating a large net of lightning to intercept the devilish qi. Then his eyes flickered with blue light and he swept his gaze across it. But immediately after, Han Li revealed an expression of shock. There was no trace of the elder devil within it. He then raised his head up towards the sky and also found nothing there. Han Li was stunned and he touched his chin. His expression immediately changed when he thought of something. He immediately grabbed onto Senior Marshal Brother Cheng's arm and immediately took off. At that moment, two streaks of crimson light flashed where Han Li originally stood and the elder devil appeared 10 meters below. The devil's heads wore an expression of surprise. He believed his sneak attack had a complete certainty of success. Han Li inwardly cursed at the wicked ruthlessness of the elder devil. He actually thought to attack them from below. Were it not for his quick response or the bright sight spirit eyes, he would have been cleaved into two. His own protective armor made from the tricolored beetles and his light barrier couldn't have withstood such a vicious strike. To the side, Senior Marshal Brother Ching was dripping with sweat and his mind was filled with lingering fear. The elder devil stood in place and saw Han Li's expression changed several times. The devil sinisterly smiled as he looked at him and his silhouette blurred, shooting forward in a black streak of light. Han Li smiled at the sight of this. The black streak shot 10 meters out before golden light blossomed in front of it. An unremarkable golden thread appeared and flickered across it. With a light bang, two of the crimson sabers appeared in front of the black streak, suddenly blocking the golden thread that had appeared. But a muffled thump sounded out and the black streak was knocked 3 meters back. The elder devil unsteady figure was revealed, his heads both displaying shock. The golden thread then mysteriously disappeared. It was clear that the elder devil had finally been trapped within the Aurit sword formation. At that moment, Han Li formed an incantation seal with his hands and he willed the Aurit sword formation to reveal itself. Countless bewitching golden threads intermittently flickered all around the elder devil. They were entirely silent as they slowly grew closer towards the center. The elder devil's expression turned harsh, realizing that he had fallen for Han Li's trap, entering some sort of unknown restriction. In fury and alarm, he waved his sabers, launching several overlapping saber streaks towards Han Li's position. Several tens of golden threads flickered intermittently in their path, cutting the crimson streaks into countless segments and scattering them into specks of light. The elder devil was stunned and wore a solemn expression. He coldly snorted and brought the crimson sabers together. Then in a blinding flicker of light, they condensed into a single huge blade. He held it with all four of his arms and began to slice it through the air at an exceptionally slow speed. The huge blade shining with blinding crimson radiance, it released a 3-meter-long crescent that emitted an suffocating pressure. This huge blade of radiance streaked 30 meters away before encountering a dense net of golden threads. The streak of radiance was able to make it a meter past the threads of light before thoroughly collapsing apart. The elder devil was deeply alarmed. The golden threads appeared in all directions and were slowly closing in on him. Even with only using the Orit sword formation once before, Han Li was now far more skillful in using it. Senior Martial Brother Qing was delighted to see this. He was unaware Han Li possessed such unfathomable abilities. At the center of the formation, the elder devil began to use various movement techniques in an attempt to escape the formation, from turning into threads of black chi to thin black lines. However, all of these attempts were unable to make it past the golden threads with no exceptions. He even split the huge blade into 4 long and slender ones, fluttering them together to form a crimson ball of light to protect himself as he charged forward. As a result, he was nearly cut into pieces by the incisive threads of golden light. Even at the crimson light's greatest strength, it was only able to block the golden threads temporarily. The Orit sword formation continued to close and the golden threads drew closer to the elder devil. When they were only about 10 meters away from the elder devil, he raised his heads towards the sky and shrieked. One shriek coarse and deep, the other soft and high. Han Li unconsciously frowned. As he pondered about what he intended to do, he suddenly heard a similar shriek from the main elder devil, which was immersed in devil fire a kilometer away. Afterwards, a huge silhouette shot out from the devil fire and made its way towards Han Li's direction. Wrapped in pitch-black devil flames, a similar 2-headed 4-armed devil had appeared, but its body was over 20 meters tall. His speed was immensely quick and he would soon arrive at Han Li's position in mere moments. Han Li's expression largely changed. At that moment he heard Senior Martial Brother Qing shout in relief, "Junior Martial Brother Han, our reinforcements have arrived." Han Li was stunned and he turned his gaze into the distance. He saw 2 flickers of light over the horizon. There were 2 groups of cultivators heading in their direction. Han Li then completely extinguished the thought of escaping. With one of the elder devils trapped in his sword formation and the other quickly charged to help him, he came to an immediate decision and pointed to the purple flame bird that had been continuously revolving above his head. It spread out its wings and flew towards the approaching elder devil. He then flipped his other hand and took out the blood devil sword. With his other hand, a crimson talisman appeared in his palm in a flicker of crimson light. It had a scarlet flood dragon that roamed across its surface. It was the spirit subjugation talisman that he spent much effort refining. Although he had made use of the talisman at the battle at the Heavenly South's border, he had only used it for a short amount of time, consuming only a third of its power. With the talisman taken out, he slapped it onto his body. In a flicker of scarlet light, the talisman disappeared without a trace and a huge flood dragon suddenly appeared above Han Li's body. It was 30 meters tall and its body was a rich scarlet, looking exactly the same as the original form of the Grade 8 venomous flood dragon. After the flood dragon appeared, it released a world-shaking cry causing the color of the nearby sky to distort. This sound greatly surprised the both of the elder devils. Senior Martial Brother Qing also appeared at a complete loss. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.